The story begins with a story about one of the three best educational institutions for training hunters, Valhalla. Every year, countless hunters are eager to enter this prestigious place. However, many people fail. The admission rate here is 500 to 1. Therefore, less than 150 people can graduate from the academy called Valhalla. The entrance exams begin immediately after the briefing. At the first stage of the test, the applicants compete against each other. A senior instructor observes the tests. A senior instructor at the Valhalla Academy named Lee Sang-chol was watching the current tests. He noticed that this time there were quite a few applicants. A young man named Yu Min-jun, the heir to the Yoshin family, approached the instructor. He asked the boy if he was here to see his niece and noted that this year's admission process would be very interesting. Min-jun confirmed this, saying that his family, the Yoshin family, expects a lot from their heiress, Soyeon. With a stern expression on his face, the instructor repeated the girl's name. Yu Seo-young was the genius of the Yoshin family, which was one of the top 5 families. She was able to master mana at the level of a high school student at the age of 10, and at 13, she was able to add mana to her sword. At the age of 16, she challenged members of her own family to a fight and defeated them all. The instructor emphasized that this was all that was written in her personal file, and asked the boy if there was any other information he did not know. Mijun replied that there are rumors that Seo-young can communicate with their family's guardian constellation. Lee Sang-chul was shocked by these words, so he asked if it was true. The young man confirmed that this was the case, so Yoshin's family expects a lot from the girl. The reason why there are 5 families in Korea is because of the guardian constellation associated with each of them. As a rule, a hunter receives a blessing or makes a contract with a guardian constellation, but the constellations of the 5 families are different. The guardian constellation of the Yoshin family was the god of the sword, and the guardian constellation of the Jangansan family was the holy spear. In the Chojin family, the mischievous constellation was the king of Tao, and in the Osun family, the king of fist fighting. In the 5th family, the Dojin family, the guardian constellation was the god Luke. 5 members of these families received blessings, more talents and abilities from their constellations than other families. The difference between receiving a blessing and communicating with a constellation is enormous, because the latter is possible only under a contract with it. The instructor remarked that if this was true, the girl was undoubtedly a genius, to which Yu Mi-jun agreed. The young man asked how his niece was doing, and the instructor replied that she hadn't started yet. She was supposed to start in about 30 seconds, and Mi-jun asked if he could watch. He was outraged that the instructor told him to go down because of the reporters if he wanted to watch. The young man asked to see the picture on the screen, arguing that Lee Sang-chul was his sampler. The instructor said with indifference that only now the young man considered him his sampler. But he was also interested in watching the competition, so he brought up the screen. The screen showed the beginning of Soyeon's competition, with a young man as her opponent. 17-year-old Soyeon was preparing to pull her sword out of its sheath. Her opponent was her peer, Kim Joo-hyuk, who, unlike the girl, did not have a weapon. The instructor emphasized that both opponents were calm, and Mi-jun replied that he was so calm because he had already given up, because his opponent was Soyeon. The girl's abilities were widely known, and everyone hoped she would win. However, the boy's expression did not show any concern. On the contrary, he seemed bored. Lee Sang-chul said that the guy has no fighting spirit at all, so it's likely to end quickly. Soyeon pulled her sword out of its sheath with 3 seconds left before the start. With an indifferent look, the guy was preparing to start the fight. The fight began and the girl immediately swung her sword, sneaking up on her opponent. Soyeon stopped, swinging her sword, which sparkled with a blue glow. The blow from the sword quickly went straight to Kim Joo-hyuk. The instructor praised the girl's impeccable sword skills and exceptional mana control at such a young age. The blow from the sword was already right in front of the guy, and for a moment it caused some surprise on his face. But a second later, his face broke into a smile. The expression on the senior instructor's face was momentarily gloomy with surprise. Mi-jun opened his mouth in despair. So surprised was he by the events that followed. Everyone in the room was completely shocked. They could not believe their eyes. The reason for the surprise of all those present was the defeat of Soyeon. The girl was lying right in front of her opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk was disappointed that in the future, 300 years from now, everyone is so weak, the events are transferred 300 years into the past to the Tower of Destruction. The 2 wounded heroes were fighting each other, and their battle was coming to an end. The boss of the Tower of Destruction, the god of destruction Barche, said to his opponent that it was a great fight. The martial arts god Kim Hyuno clearly did not share his enthusiasm. With a single kick of his right foot, he beheaded the god of destruction Barche. The boss's destitute body fell right in front of him, and the guy sighed in relief. A screen appeared in front of the martial arts god, informing him that he had defeated the boss of the Tower of Destruction, Barch, and that the destruction of the world had been stopped. A loud sound from the destruction of the tower could be heard around. The hero did not understand what was happening or whether the tower was collapsing because he had killed his boss. However, the hero realized that this was not the end and he was just about to rest. The guy recalls that since his childhood, he was busy working as a hunter, and as soon as he earned a lot of money and gained recognition, this trouble happened. He doubted whether he should have brought his students here. The boss's power was too high, so even if they came, this place would be their grave. Unexpectedly, due to the destruction of the tower, a huge stone fell on the martial arts god, and it killed him. 300 years after the fall of the Tower of Destruction, he woke up in the body of a 17-year-old teenager. This satisfied the boy, because the knowledge he had gained when he was known as a martial arts god remained. Even though his body was younger and weaker, he believed that he could live in luxury and constant rest if he could adapt to this body. Until the translucent window appeared again. It popped up in front of the boy with a warning that the Tower of Destruction would appear in 5 years. And Kim Hyonan immediately became angry. How he wished Barcha had died back then, but now he can do nothing about it. The young man was determined to destroy the tower once and for all. He dreamed that after that he would be able to live in luxury. But another message appeared on the screen, telling him to return his weapons and memories on the 3rd floor of the 5th room to the right of Valhalla. He understood what was meant by the weapon, but he had no idea about the memories. So he first decided to find a place called Valhalla. It was a sunny day, and the 4th day of the competition had just begun in Valhalla. It was announced that people who wanted to participate in the competition should come to the site. Kim Joo-hyuk was wondering whether he should go to the competition. The events returned to the day after Soyeon's victory, when the 2nd round of fighting began. The audience was noisy. There were more people today than ever before. The instructor suggested that the reason for this was that the children of all 5 families were here. But most likely another reason was this newcomer, Kim Joo-hyuk. With 30 seconds left before the start of the match between the boys, Kim Joo-hyuk's opponent was the eldest son of the Osun family, Oh Senyuk. Oh Senyuk recalled that his opponent was the young man who had defeated Yu Seo-young on the 1st day. From the outside, the boy didn't seem that strong to him. He thought it would be great to defeat him because his image would improve. Oh Senyuk shouted to his opponent that he would quickly destroy him. However, Kim Joo-hyuk said that the guy shouldn't be such a self-confident fool. He was outraged that the guy had dared to call him that. But before he could say anything, the match had already started. Senyuk had no talent for literature, strategy, or martial arts, but he still had a talent that surpassed all others. This talent was his strong physique. He could do things that other people could not do without mana. Even after a little training, his body was getting stronger and stronger, and he was born with a top-level physique. So he was worthy of being called a genius just for that. After Kim Joo-hyuk called him names, the guy was beside himself with rage and rushed right at his opponent. Kim Joo-hyuk realized that the body he was reborn into could not win in the struggle of physical strength. But just because he is physically superior to him does not mean that the guy will be defeated. The guy realized that his physique supported martial arts. With a light swing of his leg, he managed to knock his opponent down. Oh Senyuk was shocked by what was happening, how he could have lost his balance so easily. Throughout the fight, Kim Joo-hyuk watched his opponent. With uncontrollable rage, the guy rushed straight at his opponent. With one incredible blow, he knocked Senyuk to the ground. The figure of an exhausted boy was lying right in front of Kim Joo-hyuk's feet. The guy summarized that if martial arts ability and observation in combat are in harmony, then the victory is definitely his. He thought that even though his body was weaker than before he was reborn, he shouldn't have any problems hunting monsters. After his brilliant triumph, the guy left the battlefield. The expert was disappointed that Oh Senyuk was indeed defeated, and the man next to her added that he did not expect him to attack so easily. Behind them stood the head of the Osun family, Oh Chulshin, the king of fist-fighting, looking thoughtful, and he was surprised that the two called it just an attack. He knew that no matter that his son had never been interested in martial arts and was only improving his physique, he could easily avoid the fist of any of his peers. But this time, it was a fist bump that could not be dodged. His son lost his temper and simply attacked Kim Joo-hyuk. He used the magic that he rarely used before and sharply attacked the enemy to try to quickly end everything. However, Kim Joo-hyuk tilted his head slightly to avoid the blow. Since Oh Seung-hyuk thought that Kim Joo-hyuk was definitely defeated with one punch, he completely shifted his center of gravity. Therefore, with a quick kick, his opponent was able to knock Oh Seung-hyuk down. The head came to the conclusion that the young man was moving faster than his son's maximum speed, and Kim Joo-hyuk already had a plan for the second round. He recognized that this kid had a really great talent. He thought with regret that there were many other people who also knew the value of this newcomer, but they were all brainless. The head of the Oh Chulshin decided that he would make sure he was accepted into their family at any cost. Kim Joo-hyuk's next rival was Cho Arin, whose name could be guessed from the shouts of her fans, who sweetly called her Nuna. He was annoyed that men who had already been in the army called a 17-year-old girl a Nuna. The final match between Kim Joo-hyun and Choi Arin has begun. Choi Arin was a slender, blue-eyed beauty, the second daughter of the Chojin family. When the match started, the girl was in no hurry to move. The guy was surprised that the girl was waiting for him to attack first. He acknowledged that she is already better than her previous rivals because she tries to assess the situation first. With a cheeky smile on his face, the young man went straight to her. Choi Arin was ready to pull her sword out of its sheath. As he slowly pulled out his sword, it began to sparkle with lightning. The audience was shocked that the girl had mastered the Chojin family's ability to change the elements at the age of 17. She was ready to strike her opponent with her sword. The girl swung her sword as she made her attack. But after the blow passed, the guy was not visible in front of her. But then Joo-hyuk's voice was heard, saying that if she showed her eyes where she was going to attack, it would be too easy to dodge. The girl was desperate when she noticed that the guy was standing on either side of her. Suddenly, the young man sent a strong punch directly at Choi Arin. However, the girl was able to defend herself with her sword by leaning back a little. Now he understood the reason why he did not feel the hit. She realized with horror how difficult it was to defend herself against this blow. But before she could realize it, Kim Joo-hyuk approached her sword and put his fist right in front of it. With a smile on his face, he told the girl to try to dodge the next blow and sent his fist as hard as he could at Arin's sword. Choi Arin was defeated. The girl fell to the ground in front of the protagonist's feet. However, he was surprised to realize that something had just gone wrong with the attack, and he thought his rack had been knocked over. But in the end, it didn't matter to him because he won. In the table of the top 10 students of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk was ranked first, ahead of all his rivals. The guy was calmly walking down the street, and suddenly a crowd of reporters attacked him. They surrounded him with microphones and begged him to listen to them. Every reporter begged him to join his guild, praising it among others. All the reporters' insistence that their guild was better, their pleas to join, made him furious. And the next day, he became a social media star. The next day, the sun shone on the majestic building of the Valhalla Academy. The freshmen were greeted with a speech, including Kim Joo-hyuk. He was bored listening to the story of Valhalla. He noticed that the guy behind him was looking at him sideways. The young man assumed that it was because he stood out too much among the others yesterday. The guy remembered yesterday, the moment when a translucent screen appeared in front of him. He needed to get his weapons and memories back, so just getting in and out would not be a problem for him. The induction ceremony was over, and the boy went to the academy building, to the room for simulating virtual battles. 24-year-old Valhalla instructor Kim Legan was not happy about this year's class assignment. In the front row stood Yoo Seo-young from the Yoshin family, and next to her was Arin from the Chojin family. In the midst of everyone, Oh-senyuk from the Osun family stood in a tense mood. The instructor was despondent that, although the classes were randomly assigned, 3 of the 5 geniuses of the big families were in the same class. He glanced at Kim Joo-hyuk, who was standing casually in the back row. The fact that Kim Joo-hyuk was in the classroom with them only made the young designer feel worse. However, he pulled himself together, and in such situations, you have to act decisively. He introduced himself to the students as the instructor in charge of this class, Kim Legan. The instructor leaned over to the table and pressed a key on the keyboard. The students were surprised by what had happened and looked around trying to understand what was happening. The walls of the room in front of them suddenly disappeared, and a view of the courtyard appeared in their place. The students were surprised at where they were because they had just been in the classroom. The instructor intended to show them some blood right there. Suddenly, an invasion of goblins began to come from all sides. They surrounded the students and were about to attack them. Oh-senyuk realized that there were orcs and goblins, and about 100 of them. Several goblins were about to rush at the boy. But at a fateful second, a barrier appeared in front of the students. The ugly goblins started jumping on the barrier and hitting it. The instructor was happy that the barrier worked in time. He asked Kim Joo-hyuk to come to him. The boy approached the stand where the instructor, Kim Legan, was standing. With a certain mockery in his tone, the instructor asked if the boy could deal with these monsters alone. The young man asked if he meant the monsters running around here. The instructor said yes, he wanted to shake the boy's ego because he thought that students had only seen monsters in books. So Kim Joo-hyuk would obviously be scared. With a pleased face, he waited for the boy to say no. He was going to start the lesson as soon as his ego calmed down a bit. But suddenly his expression changed to rage, because he saw laughter on the boy's face. The instructor asked the boy if he was laughing because he would still be able to take care of the monsters alone, and the boy confirmed his guess. He told him to try, thinking that he was still bluffing. The young man asked if there was a reward for this, because from what he knew, there was no mention that students would do this on the first day. With a disappointed face, the instructor asked if he wanted a reward. Kim Joo-hyuk asked what reward awaited him if he defeated all the monsters. The instructor promised that he would do anything the boy wanted from what was within his authority. The young man agreed to his offer, although it was not enough. The instructor pointed out that the monsters in the system attack in the same way as they would in the real world, and the guy simply said to give him the sword. He justified this by saying that he would not be able to fight them with his bare hands. The instructor pulled out his sword and told me to use it. The boy took the sword and went through the barrier to the goblins and orcs. For a moment, all the students looked surprised and worried. Kim Joo-hyuk killed monsters one by one with fervor in his eyes. His expression showed a hint of madness. He continued to destroy the goblins as easily as if it were a routine matter for him. It had been 300 years since he had held a weapon, but he admitted that he was quite good at it. In the boy's past life, the world couldn't fulfill its role because of monsters, so he had to fight with everything at hand. But the sword was still a familiar enough weapon for him. He felt something coming at him from behind, so he looked away. A huge goblin with a crowbar was flying straight at Kim Joo-hyuk. The guy, without a drop of concern on his face, dodged his attack. He succeeded because the monsters moved as if in a pattern. He assumed that it was an NPC monster that was very well designed. Everyone watched in amazement at the spectacle that stretched beyond the barrier. The instructor didn't understand how this was possible, because the sword he gave Kim Joo-hyuk was the most ordinary one. He was surprised that the sword cut through something so easily, because it had no magical powers. It seemed to him that the sword was swallowing up monsters. So skillfully did Kim Joo-hyuk wield it. Two geniuses from the 5 main families of Korea were extremely surprised by this madness. Only Cho Arin watched the battle in complete delight. The boy's wish was to get into the constellation room. All the monsters lay dead behind the satisfied figure of Kim Joo-hyuk. The guy's whole appearance reminded the instructor of his promise to do anything. Evening twilight illuminated the majestic building of the Valhalla Academy. The instructor said that the classes were over for the day, and the students could go to their dormitories to rest. The students began to leave, but Joo-hyuk was the only one who was not happy. He was annoyed that the lesson was so long. He would just take what he needed and get out of here as soon as possible. The boy recalled that he had never been to school before, and studying as a student had never occurred to him. Although the lesson was boring, he took some information from it. This was especially true of the history related to the constellations. He recalled that in his past life there was no such thing as a constellation. The guy mentioned that constellation is a term used to describe the reincarnation of those who have achieved great success into gods. Most constellations are associated with hunters as their holy relics, which endow them with special powers. The Academy of Valhalla is the 3rd largest relic of the constellations. Joo-hyuk came to the conclusion that everything about fencing and how to destroy monsters makes no sense to him. His body was really weak, so he was going to go to the dormitory and take up martial arts seriously. He looked behind him and saw the slender, blue-eyed beauty, Cho Arin. The story moves to the teacher's classroom, where the senior instructor, Lee Chung-sol, remarks to Kim Legan that he has been through a lot. But he replied that it was more of an embarrassment than a difficulty. Involuntarily, he wondered if the guy was really a high school student, because this time he created 120 virtual monsters as a test. The senior instructor asked if the high school student, who had never met monsters before, had really killed them all. Kim Legan confirmed that this is what he had already said. Lee Chang-sol said that the boy had no support, because he was an orphan who came from a small orphanage in a very dangerous neighborhood. Another instructor suggested that he might be a falsifier, but Lee Chang-seol denied this because he had conducted his own investigation into the matter. He asked his interlocutor if Joo-hyuk had really asked for permission to go to the constellation room, and received a favorable response. After the first semester, he will indeed be able to get there if the senior instructor asks the director. He said that because of this, he had to take on quite a lot of responsibility. Kim Legan expressed his concern about what might happen next year. It will not be easy for him to control his class, because in addition to Kim Joo-hyuk, there are 3 other students from 5 large families. The senior instructor informed the interlocutor that an exchange student from the Ventric family was studying in another class. It was a student named Rodkill Ventric, and this news really surprised Ligon. Ligon remembered this guy. He had heard that he had been kicked out of the British Academy because of problems with his cousin. Hearing this, he felt relieved. He thought he would do better than the next class. The story returns to Joo-hyuk, who asks the girl what happened. She approached him and asked him to teach her how to use a sword. The guy pretended not to understand the girl's request. She repeated once again that she wanted him to teach her the sword skills he had demonstrated today. But with a displeased expression on his face, the guy refused her request. Arin asked why, and Joo-hyuk asked why she was asking him, but he didn't want to do it. Asking if she had anything to say, Joo-hyuk was about to leave, but the girl asked him again to teach her sword skills. Her words made the guy's face flush with rage, and he repeated that he didn't want to. He told her to stop clinging to him, accusing her of having hearing problems. Ju Hyuk said he had no desire to teach her and left. The next day, the hero sat at his desk in his classroom at the academy. Swaying in his chair, Kim Ju Hyuk sat in thought. It was predictable, but his new body was much worse than he thought. Training in martial arts or anything else will be useless, because he has no magical power and it is difficult for him to control mana. The problem with magic power can be solved if he finds a certain thing for which he needs to prepare some mana inside himself. Someone approached Kim Ju Hyuk, addressing him by name. In front of him, he saw two blonde people, a boy and a girl. It was Rockdil Ventric and his maid Yuria de Felix, who was also 17 years old. Ju Hyuk asked the blonde man who he was with a casual face. Rockdil thought that this was to be expected from an uneducated person. He didn't even know about the Ventric family. He introduced himself to the guy and was going to ask him something directly. With an ominous expression, he asked if Ju Hyuk didn't want to get stronger. In most families, it is more difficult for the side branches of the family line to achieve power and wealth than for members of the main family line. However, the Ventric family has a mask with a beak that is the guardian of the constellation, and this distinguishes their family from others. But the Ventricle family decided to make a contract with a family member who was not a member of the main branch, which was a way for the chosen person to make a contract with the constellations without contradictions. The Ventric family has a lot of power in Europe, so they can choose anyone as a contractor. Thus, the side branch of the family could even wield the same power as the main line, and Rodkill Ventric, who was supported by his family, became too arrogant because of this. Not so long ago, there was a stir in the British Academy, which led to his expulsion. His maid followed him out of the British Academy, and although he had been expelled before, he was sure that he would always find a way to get back on track. He remembered a young lady who would definitely like his actions. His plan was to bring Kim Ju Hyuk, who was now in the spotlight, to his side. Rodkill told the boy that if he obeyed him, he would take him to the constellation of the Ventricle family. Ju Hyuk looked at the boy defiantly and called him an idiot. Ju Hyuk's boldness surprised the blonde boy to no end. He asked if he had misheard, and Ju Hyuk replied that he wasn't stupid, because Ju Hyuk wasn't really interested in the guy. Ju Hyuk continued that if he said such nonsense, he was truly an idiot. Rodkill Ventric was incredibly angry because of the boy's words, but then a voice behind him ordered him to return to his seat. The guy was unhappy that someone dared to call him by his full name. He looked around and saw a senior instructor. This was not a British academy, but it was Valhalla. Li Changsol said that no matter how big the Ventrico family is, everyone has to obey the local instructors. After these words, the blond man with a disgruntled face headed straight for the exit. Closing the door, he promised Kim Ju Hyuk that they would meet again. The guy reacted to these words with an imperturbable expression. Classes ended and Kim Ju Hyuk went to the dormitory. He was unhappy that he hadn't learned anything new today and had instead contacted another fool in the morning. He now knew that the guild guides were a bunch of outsiders, using students and instructors to keep tabs on him. The guy turned around, noticing someone behind him. It was the same as yesterday. It was Cho Arin, who again asked me to teach her how to use a sword. How tired he was of her annoyance. Was his rejection not enough for her? The majestic building of the Valhalla dormitories illuminated in the evening twilight. Everything in the upper-class room in which Rodkill Ventric lived gave off a luxurious feel. Mirrors, wardrobes, and a lamp. However, the lamp fell victim to his aggression. The fragments of the lamp spilled onto the rug, and Yuri's maid stood quietly behind the sofa. Rodkill was full of rage that an orphan like Kim Ju Hyuk dared to humiliate him. The guy told Yuria to call Dissera. He had to deal with someone. Yuria did not answer him, so he asked her again. The girl was still looking at the floor, not daring to look at the guy. But suddenly Rodkill grabbed the girl and pulled her by the hair. In an aggressive tone, he ordered the girl to answer. In a crazy voice, he asked her if she really still thought she was the eldest daughter of a noble family. As a reproach, he asked if he should kick her out of their family, to which the girl, with fear in her eyes, replied no. After answering, the guy angrily threw Yuria to the floor. Rodkill ordered in a superior tone to contact Dicer again. There was something that needed to be sorted out. He also added that the son of the Rice family was in the 2nd grade at the academy, and he needed to tell him that he wanted to see him, and Yuria gave a sign that she understood. The events are transferred to Valhalla's dormitory, Kim Ju Hyuk's room. The young man was sitting in the lotus position, practicing the accumulation of mana. The guy was completely focused on this process. As Ju Hyuk finished his practice, he exhaled slowly. He could not use mana, his body was too clumsy. With some tension, the guy recalled the events that happened on the way from the academy. As Ju Hyuk walked home calmly, Choi Arin pursued him again. The girl was too persistent, and he was annoyed by it. Turning in her direction, he expressed his incomprehension. They were already near the dormitory. So how much longer was she going to follow him? But she repeated her request like a parrot to teach her the art of swordplay. It bothered him, so he thought about how to get rid of it. After thinking about it, The guy told Aaron the amount of 10 million won. He said that this was the cost of one lesson, thinking that the girl would definitely not be able to afford it. For a moment, Choi Arin doubted what she should do next. Kim Joo-hyuk said that was it and he was leaving. But the girl asked him to take his phone. The guy thought for a moment, but gave her his phone number anyway. He handed it to her, wondering what the girl needed his phone for. Choi Arin said she would write down her phone number here. Handing back the phone, she added that it would make it easier for her to transfer funds. Kim Joo-hyuk did not quite understand the meaning of these words. His face immediately tensed with surprise as he looked at the phone screen. The screen showed that a transaction of 100 million won had just been made to his account, and the guy stood there in shock. The girl shyly asked if he would teach her now. Joo-hyuk mockingly replied that he wouldn't, refusing the transaction. He recalled this and was surprised how the student was able to send 100 million won. The guy thought that if he agreed to teach her, he wouldn't have to give away all his secrets, which was a lot of money, but it didn't matter to him anymore. It was just money, and he needed to find something first, even though he had very little mana. Immediately, Kim Joo-hyuk began to dress to go on the road. His intention was to find his secret hiding place. So the boy went to the Valhalla Academy. He was walking through the forest near the academy, carrying a backpack with a shovel. He checked the area before entering the academy and found that most of the marks made 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to his observations, there should be at least 4 marks, but it was very likely that there were only 3 of them left, and most likely he will have to look for them in the Valhalla Mountains. All he has to do is find them. The boy took a calm pose and began to synthesize mana around him. He still has the ability to sense with the small amount of magic he has, because his marks react to mana. Not far from him, a small amount of space glowed with a blue glow. It was his mark. At this point, Kim Joo-hyuk took a shovel and started digging a hole. He quickly got tired because his new body was too weak. If the guy had known it would be so difficult, he would have buried his treasure in a safer place. If the Tower of Destruction had not appeared, he would not have had to hide his treasure. The world was on the verge of destruction, and there was no place for its riches, so he made notes and put them all here. The glow of dawn illuminated the majestic building of the Valhalla Academy. Finally, Joo-hyuk managed to find the note, and he hoped that his treasures were safe. The morning rays of the sun harmoniously illuminated the figure of the boy standing near the newly found mark. The guy leaned over to the keyhole, which was quite large. An ordinary key would not fit in there, so the guy synthesized a magic thread. He made a key out of it and turned the keyhole. The door to his riches opened, and the light from the sun immediately illuminated the area. Kim Joo-hyuk began to slowly descend to his treasures. He landed on the floor right in front of his gold. He enthusiastically turned to the treasures, wondering how they had lived here all this time without him. The boy looked with pride at all the riches stretched out under his feet. He was relieved that he didn't have to worry about money anymore, and only had to find something. But immediately his eyes were filled with surprise at what he saw in front of him. In the middle of the pile of gold coins were dark blue guardian stones. The boy remembered that, to keep the notes safe, he had put some magic into the stones, and now the day had come when he had to use them. Joo-hyuk lifted a single stone with his palm, which gave off a light blue glow. The boy's body was completely enveloped in the glow from the stone he was holding in his hand. He began to expect the magical power to overwhelm him. The guy decided to take care of the leftover preservation stones first. He was in doubt whether he should leave the heavy gold bars and take the lightweight jewelry. A bright day stretched over the majestic building of the Valhalla Academy. But the main character was clearly not in the best of moods. His entire body was sore from the recent excavation, and he didn't think he would use the marks in the future. But his complaints about life were interrupted by a blue-eyed girl who sat down at his desk. Like all the previous times, Aaron asked me to teach her the art of swordplay. Joo-hyuk was surprised that the girl hadn't calmed down yet. From the information he was able to get, he knew that among the top 5 families, the Chojin family, which includes Choi Arin, practices fencing. The guy asked the girl why she was asking him so hard, because she could learn more from her family. However, Aaron insisted that she wanted to learn from him, and she had never seen anyone better at swordplay than Joo-hyuk. But the boy objected that Aaron's father was better with a sword than he was. He was a hero of Chojin, after all. The girl was about to say something about her father, but her intentions were interrupted. Instructor Kim Legan came into the classroom and called Joo-hyuk to follow him to the teacher's lounge. The boy was surprised why he was called to the teacher's room. The instructor reminded him that it was about what Joo-hyuk had asked last time, and that he should be interested. He said he would leave and started to get up from his desk. Choi Arin was upset that this time her request was ignored. However, the guy did not forget about her, and as he was leaving, he told her to come to the training ground at 6 in the morning tomorrow. The girl was surprised at first, but promised to come. Kim Joo-hyuk stood erect in front of the instructor in the teacher's room. Legan said he had a lesson coming up, so he would speak quickly. First of all, He said that access to the constellation room, as requested by the boy, was approved. He added that the guy would just have to go down to the ground floor, but he was also not allowed to go to any other floor than this one. Jo-hyuk understood and asked when he could get there. The instructor said that if he didn't have anything to do today, he could do it tonight, and he agreed. Ligon was surprised that the boy did not make a fuss, because he was not allowed to go to the second floor. The instructor and Kim Jo-hyuk agreed that they would leave tonight. After that, the boy turned around and left the teacher's room. Soon it was evening, and Kim Jo-hyuk was heading to the academy building. Together with the instructor, they arrived at the appointed place. This place was the treasure of the Valhalla Academy, the constellation room. Kim Jo-hyuk looked around, scanning the area. He saw guards in black suits all along the building's square. There were quite a few guards here, and the instructor explained that the constellation room was extremely important, making Valhalla one of the 3 great academies. However, he noticed that the interior walls also had their own peculiarity. All sorts of magic completely surrounded the walls, the only exception being the entrance. Ji-hyuk asked the instructor if he could ask him a question. The guy asked if he got to the second floor, would it be considered a crime? The instructor replied that he would not necessarily become a criminal, but he would be expelled from the academy. He also warned that the boy would likely go crazy before expulsion. He explained that the magic on the second floor was unstable, and if the boy touched it, his mind would collapse and he would go crazy. But this information had no effect on Kim Ji-hyuk. The instructor was embarrassed that the guy asked him this right before entering, whether he really wanted to get there. But he doubted that the candidate for the first place would have done such a thing. And Ligon was sure that the boy knew it was better to stay in the academy. He warned the guy that he had half an hour, during which time he had to get out. Kim Jo-hyuk assured him that he would return soon. When he entered the building, the translucent screen appeared in front of him again. He was thinking that he didn't care if he was expelled from the academy. He needed to get to the 3rd floor first. As he walked up the stairs, he wondered why there were so many stairs in this building and he could not see an end to them. As he walked on, he was surprised by the place he found himself in. The guy suggested that it could have been a prison. Jo-hyuk was sure that the constellation room was on the 2nd floor, but now he doubted whether it was there. Kim Jo-hyuk doubted whether he should have gone further. But then, a translucent screen appeared in front of him again, with an inscription that all the conditions were met, and he would now be moved to the room. A moment later, Kim Jo-hyuk's transfer to the room began. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was the god of destruction, Barch, the boss of the Tower of Destruction himself. Kim Jo-hyuk was clearly surprised by this turn of events. God Barch, he said, that 300 years have passed, is this really a reunion? But immediately after these words, he was punched in the face. Kim Jo-hyuk angrily attacked his former acquaintance. His face, red with anger, showed that he was very happy to see the boss of the Tower of Destruction again. God Barch begged the boy to wait and calm down so they could talk. However, in response, he again received a fist bump with a death wish. Finally, Kim Jo-hyuk got his anger out and calmed down. After all these blows, the guy was quite tired. He emphasized that he is not the kind of person who uses his fists in a fight. But he continued to beat Barch again, explaining that this time it was different because he had ruined his comfortable future. He recalled that all that time he had been training his students, but this guy had ruined his wealth and his honor. However, a former acquaintance stopped him by asking if he was interested in the place he was in. Jo-hyuk emphasized that there was nothing in this room. Barch explained that this is an imaginary world, that is, a space in a relic. He continued his story about how his real body ceased to exist 300 years ago, and the person he sees now is just an incarnation in the imaginary world. Jo-hyuk suggested that Barch had been wearing the relic all along. The boy wanted to make a guess as to what this might mean, but his old friend interrupted him. The boss of the Tower of Destruction said with delight that he was now a constellation. However, Jo-hyuk's face did not show the same enthusiasm. Full of rage, he struck his interlocutor again. Outside, instructor Kim Ligon was still waiting tensely. There was some anxiety on his face. He was worried that the boy would throw something away this time. So Jo-hyuk came out of the building and the guard stopped him to scan him. The instructor asked the boy if he had done anything strange, and he replied that he was just looking around. He confirmed this by repeating the words that he could not go further, because he would have gone crazy if he did. The teacher gave the boy a sign that he understood and told him to go home. With a smile on his face, the guy walked away from the building. As he walked along the road, he recalled the events of the evening. First of all, he recalled a conversation between him and Barch. Jo-hyuk didn't care if he became a familiar constellation. He was interested in getting an answer to another question. He asked Boden Barch if he was the one who created the translucent notification window and what it was. However, he rejected his guesses, saying that he did not know who did it. Jo-hyuk took the boy by the collar and was about to hit him again, but he shouted that he was telling the truth. He explained that after Jo-hyuk killed him, Barch was inside this thing for 300 years, without any energy. Ju Hyuk then asked who sent all the messages, but the boy replied that he had received them as well. Barch received a message that he could contact the reincarnated Kim Ju Hyuk and get his memory back. Then the suspicious person appeared in front of him, and he assumed that it was she who made the boy the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Ju Hyuk asked who this person was who made Barch the owner of the Tower of Destruction. The guy replied that he didn't know because all memory of that part had disappeared, and he didn't think that the memories would come back immediately. He then asked what was in Kim Ju Hyuk's message. The guy replied that it asked him to find his weapons and memories, and he could not read what was below because it was censored with squares. He also added that he does not remember losing any memories, because he still has memories of the Tower of Destruction. Barch assumed that the boy didn't have all his memories, but he had found a weapon, so his memories would return on their own. Ju Hyuk wondered what kind of weapon he had found. Barch explained that this space is the inner world of 4 types of weapons, pastoral swords, which have become sacred relics. He also added that he became a constellation because he used his pastoral sword as a relic. The protagonist again went to Barch with an outburst of aggression. He came back from his memories to reflect that his pastoral sword had become a relic, and a constellation now lived inside it. The guy just wanted to destroy and forget this sword, but he couldn't. A weapon appeared in his hand, the same pastoral sword, no matter how worn. But it hides Barch, who was once called the King of Destruction. So there's nothing to be done, because the quest that appeared in the translucent window is only available with a pastoral sword. A voice came from behind him, asking if it was really him who had won first place at the commencement ceremony. A group of hooligans with colorful hair was heading straight for the boy. A blonde guy named Lyric Sunrise said that they, his senpai, were on a trip. So could the guy introduce himself? To which the guy replied, how could such a bully be called a senpai? It was not enough for the blonde man to just walk up and say hello to the senpai if he was ranked first in his first year. A man came forward with a long wooden weapon in his hands and said that he would be the first to beat the guy, to which the gang leader replied to be gentle with him. He started to say something about the difference between the first and second year at Ju Hyuk, but this story was interrupted. But then the man was kicked right in the stomach. With his excited look, the boy challenged the hooligans to a fight. The next blow he delivered was a kick to the man's face. He flew back to the crowd of hooligans from such a strong blow. Everyone around was extremely surprised by this sight. The head of the gang, Lyric Sunrise, was immediately angry about this. A sword appeared in the guy's hands, and the hooligans noticed that he definitely did not have one before. Ju Hyuk rejoiced in the pleasant feeling of a perfect grip that had been so long ago. He threatened the hooligans that if they did not attack him immediately and stayed where they were, he would smash their heads. The stories moved back 3 hours to Rodkill Ventric's room. Rodkill said to Lyric that he needed to settle some easy business. He asked Lyric to deal with the impudent classmate. For this, he offered a reward of helping the Sunrise family. He said that this student was first-year student Kim Ju Hyuk and asked him to deal with him. It doesn't matter how he does it. He even authorized the use of weapons. With an ominous face, Rodkill asked if Lyric was willing to do it. In response, the guy said he understood. After the conversation, he left the room and headed out. Lyric thought that it didn't matter that this guy was ranked first among the newcomers. He couldn't be a rival for the seniors. Freshmen and seniors differ from each other because of the contract with the constellation. In the second semester of their first year, students have to go to the constellation room and sign a contract with one of them, after which they become contractors. When students become contract students, they can use the power of their constellation, and Ju Hyuk was born into an ordinary family, so he doesn't have his own guardian constellation. With a cocky face, Lyric thought he could easily defeat him. That's what he thought 3 hours ago. But in reality, the situation was completely different. Kim Ju Hyuk continued to beat the hooligans with his pastoral sword. A man with red hair and a knife in his hand was preparing to attack Kim Ju Hyuk, but a moment later, Ju Hyuk's sword was pointed at his neck. The next blow knocked the man down and sent him flying. He looked up and saw something flying at him. One of the hooligans took a swing and flew straight at him. With rage in his eyes, this hooligan fiercely wished the boy would die. However, Kim Ju Hyuk easily dodged the oncoming attack. The bully did not understand where his recent attack had gone. Ju Hyuk was right behind the bully and mocked him for not hitting him. And with his next punch, he sent this guy flying as well. The head of the gang was shocked by his skills, as sophomores must have high martial arts skills to become contractors. Kim Ju Hyuk addressed the hooligans saying that, didn't he say, he would smash the heads of all those who would just stand there. The hooligans were considering whether to attack him or not. At once, Lyric shouted at them not to be afraid because they were only a freshman. The guy defiantly said, does the boss of the hooligans have a little fighting spirit? Lyric Sunrise grabbed a sword and was about to attack the boy. However, something suddenly prevented him from moving on. It was the tip of Ju Hyuk's sword pointed directly at Lyric's stomach. The guy said he warned me that I shouldn't stand still. The next moment, an incredibly strong blow passed through the body of the gang leader. Lyric couldn't understand why he hadn't realized when the guy came so close to him. The next moment, the guy was already unconscious on the ground. Ju-hyuk started hitting him with his palm, shouting at him to wake up. The guy asked who he was and why he attacked him. The blond man replied that the boy hadn't heard that they were his senpai, who were a year older than him. He was surprised that a group of senior students came with weapons to beat up a freshman, and he asked who sent them here. Lyric said that the reason for this was that it was all done only to break the nose of the first place winner. Ju-hyuk was surprised that this was the custom of hooligans. He leaned into his bag and was about to leave. However, the blond man stopped him by threatening that Ju-hyuk would not be able to go to the academy normally after that, because if people found out, he would be expelled. To which the guy replied that he really wanted to tell the story of this battle. If a story comes out that several sophomores came to beat up a freshman, they will be ashamed to go to the academy. So he advised him to act wisely if they wanted to graduate from the academy and join the guild. After these words, the guy went to the dormitory. Rodkill Ventric was still waiting for a phone call from Lyric. And then the phone rang with a call. The first question was whether Senpai could beat Kim Ju-hyuk, but the interlocutor said that he was refusing this job. After these words, Rodkill Ventric's entire body was filled with anger. Rodkill asked Lyric what he was talking about. Lyric warned the boy to stay away from anything related to Kim Ju-hyuk. Rodkill recalled that the last time he spoke to Lyric, his voice seemed rather self-assured. The caller wanted to hang up, but Rodkill asked him to wait. Rodkill assumed that the boy was saying this because Kim Ju-hyuk had beaten him, so he suggested that he report it to the administration. He said that if the guy has visible injuries, it means he has enough evidence, so he can safely do it. Rodkill said that if he did, he would give him the amount he promised, and try to make sure that his family could finance them. However, he replied that it would not matter even if the Ventric family agreed to finance them. After all, they will not be able to regain this honor they have already lost. After these words, his interlocutor hung up the phone, and Rodkill was very angry because of all the words he had heard. He threw his phone on the floor, smashing it to pieces. He looked down at the floor and sat in thought. After that, he turned to his maid Yuria. He asked if the girl had already contacted Dicer, to which the girl replied yes. She told him that Rodkill wanted to meet in person. But since Dicer's far away, it will take him a while to get here. The guy asked where he was. After these words, the events are transferred to the majestic building of the Aripia Academy in Mexico. Inside the building was a mountain of beaten students. Sitting on their bodies was Dicer Ventric, who had just learned that Rodkill wanted him to come to Korea. He was told to come to Korea to take care of a man named Kim Ju-hyuk, and a reward was already prepared for him. He thought it was a very good turn of events because he had no one to ask for money after he was kicked out. The next day, the plot unfolds in Valhalla's training room. Ju-hyuk was impressed that the training room was as big as the academy. It made him want to go for a run right away. But his expression changed to one of surprise when he heard a voice in his head asking why he had come to the hall. It was Barch's voice, telling him that he was wearing the sword that Ju-hyuk had won for himself. The guy said he was surprised. For a moment, he thought Barch had somehow gotten out of the sword, and then he would have had to beat him and drag him back in. The tower boss replied that nothing of the sort had happened, so he didn't have to worry. But Ju-hyuk asked if his companion was sure that everything was fine. After all, the sword became an artifact and is now kept in Valhalla, and they left the constellation room with it. However, the friend replied that there was nothing to worry about because he had replaced the sword with an exact copy. Ju-hyuk asked him where he learned to create it, and Barch replied that he had lost all his strength when he came to. But that's exactly what he managed to do. He added that he did not know why he had this ability. When the guy was doing stretches, he bent down and saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was Cho Arin from the Chojin family, whom he had told yesterday to come to the hall. He was surprised that the girl did come. She asked if he was going to teach her the art of swordplay right now. The guy said no, they would start by improving her endurance first. With innocence in her voice, the girl asked why she was doing this. He said she could leave if she was not satisfied, but she said she would stay. Her boyfriend recommended that she start stretching. He also explained that the greater its stamina, the better it would be able to absorb mana and control it. Although these were the basics of improvement, he reflected on the fact that, for some reason, traditional training methods put more emphasis on mana than on endurance. He noticed that, although Arin had a lot of mana, she had the stamina of a sword-wielding novice. The girl announced that she had finished stretching. The guy said that now they were going to start real training. They started the training with push-ups, and it was clear that Choi Irene was having a hard time with it. The next exercise was a chair pose, and Ju-hyuk was able to do it even with a barbell. The last step was lifting dumbbells, which was very difficult for the girl. After these exercises, Arin, exhausted from the exertion, laid down on the floor. However, The guy said that this was just the beginning of the training. He was surprised that the girl was tired so quickly and told her to stop lying down and get up. After saying that she still had 20 kilometers to run, her face broke out in a cold sweat. Another school day has come at Valhalla Academy. Ju-hyuk was worried about Erin's health, and they put more effort into it than last time, and her physique gradually developed. However, it was clear from the expression on Erin's face that she was having a hard time with these training sessions. The lesson began, and teacher Lilia, the teacher of the subject on spatial monsters, announced that today they would have an easy written test. She recalled that she had briefly explained this on the first day and recommended that the students study spatial monsters on their own. So she announced that today she would check how well they knew how to fight each individual monster. At that moment, each student began to write his or her own test. Someone sat there thinking for a long time about the right answer. Some people took the test even though they were feeling unwell, but some students didn't even care how they would write it. The time was up, so the instructor Lilia said to pass the tests from the end to the beginning. She added that the test result will not be added to their overall score, but the test will be used to assess their abilities in the next class. When all the tests were collected, the teacher announced that the next class, they would begin an official lesson in the virtual combat simulation room. Lilia said goodbye to the students and left the office. Barch was again bothering the boy, asking if he had written all the answers to the test correctly. The guy asked if he was reading his mind, and the other man replied yes, because he had nothing better to do. But he clarified that he could only hear what the guy thought about him. Ju-hyuk replied that he wrote the answers as he knew them. The instructor Lilia was sitting at her desk in the teacher's lounge, checking the students' work. The instructor's name, Kim Ju-hyuk, immediately came out of her mouth aggressively. She was angry because she thought his answers were complete nonsense. The instructor, Kim Legan, was calmly walking around the teacher's office with a cup in his hands. However, there was something that aroused his interest. He noticed how Lilia, the instructor, was checking the tests of the students in his class. Legan approached her and asked if these were really the works of his class, and the woman confirmed his guess. The instructor added that in preparation for the mock battle, she told them to learn how to kill monsters, so she gave them this test to test their knowledge. As expected in a class with children from famous families, they all excelled. The instructor said he would not distract her then, and left. Kim Ligon walked over to his table and calmly began to drink tea, but the next moment he choked on it when he heard a familiar name. The instructor was unhappy with how Kim Ju-hyuk dared to call these correct answers. The man asked Lilia if Kim Ju-hyuk had done poorly on the tests, to which she replied that it was not just bad. He was making fun of the whole class at that moment with his answers. She wasn't going to let it go, and at the next lesson, Lilia would show him his work. He instructs the boy that monsters cannot be dealt with so easily. A week later, the students gathered in a virtual battle simulation room. The teacher announced that she had checked and brought back the tests that the students had taken in the last class, and that most of them had done very well. With a look of disapproval, she beckoned Kim Ju-hyuk to come over to her. With a casual look, the guy headed for the podium. The teacher handed him a piece of paper and told him to take it. The instructor announced that the student, Kim Ji-hyuk, was getting 0 points. She asked him if he was sure he had written the test correctly. The guy replied that he had indeed spelled it correctly. She asked the first question about how best to deal with the stone goblins. Lilia asked the student what he wrote as an answer to this question. His response was to stab his goblin with his sword right in the stomach. The instructor asked the second question, which was that the student had discovered that 8 stone goblins were approaching him, and he should think about what to do in this situation. Ju-hyuk's answer was that starting with those who attack you, you should stab each one in turn and send them to hell. She reasoned that hitting the goblin would be futile, because its defense is B+, which means that a normal sword aura would not harm it at all. She asked if the boy would really use a sword against such monsters. The guy replied that it would all be over with just one punch. The instructor was furious that the guy was still talking this nonsense with confidence. Lilia turned to him and said that she understood everything. As long as the student is confident in their answers, she will give them the opportunity to prove them correct. Just like the previous time, the walls of the room began to disappear after pressing the key. The bloodthirsty goblins began to approach the stand. The teacher said to the boy that if he killed the goblins exactly as it was written in his test, she would recalculate his score. With a satisfied look, he said he understood. He returned his test back to the instructor, Lilia. He went to the weapons rack and picked up a steel sword. Everyone present watched as the boy went straight to the goblin. He stopped and stood right in front of the stone goblin. The instructor recalled that she had heard that the boy had killed all 120 goblins he had summoned, and she was sure he had talent. But she also believed that the stone goblin would not be able to handle any sword. A moment later, the stone goblin rushed straight to the boy. Kim Ju-hyuk swung his steel sword right at him. The wariness on the instructor's face was replaced by surprise. The boy's sword was sticking straight out of the stone goblin's belly, After that, his disgusting body began to disintegrate. All the students were shocked that the goblin disappeared after the sword stroke. All that remained of him was a sword lying on the ground. But the greatest surprise was seen on the face of the instructor, Lilia. The guy really proved the truth of his answer. Soyeon wondered how the boy was able to kill the stone monster with one sword without magic. The wariness was evident in the eyes of all the students. The teacher asked how the boy managed to do it. He mocked her, saying that she hadn't seen him just plunge the sword into his stomach. She meant that if he wanted to kill the goblin with a sword, he would at least need to be an A-class contractor, but he was able to defeat it with a sword. The boy told the teacher that he had now proved the truth of his answer, but she said that it was only one question, so she needed to confirm the veracity of the other one. The ground shook under Joo-hyuk's feet, and he was unhappy that he would have to kill stone monsters again. The terrain under his feet began to change rapidly. A dark stone tunnel appeared in front of his figure. He asked his instructor, Lilia, what it was that appeared in front of him. She told him to pay attention and look straight ahead. One by one, stone goblins began to emerge from the tunnel. It's quite difficult to deal with goblins because they can't control their anger. If you fail to deal with them, the goblin in front will use the howl skill, and all the other goblins will also leave. Usually, people fought them with magic and killed them all at once, or just ran away instead of meeting them face to face. So even if a guy is good with a sword, it will be difficult. From what the instructor heard, his sword skills were quite slow. With a fervent expression on his face, the boy rushed straight at the goblin. At that moment, he stabbed him in the head with a steel sword. The goblin standing behind him was alerted by this blow, and following his comrade, he was severely wounded with a sword. The battle between Kim Joo-hyuk and the goblins was over. The surprise on the instructor's face had nowhere to go. He asked her if he had also answered this question correctly. In the evening, the protagonist went to the academy's training room. Cho Arin went to the gym with him to train. But before they could start training, the girl collapsed on the floor from fatigue. It was clear that all this training was not easy for her. The guy was surprised that the girl was not so hardy. He asked her why it was so difficult for her to do exercises of this level, since she should have been training in her clan. The girl replied that she usually doesn't strain so much. Then the guy asked her how she trains if she has to face monsters. She replied that she could simply use her magical power by borrowing it from the constellation. This answer was to be expected from the girl. Joo-hyuk has already realized that in their training there, they focus on their magical powers because they depend on the constellations. So even if they don't improve their physical abilities, that's okay as long as they train well enough to borrow power from the constellation. He realized that the risk remained, because what if they found themselves in the center of a maze or dungeon with a magic limiting spell? Or what happens if their mana runs out because the battle is too long, or the constellation does not lend them its power? Joo-hyuk turned to the girl who was still sitting on the floor. I asked her if she thought these endurance exercises were really helping her. The girl replied that of course they did, and started to get up from the floor. She also added that he said he would teach her the art of swordplay if she did. But the guy laughed at her answer, because she was only doing it because he told her to. Choi Arin was very surprised by this answer. The guy told them to finish up for the day, because they had to go to the academy soon. The girl asked if he was going to leave the room too. He replied that he wanted to make another approach and asked if Arin wanted to do it too. After hearing these words, the girl immediately imagined it and became puzzled. He realized that it was futile, so he just told her to leave. Choi Arin walked to the exit of the hall and said goodbye to the boy. Joo-hyuk went on to continue his training. Barche spoke to him, asking if the girl's name was Choi Arin. He noticed that she continued his training without a single complaint, and asked why he decided to help her with her training. The guy replied that it was only because she insisted so much on him teaching her his sword arts. The god of destruction asked if he had shown the girl his sword skills. The boy replied that he had never shown it to her. She had just noticed it when he used it during class. Bars thought it was interesting how she realized his power just by watching the fight, and he was of the same opinion, so he planned to teach her a little of his art. Beside him, he heard the sound of someone sighing and turned to him. The guy was not alone. Osenyuk was training in the gym with him. His former rival was lifting a huge barbell. After this exercise, he sat down for a minute to rest. He also noticed that someone was watching him. At the same time, the two boys looked at each other. Joo-hyuk asked how long the boy had been here. Osenyuk said that his usual occupation before entering the academy was sports, so he has been training here ever since. After this answer, he left the training room of the academy. Joo-hyuk mentioned that Oh-sung-yuk was able to train for so long because of his talent. Barch asked why Joo-hyuk was interested in this guy. Joo-hyuk noticed that Oh-sung-yuk is clearly smarter than those who only practice their magic. After that, he asked what these guardian constellations were doing. The guy went on to continue his training. Barch said that he knew nothing about other constellations, even though he was a constellation, and all he had done for 300 years was to be isolated. He noticed that the guy would be able to learn more about them if he completed a new task in the system. On the translucent screen, it was written that the task of returning his weapons and memories had been completed. Instead, it was a chance to visit the house of Madagai Rona in the Eye of the Great Forest. The boy recalled hearing about the Eye of the Great Valhalla Forest in class, the last place they trained during the first semester. He thought that if it weren't for this damn quest, he would have just run away and taken his stuff. But it looks like he's going to have to be careful for a while. Barch was surprised by this decision because he had recently made a lot of noise because of a fight with hooligans. But the guy said that they had come up with it themselves. He added that he had already restrained himself for a very long time. If he hadn't done it, his head would have exploded. But he hoped that after completing the task, he would learn the secret. The action shifts to the Ventricle family's huge mansion in the UK. Inside the mansion, masks with beaks stuck out of the mirrors. Portraits of the guardian of the family constellation also hung near them. The vice president of the Ventric clan, Adelia Ventric, sat at a long table in front of the painting of the constellation's guardian. The lady ordered her butler to report on the progress of the case. The servant said that the maze on the outskirts of Reading had already been taken care of. She praised their work and asked if he had anything else to say. The servant said that he was considering hiring some competent people he had found on the way. One of Robert's destroyed clan had survived the maze. He added that the two people he found were quite strong, as they were A-rank contractors. Adelia ordered them to test their abilities and bring people to her and asked if that was all he wanted to say for today. The butler added that he had information about Rodkill. The lady asked if something had happened to Rodkill again. The butler said that he had been given information related to Dysera Ventric. He said that Rodkid had summoned Dicer to South Korea. When the vice president heard this name, her expression changed to fury. Dicer Ventric was a problem child in his family. He committed many terrible acts using the name of the Ventric family. At the age of 19, he killed 5 people in an English academy just because they started arguing with him. And at the age of 20, he was expelled from the Ventricle family. Adelia wondered why Dicer was meeting Rodkill, since he had been in hiding for many years. She ordered me to continue to monitor Rodkill. She also added to inform him that if he did anything strange, the vice president would kick him out of the family. The butler said he understood, finished his report, and left. After he left, the vice president was left to ponder. She believed that all of her brothers had the power they deserved, and that such power was not for scum. Adelia believed that power should belong to only one person, that in the end, all power is meant for Adelia. After these words, the lady looked at the painting behind her. It was a painting of the Ventric family's guardian constellation. At the Valhalla Academy, a teacher was explaining to his students that the word thief consists of 2 words, evil and deed, which literally mean an evil person. He added that in modern society, the word thief is used to describe people who use the power of the constellation with evil intentions. Thieves usually act alone, but they can also create organizations. Among these organizations, the most notorious was the One God group. Ju-hyuk reflected on the fact that he feels he is getting stronger from regular training. His body also has a talent for using mana. Although it was not at the level of genius, it was much better than his body before the transformation, but it still seemed strange to him. He did not understand why his body was in such a bad condition. The first day when he did the chi circulation, he could barely finish because he had less mana than a normal person. And his physique was so bad that after a little digging, he felt like he was going to faint. But he realized that even with a body like this, it shouldn't have turned out so badly. And he guessed that something had happened to the body in the past. But after a moment, he decided that there was no point in worrying about it. A thin woman's hand approached the boy's desk. When the guy saw it, he didn't realize what was happening at first. Looking closely, he saw that Yu Seo-young had put a note on his desk. Ju-hyuk took out and unfolded the note from the girl. When he opened it, he saw only the simple word, hello. The fact that there was only one word in the note made him angry. It was already getting dark outside, and classes at the academy were coming to an end. The teacher told the students that they could leave the academy this weekend, but they had to submit an application. When the instructor finished his remarks, he said that was all for today. Ju-hyuk is really thinking about leaving the academy this weekend. The guy filled out an application and wrote that he wanted to go for a walk outside. Barch was surprised that the boy was planning to go outside. He asked where the boy was planning to go, but their conversation was interrupted by someone's greeting. He turned around to find out where the voice was coming from. Behind him was his former rival from the opening round, Yu Soo-young. He asked what kind of jokes she was making and what she wanted from him. He even kindly replied to the girl's note, but she did not respond in return. The boyfriend told her to hurry up because he had to hand in his application. The girl stood there, unable to connect 2 words. All of her attempts to say something made Ju-hyuk very angry. He shouted at her to hurry up and just say what she needed, calling her crazy. Soyeon was immediately annoyed that the guy called her crazy. The girl asked why she was abnormal, and the guy replied that it was not normal to make someone angry just like that. Ju Hyuk asked her again what she wanted to say, and she immediately thought about it. She recalled a previous fight against stone goblins with only a sword. She was very impressed by the fact that the boy was able to defeat the stone goblin with just a sword, without any magic. It was very different from what was written in the books. Soyeon was just about to ask him how he was able to kill the stone goblin. The girl did not understand why her head hurt so much before she wanted to ask. As soon as she made up her mind, Instructor Lilia jumped in front of her with the same question she wanted to ask Ju Hyuk. The guy was puzzled by the fact that the instructor popped up so suddenly. He wondered why she was suddenly jumping into the conversation. He thought she hated him. He said that she must hate him for putting her in an awkward position when he denied all the questions. However, the instructor Lilia said she didn't care, because before she believed that there was only one way to kill monsters. But he showed her that there were many others. She grabbed his shoulder and was about to say something. The instructor asked the boy if he wanted to become her assistant, and he immediately refused. She begged the boy to become her assistant and make an article about monsters with her, but he kept refusing her. Soyeon clearly did not like the current situation. She breathed out a sigh of relief and decided that she didn't need to ask the guy about it anymore. The evening glow of twilight illuminated the majestic building of the Valhalla Academy. The next day, Kim Ju-hyuk set out for the outside world. The majestic expanse of the market stretched before his figure. The action moves to the dormitory of the Valhalla Academy. Kim Ju-hyuk was sitting at his desk in his room. Barsha asked him what he was looking for, and he said that he was looking for information about the place he was going to. He needed to find one interesting place, namely a trading forum where he could sell his treasures from the vault. After flipping through some time, he managed to find what he needed. He came across an article that told him how to get into the market. After paying a fee, it is allowed to freely trade anything here. And this market is also considered black because of criminals who also have access to trade. The reason why this market exists is because the person who created it is a guardian constellation called the Secret Master. It is because the constellation created and actively supports it that many high-ranking people use it openly, and the government does not fight it. He decided he had to take advantage of the market for a while. In the article, it was written that to get to the market, you need to reserve a place where the location of the market within 50 kilometers is indicated, and you need to go there. The guy asked if there was a link to the reservation in the comments. A message from Cho Arin popped up on his phone screen. She sent him a lot of emojis with a sad rabbit. The girl said that she would not be able to come to tomorrow's training. They had to leave. The guy replied that he understood. The training would not take place tomorrow anyway, and he also needed to go to a certain place. At first, Arin did not realize that it was a boyfriend who had written to her. He replied that he just wished her a safe trip. The influx of emojis from Choi Arin confused the guy. He didn't understand why she kept sending them. He gave up on it and went on to look for a link where he could reserve a seat and find out the location of the market. When he found the link, he clicked on it. After that, he headed to the location specified in the link. This place was supposed to be a building that looked like an old cafe. After some time, he managed to find the building. Ju Hyuk opened the door to the cafe and continued on. He just had to enter the cafe and head to the right corner. Looking around, he saw a metal door in the right corner. He went to the door and opened it, stepping outside. He looked ahead and saw the vastness of the market. It was evening and black smoke could be seen behind the buildings. All these landscapes seemed very strange to the boy. He was sure that he had come here for the first time, but these places seemed very familiar to him. The purple sky and cloudy moon seemed to him very similar to the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. A man approached the boy and asked if he was the first one here. The man in front of him was wearing a black leather suit. Ju Hyuk mentioned that this was the employee he had read about in the post. The guy confirmed that he was here for the first time, and the man in the suit asked if he knew how to use the market. The guy replied that in a certain way, yes, and pulled out 2 million won. He handed the money to the guard, who thanked him profusely. Ju Hyuk had spent all the money he received for taking first place in the entrance exams, and he had only 30,000 won left, so he hoped to make money here. The guard asked him if he had anything to ask him, and he said yes. The guy said that he wanted to sell some jewelry he owned, but did not know where to go. The guard asked if he wanted to put them up for auction, but Ju Hyuk just wanted to sell them quickly. The man in the suit recommended that he go to the market in the 3rd district, where there are many traders who buy jewelry. The security guard recommended Maurice as a reliable person who had the best prices. To get to the 3rd district, the guard told him to go straight ahead and, when he saw a fork in the road, turn right. The guy wanted to leave, but the guard had something else to tell him. He handed him a mask and strongly recommended that he use it. The security guard explained that due to the nature of the goods sold at the market, almost everyone wears masks. Ju Hyuk agreed and put a mask on his face. The guy thanked the guard and was about to move on. The man in the suit wished him a good time. Kim Ju Hyuk made it to the 3rd neighborhood in the market. The masked man examined the diamond in his hand in detail. The guy came up to him and asked if he was Morris's husband. The man looked at the boy and replied that yes, it was him. Joo Hyuk told the seller that he had some goods he wanted to sell right now. The seller replied that if it was gold or jewelry, he would be able to evaluate it very quickly. The guy looked into his backpack to pull out what he wanted to sell. He was holding a small black bag. He then put it on the seller's desk and said he wanted to sell its contents. The man opened the bag and realized that it contained rings. He took one in his hands and began to examine it in detail. A moment later, a look of great surprise appeared on his face. The seller realized that he was holding an artifact from the era of destruction. Whichever way the man looked at it, he realized that it was an artifact of the era of destruction. He asked if the other jewelry in the bag was the same. The bag contained almost a dozen precious rings. The seller realized that they were all really from the same era. The guy asked how much the merchant could offer him for all these jewelry. For a moment, the seller thought about how much it should cost. He wondered how the guy got so many artifacts, since he sounded like he was a little over 20 years old. He asked Kim Joo Hyuk where he got these artifacts. The guy replied that he had heard that they don't ask about such things here, and asked if he was mistaken. The seller admitted that the guy was right and it was his mistake. Mr. Morris got excited. He was so fascinated by the artifacts that he asked something he shouldn't have asked, and he almost tarnished his reputation as a dealer. After a moment, he replied that he didn't even know how much he could offer for it. He added that he could not evaluate them because he did not have enough money to buy the artifacts of the era of destruction. Joo Hyuk was surprised and asked where he should go to get paid for them. The seller said that on his way here, the guy had to pass by a tall auction hall building. The guy asked how long it would take to sell it if he put it up for auction. The man replied that the average is about 2 weeks, because there are many people who have reserved seats and it will take some time before the auction hall opens. He added that the guy would need to go through verification to receive the payment. All this information upset the guy. Joo Hyuk then asked how much he could earn from the auction. The seller began to estimate the value of the jewelry. He showed the boy his calculations, which shocked him. He was surprised that they were so expensive, even though they were also expensive in his past life, so he kept them away. Joo Hyuk asked the merchant if this was the exact price for his jewelry. The seller replied that this was only his personal estimate. Even if he sold everything he had, he could buy only 3/4 of the value of these jewels. The guy was extremely surprised by this assessment and asked if it was true. He decided that he would sell the part he offered to the trader. The man was extremely surprised by this offer. The artifacts of the Age of Destruction are sold at a high price, not only because of the period of their origin. There was another reason for such a high estimate of their value. The reason for this was the constellations that began to appear after the end of that era. It was surprising that the artifacts that appeared in that era reacted to the constellation. Of course, a person was able to conclude a contract with an S-rank constellation thanks to these artifacts. As far back as the seller could remember, the artifacts were called the Alchemist's Zone. Upon re-examination, he was sure that the jewels were from this era, judging by the way the mana flowed into them. The magic liberated at the end of the Age of Destruction seems to have still been in effect. The seller was surprised that he was able to buy 8 artifacts of that era so cheaply. He thought that today was his lucky day. Suddenly, a man approached him. The merchant was clearly surprised at who was standing in front of him. Joo Hyuk returned through the same door in the old cafe. The mask was very uncomfortable for him. He thought he was going to die. As far as he remembered, if he went out the door he came in, he would return to the same place. He looked at his transaction history on his phone screen and saw that 2,500,000,000 won had been credited to his account. He was surprised that the problem with money was now solved because he was able to earn so much. Even if the guy runs out of money, there are still many things in the storage that he could sell. The phone in his hands vibrated with a call. He received a call from an unfamiliar number. Joo Hyuk cautiously picked up the phone and began to speak. It was Lilia, the instructor, and she offered him to have lunch with her today. The guy wondered how she got his phone number. The instructor told Joo Hyuk to come to Valhalla's fitness center, and she would treat him to lunch. But before he could say anything, the woman hung up on him. He wondered whether he should go to get free food, given that he was now free. The scene returns to the seller, who is confronted by a man in a masked suit. Mr. Morris asked anxiously why this man was here. The man in the suit wondered if their relationship was so bad that he was treating him like that. Mr. Morris replied that even if they had met several times, an ordinary trader cannot just talk to a market owner. The trader's interlocutor was the market lord, the Black Cat. The Black Cat noticed that he liked the way the trader communicated with him. Mr. Morris asked why the market lord was here. He replied that he was curious, because it was the first time in a long time that Mr. Morris had anonymously applied for participation in the campaign. Now, the trader has assumed that the anonymous order is not really anonymous. However, the Black Cat replied that since he was not the real market ruler but his constellation, he knew all the information. On the screen of Black Cat's phone, there were many messages that his constellation wanted to ring. Kim Joo Hyuk, and instructor Lilia were sitting at a table in a restaurant inside Valhalla. Mrs. Lilia closed her eyes and ate spaghetti. She was amazed at how delicious they were. The woman noticed that Kim Joo-hyuk was looking around. She asked the boy why he wasn't eating, and he replied that he was wondering why Valhalla had such a place. The woman explained that in addition to the school canteen and the restaurant for teachers, there is a faculty restaurant and regular restaurants like this one. Lily was surprised that the boy didn't know this, but he said that he wasn't really interested and started to eat. He then asked why the instructor had called him here. After these words, the teacher persistently asked Joo-hyuk to become her assistant, but he immediately refused. The instructor first asked him to think before answering, saying that if he became her assistant, he would have many advantages. The woman thought that the guy guessed what they were going to talk about, so she asked him to at least listen to her. She started by telling him about the benefits he would get if he agreed. First of all, the boy will be awarded a scholarship, which, according to the instructor, is a big plus. But the boy was clearly not impressed. The woman then added that the boy would have the opportunity to write his thesis with her, and if he did, new horizons would open up for him. If this happens, the boy's name will become known in the world's Monster Research Institute, and wealth and fame will come by themselves. Also, instead of being allowed to go out once a month, he will be able to go out more often than twice a week. The guy asked if there was anything else. The instructor Lilia thought for a moment. As a final argument, she added that he could work with her, but the guy replied that she was just being narcissistic. However, the instructor continued to persistently ask him to become her assistant. He thought that if he could benefit greatly from it, he would consider it. But there was nothing special about the offer, so he refused once again. For the boy, it was more important to find the eye of the great forest that the message box sent him. He could only get there during the first-year performance evaluation, and he told the instructor again that he did not plan to be her assistant and write his thesis. The woman then asked if he would like to exchange information, if she would give him information that would interest him. In return, she wanted to know how to hunt monsters. The guy asked what kind of information, and the instructor replied that it was about Cho Arin, with whom he was talking. The guy wondered if Cho Arin wasn't communicating with him because of training, but he said he wasn't interested. The instructor said in a loud tone that she had heard that Cho Arin would soon be expelled from her family. For a moment, the boy was surprised by what he had just heard, and he was about to leave the restaurant, but the teacher stopped him again. The guy said that he was leaving because he had finished eating and hadn't heard anything useful. However, the instructor argued that she had already given him the information, so he should do the same. Joo-hyuk denied everything because he did not want to hear this information. He added that there is something he is personally interested in. The boy asked the instructor why she behaved so childishly when she was quarreling, but was so strict during the lessons. The woman said that she was the most responsible instructor, so if she fiddled around for too long during class, students might have problems. Monster hunting is directly related to the survival of students, so if it becomes lenient during training, students will not be able to remember their goal. The woman proudly said that she was just fulfilling her duties as an instructor. The guy admitted that it was pretty cool. He told her not to be sad and walked out of the restaurant. But the woman followed him, saying that he should at least repay her for the information she had told him. The story moves to the majestic home of the Chojin clan. Choi Arin and his brother were sitting right in front of the patriarch of their clan, who was the master of the Jeans Guild, Choi Jong-sok. He said to them that the reason he called them today was to ask them about their intentions regarding the choice of the heir to their family. Choi Arin's brother was named Choi Jineon. He was a hunter of the Kins Guild and the eldest son of the captain of the Chojin family. 17-year-old Arin was the second daughter of the Chojin family. The chairman said that if they managed to pass the qualifying test, they would have the opportunity to sign a contract. When signing the contract, they have to use the Blue Moon Sword, a sacred relic of their clan, as a sign of recognition as heirs to the family. But there was also a condition if they did not pass the test. According to family tradition, they will be excluded from the family. After his story, he asked if they still wanted to take the test. The eldest son of the family captain said yes. Choi Arin also said she would do so. The patriarch said that they will begin the selection test in 3 weeks, and now they can be free. The second daughter and eldest son of the family captain walked along the paths of the clan house. The guy asked if the girl was really so indifferent to the situation. The girl was extremely surprised by this question. Her brother said, "Didn't she see the look on her father's face when she confirmed that she was going to participate in the qualifying test?" Arin recalled that their father's expression was indeed very stern. The guy suggested that the girl would not really stop until she achieved status in the family. He emphasized that the girl was an illegitimate child. The reminder of this angered Choi Arin. With a sneer in his voice, the guy said not to expect the girl to win the selection process. My brother emphasized that a girl who has only constellation protection is not on par with him, who has a regular contract. These words made her feel worse and worse. He said that since she had given up and was just sitting there, watching the family's money being squandered, he would make them realize the price. He said goodbye with a malicious look and emphasized that they would meet again in 3 weeks. Erin stood firm even after all these insults and words. She recalled the moments when her mother was dying. Before she died, the girl's mother said that Erin should become the head of the family, and it would be nice if she could do whatever she wanted in this position. She recalled these bitter moments with a dispassionate face. The next school day at Valhalla Academy came. Today, Kim Joo-hyuk's class was taught by instructor Kim Legan. The guy was sitting there looking pensive as usual. Barsh reminded him that he had midterm exams coming up, and he was surprised that he was worried about something like that. The boy should pay more attention because his class teacher is explaining the midterm exams, but he usually doesn't pay attention to what is said in class. The instructor told the students that they should all know this, but in Valhalla, exams play a very important role. As with the midterm and final exams, students with the lowest scores will be immediately expelled from school. He expressed hope that the students would prepare well for the written and practical tests and told them to do their best. He thought that the practical test was not as important as the written test. He was supposed to stay at this academy until he got to the Eye of the Great Forest, but he didn't even know how to get there. After these thoughts, he turned to Barge. He asked him if it was true that his former rival attended most of these classes. The young man replied that he would, to which Joo-hyuk said that he should take the test instead. He was surprised by this statement, but Joo-hyuk reiterated that he just needed to write the test instead. Suzir didn't like this plan. He considered it unfair. But the guy laughed that Bars would tell him the answers when he took the test anyway, so he had no choice. The instructor concluded his lesson and wished everyone success. He threw on his briefcase and was about to leave, but he heard someone speaking to him. It was Cho Arin who approached the boy. She asked if they would be training today. He wondered why she was asking. She wanted to end their training. However, the girl said that this was not the case. The guy asked if she wanted to learn the art of swordplay. Joo-hyuk speculated that if she was training with him, she probably didn't even know how to use a sword properly. The guy said that it would not be exactly the art of swordplay, but he would show me how to do it properly. At the same time, he was thinking that it was time for him to practice with his weapon. Joo-hyuk told the girl to come to the gym, and she agreed. And now, Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Arin were standing in front of each other with swords in their hands. The boy asked how long it had been since the girl had last used her sword. Arin said she hadn't touched the sword since she started training with it, and it had only been a day and a half. The guy missed that she had been training every day before, and Arin confirmed his guess. He told the girl to draw her sword. With her delicate fingers, the girl touched the handle of her sword. She pulled it out and held it in front of her. The guy told me to emphasize my ring finger and little finger to grip the handle so tightly. Arin immediately followed his instructions. After doing so, her expression changed to one of surprise. This grip seemed to her more secure than holding the blade with both hands, even though she hadn't even put any magic into it. Now the guy ordered her to attack him with everything she had. The girl took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. Instantly, her entire body was enveloped in lightning flashes. Choi Arin was preparing to draw her sword from its sheath. She was surprised because the speed of her legs had changed. The girl swung her sword at Joo-hyuk, but he held back her attack. He noticed that Choi Arin had become much faster. Throwing her back, he told her not to put more magic into her legs than necessary. She agreed with Ji-hyuk's remarks. After that, she put the sword back in its sheath. She scattered and prepared to launch her next attack. Arin quickly drew her sword and struck out with a glancing blow. He told the girl that she was moving better, but then he emphasized that when it stops, you need to turn your body a little bit. The girl backed away from the guy's blow, but after hearing these remarks, she said she understood them. Joo-hyuk told Arin to attack him and not to stop. With tension in her face, she gathered her strength to attack further. After that, the girl was hit again, but the guy managed to dodge him again. He expected such a blow from Choi Arin. The girl took a stance to perform the next attack. John Arin rushed at Joo-hyuk with the next punch. She realized that thanks to her training, she was much stronger now. The guy continued to smugly resist all her blows. It was already getting dark in the courtyard of the academy, and the day was gradually coming to an end. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Arin were still training in swordplay. The girl was already at the limit of her abilities. The guy said that an hour had already passed and suggested that we end it there. After these words, an exhausted Choi Arin sat down on the floor to rest. Joo-hyuk approached the counter to put down his sword. The girl realized that her sword skills had become much better compared to the level during the induction ceremony. However, there were still some things during the class that bothered Arin. She could not touch the boy for a moment. She reflected on the fact that she had asked him to teach her how to fight with a sword. After a while, Arin turned to the guy and asked if he would spar with her next time. After some thought, the boy replied that he did not know. He thought that sparring with her was quite useful, and it was fun to teach her because she had talent. He felt it even during the induction ceremony. She uses a breathing technique that feels different. These trainings made the boy relax, and if it were 300 years ago, her talent would have been worthy of becoming his student. But now he doesn't have that opportunity. The girl repeated the question of whether they would spar. The guy thought about making a little joke about it, and again said he didn't want to. The girl was upset, and the guy was surprised that she gave up so quickly. The girl said he was right about her. If Aaron follows his words, she will definitely become even stronger. He thought about the meaning of her saying that he was right, and said that they had enough training for today, so they were done for the day. The next day, all first-year students gathered at Valhalla Stadium. Yu Seo-young was nervous because it was her first time at the stadium after the induction ceremony. Mr. Senyuk was surprised that so many freshmen gathered. Choi Aaron stood among the crowd of students with an impassive face. Joo Hyuk didn't understand why they were all gathered here. Barch recalled that the class teacher had told him about it 2 weeks ago. The senior instructor asked for attention and began to talk about the midterm exams in Valhalla. This time, the intermediate practical assessment was the dungeon attack. The students were informed that they would have to unite and go to an artificial dungeon. The terrain around the students began to change. Rooms appeared around them one by one. The instructor said that they were free to create any team, with 8 people optimally in the team, and students could form them as they wished. Instructors will only grade students based on their level of contribution during a dungeon attack. After these words, he began to announce the criteria for disqualification. If students do not finish in 5 hours, they are eliminated. Lee Sang-chul emphasized that the difficulty of the dungeon is F+. After that, he announced the start of the exam. There was an immediate commotion everywhere, and everyone started forming teams. Instructor Ligon noticed how excited all the students were. However, the senior instructor was counting on something else. Soyeon was telling her team that their dealer, the player who does the bulk of the damage in a battle, was not good enough, and they needed someone else. The girl reflected on the fact that she didn't need to choose someone better than herself. 5 hours is enough for 8 people in an F+ dungeon. Some guy offered his candidacy. The main thing was teamwork. With a group of 6 people, they could cope with the task. The test may look simple, but the main thing here is to show your abilities. The instructor noted that if a child comes from an influential family, the essence of this exam becomes immediately clear to him or her. Other students entered the room in groups of 20, or there were also groups of 8 people in one. If the team is not balanced enough, disputes often arise. The senior instructor told Ligon that in about 30 minutes, all the participants would enter the dungeon, so they needed to get ready to count the points. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the groups of students heading to their rooms. After that, he looked at the instructors and assumed that students who had already entered would receive points immediately. He was thinking about what to do next. He saw the figure of Choi Arin standing all alone. He approached her and asked if she hadn't entered the room yet. He emphasized that almost everyone had already done it and asked what she was going to do next. She replied that she would do as he said. These words put the guy in a temporary stupor. He was concerned that she had been following his words since the last training session. The boy said he would go there alone so the girl could do the same. She asked if she was sure she should go alone, and the guy said that it didn't look like a difficult task, so she should. After these words, the boy calmly walked into the dungeon room. Other students saw Choi Arin standing alone without a team. They approached her and kindly asked her name. Her boyfriend invited her to join them, and now they have exactly 7 people. So with her, they will have 8. The girl apologized and said she was going to leave alone. However, the student was worried that she might be disqualified for this. The girl said she could do everything herself because Joo-hyuk said it was easy. The guy was extremely surprised by the girl's answer. Aaron entered the room and slammed the door loudly behind her, leaving the students in a stupor. Not a single student was left on the site. All the instructors were closely watching the exam. Kim Ligon was extremely worried about his students. It was clear that many of them were frightened when they met the stone goblin. First grade B student Yoon Kyung-hyun was awarded 2 points. B Yeji, a first grade B student, was awarded 3 points. Their partner from the first B class, Yoonjin, was awarded only 1 point. Kim Ligon observed how quickly the senior instructor conducted the assessment. It was a rough estimate, which makes people think it's too strict, even though the instructors evaluate everything so quickly and accurately without any mistakes. When instructor Lee Sang-chul was a soldier, he was called a legendary master of clearing, with a dungeon clearance rate of 99%. So the junior instructor assumed that he understood the essence of dungeon attacks better than anyone else, so he could give him such a score. For this, he did not respect the senior instructor Lee Sang-chul. At the time, the instructor thought that overall it was a pretty good course. He believed that the children of 5 large families were doing quite well. Among them, his favorite was one wonderful student, namely Yu Soo-young, who best demonstrated her leadership skills. She ordered the archers to kill the goblins attacking from the side. The stone goblins continued to launch strong attacks on the students. The girl supported her comrades, shouting that the front line should not fall. At the same time, she ordered the archers to fire. Several arrows hit the body of the stone monsters. After that, Soyeon attacked the weakened goblins. The girl skillfully destroyed them. After that, the goblins disappeared, which meant that the students had won. The instructor was delighted with how well they were doing in clearing the dungeon, and the girl assigned certain roles to her team members and made moves that would definitely earn her points. In addition, she's a great leader of her team members because she was confident that they would clear the dungeon. He believed that if Soyeon passed her midterm exams well, it was only a matter of time before she would rise to the top. If Kim Joo-hyuk hadn't beaten her during the entrance ceremony, the girl's talent would not have been tarnished. Remembering the boy, the instructor asked how he was doing. However, the search engine screen showed that nothing was found about Kim Joo-hyuk. The teacher was surprised by this, because this search engine can find any information about all the students who entered the dungeon. The senior instructor assumed that the boy had already passed the intermediate test. He looked at the table listing the artificial dungeons and found that Joo-hyuk was the only one on the list. The instructor was very surprised that the guy had already cleared the dungeon, and he did it alone, without a group. Looking at the time, he was even more surprised, as the cleaning time was 23 minutes and 32 seconds. As impressive as the boy was during the induction ceremony, it wasn't something a 17-year-old high school student could do. So the teacher decided to review the recording. He clicked on the recording and started watching it. At first, the guy stood calmly, holding his sword. The next moment, a crowd of stone goblins was heading toward him. Before starting the attack, Kim Joo-hyuk decided to stretch his muscles a bit. He quickly rushed toward the advancing crowd of goblins. The monsters clearly did not expect this turn of events. Kim Joo-hyuk, all satisfied, stabbed the goblins with his sword. The next moment, half of the goblins' faces were destroyed. The other goblins were very frightened by this sight. The boy kept cleaning them up, saying that he liked to cut stone goblins. After the previous blow, he stopped for a minute. Two huge stone goblins were approaching him. At the same time, they struck at their enemy. However, all their efforts stopped right in front of the floor. They did not realize what had happened, while the guy was already flying right at them. With the next blow, he killed two orcs at the same time. All the instructors were embarrassed by the sight. A huge monster in steel armor appeared in front of Kim Joo-hyuk. It was a special golem that was modeled specifically for the midterm exam. With his huge hand, he intended to strike the boy. But the young man continued to look at it with great fervor in his eyes. A moment later, he attacked a huge golem with his sword. The golem's head rolled back and it began to disappear. It was already obvious to the teacher who would be the first winner of this exam. Of course, Kim Joo-hyuk took first place in the exam. When the time allotted for the test expired, students began to come out of the dungeon rooms. Some teams were in a bad mood, while others were quite cheerful. Yoo So-young and her team have also left the dungeon. At the same time, Oh Sen-yuk was looking at the condition of the other students. Choi Arin walked dispassionately out of the dungeon room. Kim Joo-hyuk has been waiting for the test to be completed for a long time, and so Kim Ligon reviewed his students' results. His students took the top 4 places in the ranking. He was very surprised by this order of names. The instructor approached Lee Sang-chul and told him that the results had already been published. He expressed his concern because the results were quite unexpected, as Kim Joo-hyuk took first place. The senior instructor agreed that it was quite unexpected. In fact, he didn't expect the boy to take first place, but he was more shocked that he had gone through the dungeon alone and hadn't been injured. He added that when the boy grows up and goes into the industry, Korea will be able to regain the title of one. Instructor Ligon asked if this wasn't the title given to the world's strongest contractor, and Lee Sang-chul confirmed his guess. He assumed this was possible because there had been no world geniuses for a long time. He also added that this exam brought another unexpected result. Choi Arin became this surprise for them. He said that during the competition they did not think that the girl would win, and that Yoo So-young would take second place. He did not know why the girl had challenged the dungeon alone, just like Kim Joo-hyuk. It didn't take her long to deal with the Goboins, and she was badly injured, but she cleared the dungeon. He added that he thought the girl was quiet and hardworking, but he would not have thought she could clear the dungeon alone. If this exam had been focused on teamwork, Yoo So-young would have scored higher, but the test was focused on the level of contribution of each participant. Still, he would not recommend the path taken by the first two for their students. It was not something that ordinary students could successfully repeat. Instructor Ligon wondered about the girl's motives. He had watched her when he was the head of the Jinsa Guild, when she practiced only fencing. He couldn't figure out how she decided to go to the dungeon alone, and he assumed it was because of Kim Joo-hyuk. But after a moment, he dismissed this guess, thinking that he needed to rest. The sun was already setting on the outskirts of the Valhalla Academy. The next day, all the students gathered at the rating board to see the exam results. The results were the same. Kim Joo-hyuk, Choi Arin, and Yoo So-young took the top 3 spots. Rodkill Ventric was annoyed to see these names and the fact that he was only in 8th place. He asked his maid Yuria if Dicer was in Korea, and she answered yes. He told me to call him now. They would be on their way. The starry night sky enveloped the majestic city of Seoul. Rodkill and Yuria headed to the restaurant to meet Dicer. When they passed by the table, he called out to them. Dechera waved to his brother and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The brothers were sitting at the table by candlelight having dinner. Dicer ate the meat like a rabid animal. His brother's manners clearly tensed Rodkill. Dicer asked who the guy was that he needed to take care of. Rodkill replied that Kim Joo-hyuk was just a brainless senior. He added that he was very disappointed with this guy because of his humble origins. So he asked his brother to deal with him. With the look of an animal, the interlocutor immediately asked if he could kill it. Rodkill got excited but said it was up to his brother to decide. Dicer said it was different from the last time and he needed to prepare. He pointed his index finger at the maid Yuri. He recalled that he had a huge fight with the Felix family because of a girl he had been involved with a long time ago. He added that because Felix's family didn't have many people, he couldn't kill anymore because the rumors had spread so far. However, the people in Valhalla were different. No matter how often the guy tried, it was hard for him to get in and make a mess. Rodkill Ventric said he understood everything. He added that he would do everything possible to keep the guy out of trouble, so he didn't have to worry. Dicer got up from the table and said to prepare a good reward for his work. A week later, Kim Joo-hyuk again held an application for permission to go outside. Barch asked if the boy wanted to go out again. He noticed that the guy had been out recently and he needed to go out again. The god of destruction said that he had heard that, because he had passed the exam, the boy would be given another permit to leave, and that this was an opportunity for him to find other caches of treasure. Barche asked the boy where he was going. After the application was submitted, Joo-hyuk traveled to Suwon. He was walking along the road looking for the possible location of his hiding places. However, the guy was distracted. Someone ahead of him was calling him. Ditsera Ventric stood right in front of the boy and asked him how he was doing. The course of events is transferred to the market in the 7th area. From a huge window, the black cat looked out over the city. A moment later, something interrupted his peaceful contemplation. A screen appeared in front of him, saying that the constellation was asking where the ring was. It was already on its way and had to go through the usual procedures to pass through the portal. However, after these words, the screen displayed a huge number of lines with the phrase that the constellation was going crazy. The man in the suit saw this reaction for the first time. He was investigating whether this ring was an artifact of the era of destruction at the request of the former Black Cat. A box appeared on the table, giving off a blue glow. The Black Cat hoped that if he gave the rings to the constellation, it would be quieter. He opened the box, from which he could see the sparkle of the diamond on the ring. Then he said to the constellation that the ring had already arrived. Behind him, a huge screen appeared with repeated messages, "This is it, this is it, this is it." The narrative returns to Kim Joo-hyuk and Dicer Ventrica. The guy asked the man he met who he was. Dicer asked in response whether the boy was sure or wanted to know. Joo-hyuk replied that he assumed that something was needed from him. Dicer confirmed it because he had to look for the boy on this remote mountain peak. Joo-hyuk asked him directly if he had come to get rid of him. Dicer said that the boy had good intuition. However, the guy replied that it was not his intuition. Joo-hyuk added that anyone would realize this if they looked at Dicer's face. Joo-hyuk also added that he had already seen the boy a few days ago. All these words made Ditsera Ventric very angry. In an angry tone, he called the boy stupid for someone who had won first place in Valhalla. As he prepared to attack, he warned the boy not to disappoint him. However, Joo-hyuk dodged and Ditsera's shot hit the tree. The blow was so incredibly strong that only the trunk remained of the tree. Dicer said that the guy was lucky that he dodged the blow, because if he hadn't, he would have been finished. However, the guy mocked the dizzy, saying that he dodged the punch because it was too slow. But Joo-hyuk was really worried about the fact that his punch had cracked a whole tree. He thought that this guy's physical strength was comparable to Oh Sen-yuk's, although he was probably stronger. It was dangerous for the guy to stop such a blow with his fragile body. But at that point, he had already developed a strategy. After a moment, he started to run away, which surprised Ditsera Ventrica. He thought that the boy had decided to run away and chased after him. Dicer believed that for a person in a similar situation, running away was a good choice. If the guy had done nothing, he would have been beaten to death. But the director had no intention of letting the guy just walk away. But at that moment, the guy was right in front of his face and asked him if he was going to use his head at all. Dicer was shocked that the guy managed to get so close. He didn't even notice his fist until it was right in front of his eyes. The next moment, a fist punch knocked Dicer back. He fell to the ground with a crash. However, before he could recover, another attack approached him. Joo-hyuk was preparing to kick Dicer with his foot, and his expression was crazy. In a split second, Dicer was able to dodge the blow. The incredible force of the attack shook the ground under his feet. Takara breathed a sigh of relief that he had managed to dodge it. Kim Joo-hyuk told his opponent that it was a great success that he was able to dodge it. Ventric was very angry at these words of Dicer's. In his surprise, he asked the boy what he had just done. The boy mockingly recalled that he had won first place in Valhalla, and Diker should have known about it. Because of this mockery, Dicer's face immediately became angry, and he wondered what this guy had been using to become so strong. Next came a story about the memories of Dicer's past. He was forced to take elixirs to raise his family's status, even if it was only slightly. The boy's talent was his innate inclination to drink elixirs. The boy's parents used him to improve the status of their family. Dicer could drink any elixir that was given to him. His parents fed him elixirs worth hundreds of millions of dollars per flask. At the age of 16, Dicer became much stronger than a normal adult. Her parents wanted to use him to achieve recognition, but their plans were not to be. The 16-year-old boy turned into a real demon. He did not want to live his entire life under the control of his parents. So when the boy became very strong, he ruthlessly killed them. He believed that, with his enormous power, he shouldn't have to worry about his family's recognition. Dicer was a real pain in the ass for the entire Ventricle family. The boy was kicked out of the family by a woman who considered herself the head of the family. But he didn't care. He believed that money solved most problems in this world, and he became bolder after his ties to his family were severed. Dysera accepted Rodkill's offer not only because of money, but also because of his personal interest in Kim Joo-hyuk. Due to the guy's popularity on social media, Dicer found out that he was the one who used profanity to drive the guild guides away. Before the fight, Dicer thought he was just going to have fun with the guy. However, his situation was clearly not so amusing. Now he was afraid of the guy he had to face. He asked the boy what drugs he had taken to become so strong, believing that some cheap elixirs would not help such an orphan. Joo-hyuk didn't expect to get a stupid question. After I mentioned drugs, he started laughing out loud. He was surprised that Dicer seriously thought he was taking drugs. The guy guessed that Dysera's strength was in her substance abuse. He replied by asking if the boy had become stronger without the help of any elixirs. Joo-hyuk said no, he had become so strong through training. He said to the guy that he wanted to compare him to his classmate, but thought it would be impolite to compare a naturally muscular guy with a dumbass like him. Dicer was very angry at these words and immediately wanted to kill the boy. He had a thing that he was not allowed to use here, but he decided to do it. The guy pulled a small blade out of his pocket, after which his body was enveloped in an ominous aura. Kim Joo-hyuk was surprised by the influx of this magical power. Dicer could feel his strength growing with the help of magic. He began to say something to Kim Joo-hyuk. The guy asked if he really thought he would let him go so easily. But before he could finish, Ji-hyuk attacked him. Attacking him, he called him a dumbass. He asked why they always talk so much before an attack. The guy's unexpected attack knocked Dicer back. But before he could realize it, he was punched in the face. With this blow, he smashed Dysera's face against a tree. The guy's jaw dropped from such a strong blow. Suffering from pain, he asked the guy to stop. Joo-hyuk took the attacker by the hair and said that he could not kill him yet. He would have forgiven him if all he had done was to get into a fight. But the guy said he wouldn't let him go that easily. Tensing his fist, he said to the boy that he wanted to ask him something. Before that, he told him to clench his teeth. Rodkill Ventric was sitting on the couch, waiting for news from Dicer. He thought that Dicer had already dealt with Kim Ji-hyuk, and given his character, he may have killed him. He'll have to clean up after him, but it's good that it's not on the academy grounds, and the fact that the boy went outside at such a beautiful time made it much easier for him to wait. He leaned on the back of the sofa and called for the maid Uria. Rodkill told her to get the car ready. He was distracted by the sound of a call on his phone. It was a call from Dicer, which he had been waiting for so long. He picked up the phone and asked if the guy had already dealt with Kim Joo-hyuk. However, for some time only silence was heard on the other end of the phone. After that, I heard heavy exhalations, which really embarrassed the guy. Joo-hyuk said to him that he must have guessed what happened, given how much his jaw had dropped. On the other side, Joo-hyuk was sitting next to Dicer, holding the phone. He said into the phone that he would try to translate what his brother was trying to say with heavy sighs. His translation was, if he dies, burn 2 incense sticks for him. Joo-hyuk warned Rodkill to wait for him. After these words, Rodkill Ventric hung up the phone. It made Kim Joo-hyuk angry. It was rude, because he didn't say everything. Looking at the boy, he wondered what to do with him next. At that time, Yuri's maid Felix prepared tea for Rodkill. She came over and apologized, saying that his tea was ready, but Rodkill shouted at her to leave him here and go away. The girl quietly put the tea on the table and left. The situation was out of control, so it was only a matter of time before the news reached the Ventric family. However, the guy reassured himself that on the other hand, things might not be so bad. He believed that because the boy was an orphan, he would not be able to get to Rodkill. The guy decided not to tell anyone about what happened for a while. He would just have to watch. Joo-hyuk continued to walk calmly around the neighborhood. Barsh asked the boy if he would really just leave the attacker there. To which the boy replied that when the time came, he would tell about the incident. Barsh asked why the guy didn't just kill the attacker. However, the boy emphasized that in his previous life, he would have done so. But because he was Joo Hyuk's high school student, not Kim Hyuno's, he would have gotten into trouble. Barsh thought that this behavior was really like him, and added that there was something he was worried about. He was worried about the magic that the guy released when he was preparing to attack. This magic seemed very familiar to him. If Dicer had released more magic, he would have been able to confirm this with certainty. But even so, he felt that he had already encountered such magic. Joo Hyuk said that 300 years ago, monsters sacrificed dogs and cows to use this kind of black magic. After the boy's answer, Barch said that he clearly knew how to distinguish people by their magic, a reproach that irritated the boy. Joo Hyuk suggested that perhaps the hidden side of the blade that the boy wanted to use was related to this power. Joo Hyuk recalled asking the boy about the person who ordered him to attack him. Dicer tried to say something, but he couldn't. The guy realized that it was because he had dislocated his jaw, so he decided to put it back in place with his own hands. He warned Dicer that it might hurt a little. After that, he asked the guy again who ordered the attack. After a few seconds of silence, the guy accused me of putting his jaw in his mouth to make him give answers. So he took his hand and asked him if he thought he could keep silent. Dicer wondered why the boy was holding his fingers, and a moment later, he screamed from the pain in his several broken fingers. After that, Dicer admitted that his client was Rodkill Ventric. The guy said it could have been that blonde guy, but now he's sure. Joo Hyuk asked the attacker who he was and where he was from. He didn't look like a student of Valhalla. He was surprised that Joo Hyuk was asking him about it, and said that he might not like what he heard. Joo Hyuk took these words as a request to break a few more fingers. Frightened, the guy immediately replied that he was a dicer of the first kind. He takes on many orders as a hired killer. The guy remembered that he had heard about the first type somewhere, and replied that the guy was just a miserable hooligan who was paid money. Dicer replied that he was just lucky if he considered them all scum. The constellation worshipped by the first species is the hidden side of the blade, and Dicer was also the one who was bound by contract to the constellation. He added that if he had had a little more time to prepare, the outcome of the fight would have been completely different. Joo Hyuk was annoyed that this guy liked to talk so much. He would have just left him alone if he had just shut up and told him who he was involved with. After these words, he put his fingers on Dicer's face. With a crazed expression on his face, he told the boy to shut up, and a pitiful cry rang out. While looking for information about the first species, he came across many opinions that they were evil communities. Because of this incident, the boy was annoyed that he could not find his hiding places. He was thinking about how to get rid of Rodkill, who was causing him so many problems. To fight it, he decided to use modern methods. During the battle, he managed to record all of Desera's confessions. So all that was left was to upload them somewhere. Instructor Lilia was surprised to receive a call from Kim Joo Hyuk. She picked up the phone with excitement and immediately asked if he was calling because he had agreed to work as her assistant. However, he disappointed her by refusing and asked if she knew any reporters. The next day, the reporters uploaded an article about the attempted murder of student Valhalla by the Ventric family. The whole internet was buzzing with such unexpected news. Joo Hyuk read articles related to his statement about the attack on him by a member of the Ventric family. In the comments, people supported Joo Hyuk and condemned the actions of the Ventric family. Reading all this, the guy was amazed at how modern information warfare works. Barsh noticed that as a person who lived 300 years ago, the boy adapted very well to modern culture. Joo Hyuk replied that it was really hard for him. After reincarnation, he mainly focused on getting used to everything by watching the news. Thanks to this, he was able to become who he is today, but something disappointed him. The guy just wanted to frame Rodkill, but journalists were quick to report it and ruin the reputation of the Ventric family. The reporter that Ms. Lilia introduced the boy to was a fairly reputable figure because the story had gotten such a response. He stumbled upon a live broadcast of the Ventricle family's position statement on the incident. The interview was conducted by the clan's vice president, Adelia Ventric. She apologized to the injured student and the Valhalla Academy, and then Adelia announced the official position of the Ventrica family on the incident. First of all, the woman said that the attack was carried out by Dicer, who had been expelled from the Ventric family. The woman recalled that in Dicer's confession, according to the victim, it was written that Rodkill Ventric ordered him to kill the boy, but afterwards, Dicer testified that it was a lie, as an attempt to prevent a difficult situation, so they believed that the Ventric family played no role in this incident. Dicer had once belonged to the Ventric family, although he was expelled, so she felt it was her moral obligation to visit and apologize to the victim. Their family also suggests that Rodkill, who is studying at the Valhalla Academy, could have been otherwise connected to the perpetrator. So they will call him home and conduct their own investigation, and they will work hard to make sure that no one has any doubts. With these words, the head of the family, Adelia Ventric, finished giving the interview and was about to leave. The reporters wanted to know what kind of apology she would offer to the victim. But the woman was not going to answer the question and silently left the podium. Rodkill's whole body was shaking as he watched this interview. Immediately after Adelia's presentation, the boy received a call from his father. He told him to return to England immediately. Rodkill replied that he understood and hung up. He was very angry after everything that happened. The next day, the Valhalla building was clearly illuminated by the morning sun. Ju Hyuk came across a video with Dicer's knowledge of Ventrica. In it, the guy said that the Ventric family was not responsible for anything. He was the only one to blame. Ju Hyuk did not understand why Diker suppressed his pride in this confession. He was angry, and the lowliness of the Ventric family was extremely annoying. He recalled that the vice president said she would come and personally apologize to him, which would be very embarrassing for the guy. The boy stopped and looked at the teacher's office. Classes were already over, so he wondered if he should ask one person for help. The school corridor has been transformed into a spacious Valhalla cafe. The instructor Lilia sat with an extremely pleased face. Before she could say anything, Kim Ju-hyuk immediately rejected her. He immediately guessed that the woman was going to ask her to become her assistant, and the instructor was surprised that he had anticipated their intentions. She asked why he had called her, since she was such a busy person. She shouted out if it was a date. But the guy shattered her dreams, telling her to come to her senses. Lilia was surprised that he spoke to her so informally. But Ju-hyuk noted that they had been talking like this for some time. He added that he didn't call the instructor because he was bored. He thanked her for introducing him to the reporter. As a sign of gratitude, he decided to give her some information on how to fight monsters, and the woman jumped in surprise. Ju-hyuk asked Lilia if she could help him leave the academy this weekend. She replied that if he became her assistant, she would allow him to go out every day. But the boy again refused the offer. At the time, the transport ship with prisoners was moving through the North Pacific Ocean. In his cell on board, prisoner Dicer Ventric was sitting. He was angry because he was put on a ship and treated like luggage. He realized that he was being transferred to a prison tower in the center of the North Pacific. It was a prison created by the S-class constellation, which transforms all contract soldiers into ordinary people. But Dicer didn't care. All he had to do was shut up and make sure Rodkill could stay with the Ventric family. If he keeps quiet, his sentence will be reduced to 5 years. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for him. 5 years seemed like an insignificantly short time for the guy. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that the boy's face was too ugly. Desera was scared that someone else was there besides him. A moment later, blood poured out of his throat like a fountain. The guy screamed in exhaustion from the unexpected cut. He saw a dark figure of a man with a knife in his hand. The bloody man told the boy to die, that the first species did not need people like him. After these words, Dicer's head fell to the floor. The man disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the bloody corpse of Desera Ventric. The story is transferred to the luxurious estate of the Ventric family. The vice president looked forward in anger. Rodkill and his father, Eden Ventric, stood in front of the woman, bowing. Adelia turned to Rodkill in an angry voice. Cold sweat ran down the boy's face. He responded to her appeal with fright. The woman asked the young man what he was going to do next. Rodkill's only words of apology came from his mouth. Adelia asked him if he really thought that this apology would fix anything. It only irritated the woman. She asked the boy to tell her more about what made him do it. The woman asked him if he intended to deal with Kim Ju-hyuk. He nodded in the affirmative. In an imperious tone, she said that they were really stupid if they thought that was the explanation she wanted to hear. Standing up, she said that Rodkill acted on his own, not because the boy had insulted the Ventric family, but because the boy's personal pride was actually offended. The woman accused Rodkill of causing the Ventric family to be disgraced. In a creepy voice, she turned to the boy and asked what they should do next. Rodkill's entire body was covered with ants. On his knees, he begged that he would do everything to restore the dishonor of their family. The vice president wondered what he was talking about. The woman said that the only way to restore the family's honor would be to expel Rodkill from the family. My father interrupted the conversation, saying that this was too severe a punishment. The woman asked Eden if he also wanted to be expelled from the family. Adelia wondered what she would have preferred if the boyfriend had been killed right now. But in such a scenario, it would have become clear that Ro was the one who ordered Dicer to kill Kim Ju-hyuk. The whole situation was very annoying for Vice President Adelia. The girl turned to Rodkill and said that she would not exclude him from the family for the time being. That is, she ordered him to return to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. After the woman meets Kim Ju-hyuk, she will think it over. Lowering his head to the floor, Rodkill thanked the vice president for the decision. Their conversation came to an end, and the woman told him to get out. Rodkill and his father were walking tensely toward the exit of the estate. Eden emphasized that his son should be quiet from now on and not do anything rash. Rodkill asked if his father had heard what the head of the family had said. He added that sooner or later he would be kicked out of his family. But the media is now closely following them, so he can't do anything. When things got better, the guy was going to do something that no one expected. However, he still had some things to finish, and this situation only slowed him down. The boy told his father that he had to help him. His father understood and said that he had to keep it a secret. The next day came, and the sun shone brightly on the Valhalla Academy. Inside the academy, Kim Ligon and Ju Hyuk were sitting in an interrogation room. They were talking about how the head of the Ventric family would soon come here because she was going to apologize to the boy. The guy said that he had nothing to do with the head of the family because she said that her family was not involved in the incident. Even though she made this statement, she still decided to apologize for it. She even came to Korea. Ju Hyuk thought that the ventricle family wanted to prevent Rodkill's punishment, so they had no other choice. This situation was very depressing for him. The teacher said that he and senior instructor Lee Sangchul were also concerned about the situation. First, a student from Valhalla was attacked, and then the attacker confessed that he had been ordered to do so by Rodkill. Ligon couldn't believe that they really wanted to protect their family's reputation by humiliating the boy's recorded confession. So they wanted to hide the whole truth. To protect the students of the academy, Rodkill should have been expelled. But not long ago, the Ventric family donated a large sum of money. Therefore, it is likely that the academy will turn a blind eye to this, since most of Valhalla's funding comes from donations from large families. The guy realized the situation and said he would talk to the so-called head of the family. Kim Ligon was surprised that the boy had such a normal reaction. However, Ju Hyuk replied that he had always been normal. There was a knock at the door. Adelia Ventric came in, and Kim Ligon said he would let her in. He added that he would be leaving and wished them a pleasant conversation. The door opened, and the instructor bowed tensely in front of her. He said they could take their time, and the head thanked him for his hospitality. The woman entered the room and looked at Kim Ju Hyuk. She introduced herself as the head of the Ventric family and said she was pleased to meet him. The guy replied that he was also pleased to meet him. With an angelic smile, the head of the clan sat down on the sofa. Kim Ju Hyuk watched her with his hands in his pockets. The woman started talking about the attack that Dicer had committed. She got up from the couch and bowed in front of the guy, apologizing for it. The guy replied that the woman said she would take care of it, so it didn't matter. Adelia added that she had also heard that Rodkill had caused trouble for a boy at the academy, but the boy denied that it had happened only once. Ju Hyuk said that he had nothing to say because the woman said that Rodkill had nothing to do with the incident. However, the head of the clan intended to talk to him about her statement in an interview. Their family issued a statement after their reputation was tarnished, but they were still in a situation where neither the media nor the public believed them. The guy wondered what she was hoping for, because everything she said was not true. By talking about this, the woman wanted to create an opportunity to resolve these misunderstandings. She asked if Kim Ju Hyuk could help them. The guy immediately refused, but the woman was expecting such a response. Adelia promised that if he helped her, their family would provide full support until he graduated from the academy. Then, she would recommend the boy to the guild they sponsor so that they can continue to support him after the academy, and he could become the best hunter in Korea. The guy asked if it would be over if he made his statement. Ju Hyuk started to mock the fact that they were willing to do so much to silence him, which proves that the family's really desperate. This audacity began to irritate the vice president. The guy was angry that they were pretending that nothing had happened. He had no reason to play along. He stated that he did not want a reward. All he wanted was to see the Ventric family disgraced. From an angelic voice, Adelia's tone of voice changed to fury. Her ominous aura enveloped the room, and she reproached Ju Hyuk for daring to speak to her like that. He was amused that the woman had finally shown her true colors. She said that she came to this academy to make him comfortable, but he dared to behave so arrogantly. She threatened that she should have just killed him. She wanted to be noble and give him a chance, but the guy just gave him up. To further anger the woman, Kim Ju Hyuk told her to try to kill him. The vice president did not understand what this guy was saying. He reproached the woman for saying earlier that the Ventric family had absolutely nothing to do with the attack on him. But to back up this lie, she wanted to invest a huge amount of money and time in him, and now she just wants to kill him. The guy ended it with the phrase that this was all she could do, that she would not be able to do it. The atmosphere around the woman became even more oppressive. He reproached her that even if she attacked him, she would not be able to kill him. After all these words, the head of the Ventric clan, full of rage, stood up from the couch. The oppressive atmosphere around her faded, and she calmly turned to the boy. As she was leaving the room, she told the boy that she would make him regret what he had said today. In the end, she was unable to accomplish anything, but just talked incessantly. Barchi approached the boy and asked if he really thought he had done the right thing. To this question, the guy replied that he hated ignorant people, who think that everyone should worship them the most. Kim Ju Hyuk guessed about the clan leader's future intentions. He added in passing that this is also why he hates bars. Since there were no more classes today, he decided to go to the gym much earlier. Outside, the sun was brightly illuminating the outskirts of the city. Ju Hyuk was heading to the gym while watching the news on his phone. However, when he almost reached the hall, he saw that Choi Arin was also there. The girl was talking to some guy. Her interlocutor was Choi Jineon, the eldest son of the Chojin family. He asked the girl if she still really thought she could win. He also added that it would not make sense. No matter how hard the girl trains in Valhalla, it would be useless. So if she wanted to remain a member of the family, he told her not to come to the qualifying test this weekend. He backed this up with the fact that he did not want to see the girl humiliated. But the girl haughtily refused. He said that she really didn't understand what was going on and why she was refusing when he was giving her one last chance. But she sternly replied that he was a fool and didn't understand what was going on. Jineon was shocked that the girl had called him names. Ju Hyuk appeared and immediately asked the boy why he was so eager to stop someone who had invested so much of his work. Aaron's brother was surprised that the guy didn't even know him and dared to be rude to him. Ju Hyuk replied that he didn't care who was in front of him, whether it was the king, the president, or anyone else. He told the boy to leave the academy if that was all he had to say. Ju Hyuk asked Choi Arin if she agreed with him. The girl nodded her head in agreement. He was furious at the rudeness and told Choi Arin that they would see each other at the test. After these words, the eldest son of the family captain strode away from the academy. The girl thanked the guy and he offered to go for a workout. She added that when the guy asked her if she agreed, she wanted to answer differently. The guy asked her how she would answer, and the girl's lips started to use foul language and he asked her to stop. They went to practice, saying that he wouldn't be able to come on the weekend because he would be on a business trip. But today, they would do their best to train. A few days passed, and the landscape of nature and city life appealed to each other. In these mountains, Kim Hyuk wandered in search of marks. Barsha asked if the boy was looking for his hiding places again. The god of destruction did not understand why the boy had found many relics and jewelry in the previous hiding place. But the boy wanted to know how many hiding places were left. He believed that if he found them, there must still be something truly amazing in the hiding places. He believed that if he found them, he would be able to overcome all the shortcomings from his time as Kim Hyuno. After these words, he told Bars that if he had met him earlier than 300 years ago, he would not have killed him. Many reporters gathered near the Chojin family estate. All of them gathered because today was the Chojin family's qualifying test. Aaron and Jineon stood at attention in front of clan head Choi Jong-sok. So he announced that the selection test was starting for them. As before, he emphasized that if they passed the selection test, they would be recognized as heirs, and those who failed would be expelled from the family. He asked the test participants again if they were ready. The boy and the girl answered simultaneously that they were ready. The task of this test was to find a double blade hidden in the mountains. The participant who finds the double blade and brings it to the head will be recognized as the winner of this qualifying test. It didn't matter how they got the double blade. However, killing others was strictly forbidden. After the start was announced, the participants stepped forward. Arin ran forward while her opponent was thinking that this was not a test of speed. His plan was that when the girl found the double blade, he would simply take it away from Arin. Thus, Jizenon expected to win this test. He recalled the events that took place after he left the academy, after his conversation with Arin. After that, someone called his cell phone. He picked up the phone and answered that it was Choi Jineon speaking. On the other end of the phone, they asked what happened to the double blade. The guy replied that he needed to pass a qualifying test, so it would take a little longer. His interlocutor reproached him for talking about this qualifying test for the second time. He asked if the boy knew he was late, and Jineon immediately apologized. He asked if he could get the blade. Would the other man keep his promises? The man replied that the promise they had made to the constellation would definitely be fulfilled. He advised him to just focus on his goal. For the guy, this selection was his last chance to get a double blade. After a while, he went in search of Choi Arin. The girl was already far away in the mountains, looking for traces of the blade. She could feel the trace of the double blade's magic, so she needed to concentrate. She estimated that it would take her about 15 minutes, and she had just come across the blade's trail when something distracted her. Arin's older brother, Choi Jineon, was approaching. He realized that the girl was looking for the blade using magical traces and asked who taught her how to do it. Holding the hilt of the sword, the girl replied that Ju Hyuk had taught her this. Arin began to remember exactly how it happened. The guy assumed that the girl knew the basics of magic control. After all, Choi Arin already had the power of lightning flashes. He told her to start practicing the magical control field in a small space, and the girl clarified how to do it. He wondered why the girl was asking him this, because she should have been taught this in her family. However, with a sad expression on her face, the girl did not say a word. He asked her if all she knew was how to borrow the power of the constellation and how to collect magical energy, and Arin nodded. The guy also added that he was not very good at it himself. At first, she had to relax her whole body and use her fingertips and toes to spread her magic a little. We had to distribute the magic slowly. Now, Ju-hyuk said that the girl in this state should try to feel the magic in the air. She froze in place and focused on the sensations. A strong flow of magic was felt from Kim Ju-hyuk. Choi Arin immediately felt his fiery form. The girl was very exhausted by this lesson, but then the boy asked if she had managed to feel anything. Arin replied that she was able to see a form of magic surrounding the boy. This is one of the ways to feel magic. When you can notice even weak magical energy flowing out of the body, it's one of those things that can be done with precise control. He added that the more often a girl uses it, the easier it will be for her to feel the remnants of magic on the ground or in the air. If she is able to see things with magic, she can also determine what form the magic traces take. If a girl trains, she will be able to see silhouettes clearly. But she has to learn everything else on her own. Jinanon wondered who Ju-hyuk was, and then remembered. He asked the girl if this was the guy who was next to her earlier, and added that he had a strong talent, but he looked rather stupid. Arin replied that Ju-hyuk was much stronger than a fool like her brother. After these words, she asked him why he had come here. The young man put his hand on the hilt of the sword and began to take it out of the case. At that moment, he immediately attacked his rival. However, the girl managed to push her brother away. She even managed to repel his surprise attack. He was worried that the girl had become so strong. Arin stood still and prepared for the coming attack. At this time, Kim Ju-hyuk was not far away, focused on finding his hiding places. He had already hoped that he would not be able to find a hiding place, and that Valhalla had only one intact. But then a bright blue blob of magic appeared nearby. The guy managed to find another hiding place. But immediately afterward, a noise distracted him. He saw magic being used near him. At the time, Choi Arin continued to fight with her brother. With all her might, the girl continued to attack the eldest son of the family captain. The guy noticed that thanks to the academy, the girl became much stronger. However, he still insisted that she give up the double blade. He justified this by saying that an illegitimate child does not deserve this and was going to attack. With all her might, the girl prepared to repel the oncoming attack. She turned her sword and stabbed her brother. When he let go of the sword, she hit him with all her might. Choi Janaean was lying exhausted on the ground, in front of Arin's feet. After all these attacks, she was quite tired. She didn't think she would be able to deal him even one blow, but it looks like she defeated him. All she had to do was find a double blade. However, for a moment she froze when she heard her brother's voice again. He asked if Arin really thought she could defeat him. As he stood up, his whole body enveloped in dark magic. He believed that the girl's strength was still laughable. He appeared before Arin again and emphasized that the girl could not defeat the one who had signed a contract with the constellation. He only got hit because he didn't expect it from her. But now, he was going to kill the girl. Arin realized that the magic that enveloped her brother was sinister. She asked Jineon why he was giving off such magic. He was surprised that the girl was asking him this. He attacked her and told her to try to guess why. Arin pulled her sword from its sheath and prepared to deflect the blow. However, this did not help, as the guy managed to dodge her attack. Arin was shocked that her brother turned away from the blow at such close range. The next moment, Jineon attacked the girl with a strong punch. Arin landed loudly on the ground from the impact. She received a wound in her stomach. Her brother came up to her and asked if she was going to get up, but then he added that it would have been better if she hadn't. The wound inflicted by the captain's eldest son began to bleed. Arin shrank back in pain, and her brother told her not to get up, that if she moved, she would die. She asked her brother if, when he mentioned a contract, he meant a contract with an evil constellation. He replied that because he was the leader of the Jeans Guild, the guy had signed a contract with a higher-ranking constellation to save face. But now, he was on the side of the Loyalists. Arin remembered hearing about the organization, and the Loyalists were the third most dangerous group in the world. The girl said that she did not understand why her brother had signed a contract with one of the Loyalists' constellations. Were the benefits of joining them better than just enjoying life? Seeing that the girl was really interested, he told her to listen carefully. As advantages of joining them, he mentioned unlimited power and authority, and the disappearance of the need for feelings. The girl was most impressed by the paragraph about rejecting the need for feelings. His brother said that he joined the guild when he was only 12 years old. At that time, he was only interested in games, but the family expected him to be a model big brother. The reason why he's still in the Jeans Guild is because of his father's observation. Being there was never his own choice. In his teens, he met a man from the devotees. As soon as the boy met him, the man invited him to join them, encouraging him that he would be able to satisfy all his desires that were in his heart. He guessed that the man already knew about his temperament. He described his temperament as a complete disgust for people. But in order to join them, Jineon needed to obtain their family's heirloom, the double blade. He added that if the girl had simply given up, there would have been no second test, and the guy would have automatically received this double blade. Arin was confused that it was already the second test. 10 years ago, the family's eldest daughter, Choi Ajin, took part in the first selection test. When she heard about her older sister, she was shocked. She recalled that Choi Ajin had gone missing during the first qualifying test. However, the words Arin heard next frightened her. Jinaeon admitted that he had killed his sister on the mountain before searching for the double blade. But in the end, he couldn't find the double blade, got injured, and failed the test, and if not for that, he would have joined the Loyalists 10 years ago. The boy left his crippled sister behind, hoping that she would disappear, but his father somehow managed to find and hospitalize Choi Ajin in the hope of saving her. Arin asked where her sister was now, but the guy was surprised that she was asking and said that the girl should disappear. He said that after the incident, the sister's mother fainted. The reason for this was that she saw the image of her eldest daughter in Arin. Now her brother knew where the double blade was and was about to leave. Jinion took up his sword and finally intended to kill Arin. He pointed his sword at the face of the weakened girl. However, something happened that turned all his plans upside down. Kim Joo-hyuk appeared behind the girl and stopped Arin's brother's attack with his sword. He asked Choi Arin's brother what he had just been about to do. Jinaeon told him not to interfere in their family affairs. Jo-hyuk was very angry after hearing the answer. The guy said that it was completely insane to put a knife to his sister's neck, not family matters. After Jo-hyuk's attack, the captain's eldest son flew into a tree. Arin asked the boy why he had come here. Jo-hyuk came to the mountains to find his hiding places. One of them was in this direction, but he did not tell the girl about it. He saw that blood was oozing out from under the spot on her stomach that the girl was covering with her hand. Although he did not show it, the injury made him extremely angry. When the girl asked him, he replied that he had some business to attend to and told her to go away and gather some magic to heal her wound. The rescued girl listened to Joo-hyuk's words. Jinaeon asked the boy if he was the student he had met in Valhalla. He again told the boy not to interfere in his family affairs. After these words, he attacked Jo-hyuk, intending to kill him. His sword was enveloped in flashes of lightning, similar to those that enveloped Choi Arin's sword. He attacked Jo-hyuk, but the boy managed to dodge the blow. Arin's brother was extremely shocked that he failed to carry out the attack. Immediately afterward, Jo-hyuk, without even being naked, struck with his sword. He criticized that one shouldn't aim at a guy who is standing still. The attacker should think that the opponent will be able to dodge. The guy jumped on Arin's brother with the intention of launching another attack. Jinaeon did not think that at the moment he attacked Jo-hyuk, he was ready for it. Jo-hyuk stunned his opponent with a blow of incredible force that even the ground beneath them cracked. Jinaeon lay defeated with a disfigured expression. After the battle, the guy immediately asked Choi Arin if she was okay. He asked the girl if she was able to walk, and Arin was not sure. At that moment, the guy's face became confused. He felt an unusual flow of magic behind him. This sinister magic emanated from the body of Arin's brother, Jinion. Kim Joo-hyuk realized that this guy was also a thief. Jinion picked up a sword and intended to attack the boy. When he attacked, he reproached the boy for saying that an ordinary newcomer to Valhalla would not be able to defeat the guild leader. However, with an impassive face, Joo-hyuk stopped the boy's attack without even drawing his sword. Jinion was angry that, despite the fact that he had struck with magic, Joo-hyuk did not even move. Attacking him, he told him that the fact that Jinion was the leader of the guild would not help him defeat the boy. Jinion was thrown back by the previous attack. He was surprised that the 17-year-old blocked all his attacks and did not even counterattack. He had no choice, so he decided to use this. There were a lot of side effects to what he wanted to use, but he thought that if he took one more hit, he would definitely lose. From his jacket pocket, he took out a stone of the past. Having bitten through it, he had to enter into a preemptive contract with the constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk watched the boy's actions with displeasure. After that, I could feel a huge amount of magical power coming from Arin's brother. This influx of magic caused an earthquake to break out all over the mountains. One of the reporters pointed at something with her index finger. Behind the trees, a stream of sinister magic was visible. The head of the clan also looked in that direction and was shocked. He realized that it was sword magic. It was dense enough to be seen by the general public. There was also a double blade in the place where this stream of magic was visible. The chairman decided that he should go and see what was going on. At that time, the two boys continued their argument. Kim Joo-hyuk watched the boys' actions, but it all ended with Jinion simply strengthening his magic. However, his opponent replied that the guy was dumb enough to realize that it was just an additional effect. This was part of the power he gained through a temporary contract with the constellation. The dragon that was killing everyone recognized the sacred relic and was about to descend, showing his teeth as if he was glad to have come down after such a long time. After that, the dragon activated its all-seeing eye ability. At that moment, the dragon saw that even more terrible magic was emanating from the boy's body. When he saw this, he was not terribly frightened. He blinked and instantly deactivated the all-seeing eye. However, when he opened his eyes, the boy's terrifying aura had not disappeared, and the dragon that was killing everyone panicked and fell into despair. The dragon that was killing everyone shouted that he had to get out of here. Jinganung was shocked that the dragon withdrew the sacred relic's summoning and canceled the contract. After that, the dragon that was killing everyone took his power and fled. All of Aaron's brother's ominous magic power disappeared at once. Ju-hyuk put the tip of his sword to Jineon's body. He asked the boy if he still thought he could kill him. A terrible blow went through his opponent's body. Choi Jineon lay defeated at the feet of Kim Ju-hyuk. The leader of the devotees, the Dragon King Khan Nibel, sat shocked that the dragon who killed everyone told him that he was in big trouble because of the man. He then threatened to ask him if he wanted to leave the world of mortals, and the leader immediately began to apologize. He bowed his head in front of the screen all the way to the floor. The message on the screen emphasized that they should not distribute artificial relics in the future. The last message on the screen was to behave, and then the translucent screen began to disappear. Khan Nibel was shocked by what had happened. He wondered what could have caused the constellation to split apart like that. From the words about the artificial relic, he guessed that the boy he had placed in the Chojin family had done something wrong. The leader of the organization tried to ask the constellation what went wrong. He decided to find out what had happened. Nighttime enveloped the Valhalla dormitory building. Kim Ju-hyuk returned to his room. He was tired of the events that happened today. He started looking for something in his briefcase. He took out a book called The Divine Arts. Barch asked what the book was, and the boy told him that it was the main reason he was looking for his hiding places. It was a breathing technique that helps raise a person's magical power to a very high level. The difference between this breathing technique and his previous one is that his previous technique was worthless. He bought it on the market, learned it, and used it to the end. When Ju-hyuk found these divine arts 300 years ago, he was unable to change his breathing technique because it was ingrained in his body. The boy recalled that in the battle with Barch, he was badly injured because of his poor breathing technique. He ran out of magical power, but thanks to this body, he could start all over again. He intended to stop training his body for a while and start studying the divine arts. The god of destruction asked about the situation that had happened earlier. He reminded the guy that he had left the wounded girl with her crazy brother. The guy said that he left her because he heard someone approaching them, so he decided that they would deal with it themselves. During the last battle, Bars asked the guy if he had killed his opponent. Ju-hyuk hoped that he hadn't killed the boy, because he had already been involved in another incident in Valhalla, so he would be in trouble if someone found out about this incident. There were tiny traces of magic on Aaron's brother's body, so he had to survive. Then he asked Aaron if she could stand up and wanted to give her his hand, but at that moment, he heard someone approaching. He thought that Choi Arin's family was already on their way after seeing the sword's magic. This made it difficult to find the hiding places. After thinking about the situation for a while, Ju-hyuk turned to the girl, telling her to sit and wait for her family to get here, and added that he had something to do in this place, so he had to leave. Finally, he asked Aaron to say that she had defeated her brother, and added that her brother was just fainting because the guy had overdone it a bit. Ju-hyuk said goodbye to the girl and left. Arin understood everything and also said goodbye to the guy just as her family arrived. Ju-hyuk hoped that once he mastered the divine arts, he would return the remaining guardian stones. He recalled that the last time he absorbed the magical power hidden in them, he failed to absorb all of it because of his low magical ability. After all the thinking, he turned off the light and went to rest. However, at that time, the Chojin family was still awake. All family members gathered around the table to discuss today's events. The head began by telling us that because of the reporters who came to film the test, articles about today's events appeared immediately. He asked his interlocutors whether they had already read them, and they replied that they had already read most of them. The headlines of all the articles began with the fact that the Chojin family was linked to the world's most feared gang of thieves, the Loyalists. Articles with similar titles went viral very quickly. The head of the clan said that he could not believe that there was a criminal in their family. He said that the association had published an official letter, and he had received a statement from them. He added that when this happened to the Ventric family, it had nothing to do with them, so they just kept quiet. But this approach will not work anymore. Jineon was handed over to the police, and a man wearing dark glasses said that Choi Arin had been transferred to the family's own hospital for treatment. The chairman asked about the girl's condition. He was told that the wound was significant, but the bleeding had stopped. Her organs were not damaged, so Aaron would not need any serious surgery, and the head breathed a sigh of relief. Another man added that there are also several articles about Choi Arin. They say that following in the footsteps of Kim Ju-hyuk, Choi Arin destroyed a member of the devotees, and the Valhalla Academy called it the era of genius. The chairman added that the girl also turned against her own family, or there were articles about this as well. Other participants in the discussion added that although it ended in chaos, the next head of the family has already been identified, and articles like this will help her to establish herself as a successor. The chairman replied that they were right. However, at the time he was thinking, it's good that Arin has a legitimate chance of success, but it's very strange that she defeated Jinyan on her own. He began to recall the moments when they found the boy and girl. The wounded Arin was sitting next to her unconscious brother. She explained that her brother had attacked her with sinister magic, so she knocked him out. He asked her how she could defeat him, because there was a lot of magical power over the mountains. At that time, other family members were lifting the wounded Arin. She said that Kim Joo-hyuk taught her this. The head recalled that she was talking about a guy who was famous for openly chasing away guild guides. The next school day at Valhalla Academy began. Kim Joo-hyuk walked into the classroom and grabbed the back of the chair to push it back. However, his attention was diverted by something else. He looked at Cho Arin, who was sitting silently at her desk. He thought that the girl was hospitalized, but if she was here, everything should be fine. The girl turned and waved to Joo-hyuk. Behind him were two boys, one of whom thought Cho Arin had smiled and waved at him, but the other told him to stop dreaming. It would never happen. He recalled how he had mastered the divine arts technique yesterday. Then he suddenly received several messages on his phone. Arin wrote to her boyfriend that she would not be able to attend training for a while because her doctor had forbidden her to exercise, which was to be expected. He told the girl that he would be doing his own thing for the next few days, so she could do what she wanted. And Arin started spamming with nodding rabbits. Then Barchi approached him with a message that there was something he should know. The black magic they encountered seemed familiar to the god of destruction. Joo-hyuk asked him if he remembered anything about this magic. Barch said that he felt like something was blocking his memories when he thought about it. The guy asked if it could be because of the bad guy Barch mentioned last time. The god of destruction thought this was possible, and also suggested that if he could fulfill the second condition, it could help overcome this mental block. Joo-hyuk recalled that the second condition was the Eye of the Great Forest, which he considered to be just an area for assessing students' performance, and the final exam was also held there. He then suggested that people with the lowest total scores for the midterm and final exams would be expelled from the academy. He was disappointed that all he had to do was wait for the final exam, but he still needed some time to get used to it, and then he would go in search of the Eye of the Great Forest. Instructor Kim Legan came into the classroom and told everyone to take their seats. Before the lesson began, he announced that he would make a short announcement. The instructor asked if everyone knew about the competition between the academies that would take place next month. The students answered in the affirmative. Joo-hyuk was not impressed by this news, and Bars reminded him that the instructor was talking about the competition between the academies after the midterm exam. The teacher announced that they were going to select the best students based on the results of the midterm exams. After that, he told Kim Joo-hyuk to follow him to the office, and the boy was surprised that he was the one who was called. The instructor said that they met quite often in his office, to which the boy replied that they kept inviting him here. He confirmed this and started a conversation about the boys' participation in competitions between the academies. However, before the instructor could go on, Joo-hyuk immediately refused to participate. He asked what kind of competition it was, so the teacher started explaining everything again. This is a competition between the three largest hunting schools in the world. In Korea, it is called Valhalla. China was represented by the White Lotus Academy. In the United States of America, such an educational institution was an academy called Heroes. Each of the three academies invites several freshmen as representatives. Competitions include sparring, maze escape, and more. So, Valhalla plans to send those who scored the highest in the practical exam. Listening to all this information, Joo-hyuk felt like taking a nap. The instructor also said that if the academy took first place, all participants and not only would receive scholarships, but Joo-hyuk was not interested in being showered with money. Teacher Kim Ligon was embarrassed by the boy's reaction. However, he added that he knew that the boy wanted to get into the Eye of the Great Forest. Joo-hyuk was shocked by these words. The Eye of the Great Forest was the place where the final exams were to be held. The last test in the competition will be the entrance to the Eye of the Great Forest, and those who complete this task will be exempt from the final exam. The instructor added that if Joo-hyuk couldn't pass it, he would have to wait for the final exam. The boy understood that. Full of enthusiasm, he replied that he would take part in this competition. Meanwhile, at the Ventricle family estate, Adelia talked to the servants. The head of the Ventric family asked them how the training was going. They told their mistress that everything was going smoothly. After that, they added that the preparation would take about a month. Adelia told them to keep up the good work. She asked how Rodkill was doing now, but there were no violations that could be reported. The woman told them to notify her immediately if something went wrong. One of the servants said that there was some important news that he had to learn. He said that the construction of a building made of paper banknotes had begun at the market, and they believed that the black cat was directly responsible for this. Adelia wondered what it could mean because he had never done anything like that. A translucent screen appeared in front of the woman with a message to tell the constellation about everything in more detail. At that time, construction was in full swing in the 7th area of the market. The black cat watched this process from his huge window. He told the constellation that they would do whatever it told them to do. However, he did not understand the purpose of constructing a building made entirely of paper bills. Constellation replied that this building would be a gift. He was surprised by this message and wondered who this gift could be for. After that, a message appeared on the translucent screen asking if they had found the person who had sold the ring. The black cat replied that so far they hadn't succeeded in all that the seller had pointed out to him, which were the basic facial features and voice. But since all of the customer's contact information was recorded that day, they looked through all available records to find him. Behind the black cat, a message appeared with the repeated word, "Hurry up." At the time, Instructor Leehan was sitting at his desk in the teacher's office. In the process, something disturbed him. A senior instructor approached the man and asked if he had chosen all the participants for the competition. Leegan replied that everything was ready and showed the list of participants to Lee Sangchul. Apart from Yoongjin, all the other participants were from his class. It was a surprise to the senior instructor that Kim Joo-hyuk would also participate. The instructor said that at first the boy was reluctant, but as soon as he told him that the competition would be held on the territory of the Eye of the Great Forest, he immediately changed his mind. Lee Sangchul replied that it was strange most people would hesitate when they heard that. He assumed that maybe the boy did not know what the Eye of the Great Forest was, because he slept during every lesson when something was explained. However, he thought that the boy was attending the academy for some ulterior motives. He offered to give the students a small training session. Instructor Leegan said he would take care of it to free up their schedule. Lee Sangchul wished the instructor good luck and left. A few days later, all 5 participants gathered in the small hall of the Valhalla. The senior instructor opened the door and entered the room. He saw that all 5 students were sitting in the room, so he started. The instructor said that he was sure the students had already seen him during the midterm exams and introduced himself again. Lee Sangchul emphasized that the reason he gathered them here is related to the competition between the academies. Today, he will tell them about the training they should undergo. He told the students that they would have to complete 3 tasks. The first task was a duel between the students. It was similar to the entrance test they were taking. The second task was a team battle, 5 academy members in one team against other academies. It was a task where all 3 teams would compete at the same time, so the captain's ability to navigate the situation was important. The third task included the Eye of the Great Forest. The instructor emphasized that he would not be able to give the students much information about him as he had an exam ahead of him. He said that the Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth full of giant trees. The gates to it are guarded, so anyone who wants to enter will be detained. You can get there only through the official gate. Each team will enter the Eye of the Great Forest. A specific task will be given to them on the day of the competition. Then the teacher began to explain the specifics and format of the team battle. The teacher emphasized that they all already had some experience working as a team. But at the time, Joo-hyuk reflected on the fact that they had received very little explanation about the Eye of the Great Forest. The guy assumed that if there was a barrier there, he could break through it, but it looks like it won't be that easy. The instructor finished explaining about team combat and started explaining what their training would look like, before asking the participants if they had any questions. After these words, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately raised his hand. He asked if he could train on his own. The instructor replied that if he wanted to train alone, let him train. It didn't matter. I asked if there were any other questions, and Arin raised her hand and said that she would train on her own. The instructor was surprised that not only Joo-hyuk, but also Arin would be training alone, and he asked if there were any other people who wanted to. There was silence, so he decided that there were no more applicants. He finished and said goodbye until the next training session. All the students except Joo-hyuk and Cho Arin began to leave the room. The guy hoped to absorb all the mana and master the new technique before the competition began, so that when the competition started, he would be prepared. Arin called out to the boy when he was thinking about how he would spend the time he had left to train his body. She asked the boyfriend if she should just join the training, but he was surprised that she was asking him, because she was going to train alone. He added that the girl said she wouldn't be able to train too hard. Then Arin recalled a conversation with instructor Kim Leegan. He knew that the girl hadn't quite recovered from her hospitalization, but he thought he should ask her in person. Then he asked her directly if she was going to participate in the competition. Arin asked if Joo-hyuk would be participating. The instructor was surprised by her question and said that he would. The girl replied that she would also participate then, although her wound had not yet fully healed. She assured the instructor that she would be fine. She was already halfway to becoming the head of the Chojin family. However, thanks to Ju Hyuk, she now has another goal. Now Cho Arin wanted to become stronger. She also wanted to help the boy achieve what he wanted, just as he had helped her. He was nervous that the girl was talking and then suddenly stopped and laughed. In any case, she couldn't have been practicing very hard. The guy recommended that she stick to light walking for most of the workout and keep all her energy to a minimum. Before leaving, he added that when he finished his work, he would help the girl a little more and said goodbye. At that time, in another city, screams were coming from an eerie abandoned building. The beaten man asked to be released. He promised the attackers to give him whatever they wanted. A bald man with a creepy face was holding a knife. The next moment, the knife flew straight into the guy's heart, and at that moment, he bowed his head and died. Lisa's companion reproached the man for not finishing the guy off faster. The two were from the Samsal Alliance, and the hairless man's name was Al. She received a message. She thought it was a new order. Al asked her if they had already sent a new target to kill. The woman showed him an image on her phone. It was Kim Ju-kyung from Valhalla Academy. Lisa pulled the knife out of the guy's dead body. Her partner asked why they were ordered to kill the student, but the woman replied that the client must have paid a lot of money. She added that the client wanted them to kill him in a month, during a competition. Al was unhappy that they couldn't kill him now. But Lisa replied that the security of the academy and the dormitory was very strong. They wouldn't be able to simply break through the barrier. He also noted that there would be participants from other academies during the competition, which could be more dangerous. Lisa answered that on the third day, the competition would be held in a town called the Eye of the Great Forest, in a maze of trees. Students will have to find their way out of it on their own, so there will be no instructors in the forest. The participants will be monitored from above by a large drone, apart from the guards at the entrance, while others will be watching from the observation room. So these two will have to hide and wait for the right moment. Al replied that it wasn't fun, but Lisa emphasized that they would have to do it anyway. A month passed, and the first day of the competition between the academies began. All the students were excited before the start. Rodko Ventric sat tensely in thought. He recalled a phone conversation with his father. Rodko told his father that he had received the money from him and added that he would figure out what to do with the money himself. A moment later, he told his father that he had ordered Kim Ju-hyuk's assassination from the Samsal Alliance, and his father was shocked by the news. The boy replied that there was nothing that could link his father to his actions. Samsal Alliance accepted Rodkil's order. My father recalled hearing about them, especially Il Shin, the head of the Samsal Alliance. It was a team of 3 people who worked together to become invincible. His father told Rodkill not to do anything that would give the boy away. Rodkill promised him that and hung up. The Alliance has already told the guy that they will deal with Ju Hyuk during the competition. So Rodkill decided that he didn't need to stay to watch the competition. He stood up and told Yuri that they were leaving. Mr. Valhalla announced that he was happy to see all the spectators and students. He introduced himself as the chairman of the Valhalla Academy Committee, Shim Dikwon. Before the competition started, he had to introduce all the participants. The first participant was the White Lotus Academy from China. The next was the Heroes Academy from the United States of America. The final participant was the Valhalla Academy from Korea. The man announced that the competition would last for 3 days. Today, the first stage of the duel between the participants would take place. He told the representatives of all the academies to return to their seats and wait to be called. Instructor Lee Sangchul watched the participants from the spectators' stand. He was distracted from his contemplation by a voice addressing the man. Jack Rover, a senior instructor at the Heroes Academy, approached him. He told Lee Sangchul that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man confirmed this, calling the other person his third place. Jack Rover said not to call him that because Valhalla was not the only one who took first place. He went on to add that this year everything will be different. He was sure that the heroes would take first place. Jack asked Lee Sangchul if he knew who the world's strongest contractor was. Valhalla's instructor nodded in the affirmative and said it was the same guy named Logan, who was known as the Destroyer. The instructor of the heroes said that Logan's son was studying at their academy. So Logan Jr. also came to the competition, and Jack Rover gave him the index finger. The son of the greatest contractor was named Logan Jr. He said that he was looking forward to seeing what the boy could do. But Jack added that the boy had already signed a contract with his father's constellation, the destroyer of everything. Lee Sanchul asked if the boy could use destruction in the same way as his father, to which his interlocutor replied that he could, but not as skillfully. Jack added that he had heard that Valhalla's new students were also very strong, especially a guy named Kim Ju-hyuk. The hero's instructor mentioned that the boy caught and beat the thief, and Lee Sangchul confirmed and said that Choi Arin was able to do the same. Jack Rover concluded that they would be great rivals for Logan Jr. because he easily defeats adult contractors. He was surprised that his words had provoked such a lukewarm reaction from Lee Sang-chul. It was announced that the participants of the first round had already been selected. Valhalla's instructor told the interlocutor that he would understand his sluggish reaction after watching the match. The participants of the first round were Kim Joo-hyuk from Valhalla and Logan Jr. from Heroes. Two guys were standing in the ring for a fight. The chairman of the committee announced that the rule for all subsequent matches was the same. The first to knock out his opponent wins. Even if they cause fatal damage, the stadium system will automatically lower it. Instead of lethal damage, an electric charge will be applied, so that the participants are allowed to give their best. When the participants hear the start, the battle will begin. Joo-hyuk didn't understand why the protection system was used, but Barch said that the participants had to be fined to take part in the next tasks. The countdown to the start of the match was already coming to an end. Both guys stood calmly in the ring. After the start was announced, Joo-hyuk attacked his opponent with a punch. However, his attack was immediately stopped. In a supercilious tone, Logan Jr. asked Joo-hyuk if he thought he was really strong, but Joo-hyuk told the boy that he didn't think so, because he still had a long way to go. Logan Jr. replied that the guy was more modest than he thought. His opponent said, "What does modesty have to do with it if he is still growing and cannot consider himself too confident?" After that, he reproached the guy for how long he was going to block his punches. This question confused Logan Jr., so Joo-hyuk didn't waste the moment and struck out at him. He punched the guy right in the body. Logan flew several meters away from such a strong blow. Lee Sang-chul said that the guy was still strong because he thought he would pass out after the first blow. Two instructors watched this spectacle from the spectator stand. Lee Sang-chul, the instructor, said that the guy was really strong if he could withstand Kim Joo-hyuk's punch. Jack Rover replied that he and his students had seen him speak at the commencement ceremonies. But then Kim Joo-hyuk did not seem so strong. However, the instructor of the Heroes still hoped for victory. After all, his ward had not yet had time to use destruction. Logan Jr. synthesized a cloud of mana and sent it at his opponent. However, Kim Joo-hyuk managed to dodge his attack. However, something about the previous attack had excited the guy. Joo-hyuk then kicked his opponent's body, asking what he had just done. Joo-hyuk noticed that Logan had managed to cut off some of his hair, and if he had taken better aim, he would have wounded the boy. Logan felt that after the guy's two previous attacks, he would soon lose consciousness. He knew that if he couldn't strike with destruction, there was no point in using it. But he did not give up because he had another way to win. He concentrated the magic in his hands and directed it to the floor. The ground under the boy's feet began to collapse. Joo-hyuk asked his opponent why he was destroying the floor. After that, Logan hit the floor hard and stone fragments flew into the air. The guy thought that his opponent would not be able to dodge the attacks if he could not see them. He decided to attack Joo-hyuk from the blind spot. However, his opponent immediately realized where he was hiding. Logan caught his eye and was nervous that he had managed to see him. But it was too late. He was not going to back down. But the next moment, a stone fragment hit him in the face. Joo-hyuk approached him and asked if he really expected to hide behind pieces of stone. He then added that the boy should have attacked him directly if he decided to use magic. The next moment, Joo-hyuk punched Logan in the face. Such a strong blow knocked the guy back a few meters. The first round is over, and Kim Jae-hyuk from Valhalla Academy was announced as the winner. The senior instructor was not surprised by what he saw, but Jack Rover was stunned. Instructor Lee Sang-chul emphasized that this guy is really a monster. In the next round, against a student of the Blue Lotus Academy, Hai Lee An, the boy also won. The same thing happened in the next round against Lee Bella from the Heroes Academy. In the final round, his rival was Choi Arin. She said that even though they are both Valhalla students, they made it to the final round, and it looks like the Academy's victory is guaranteed. She then added that there was no reason for this round except to determine the ranking. She asked if she should give in because the winner would receive a scholarship, and she didn't care. The guy said that he didn't care who won either, but it was a great opportunity to demonstrate their skills, so he told the girl not to give in to him. He also added that this is an opportunity for the girl to show how much better she has become thanks to training. Joo-hyuk told Arin to attack with all her might. He would take her injury into account. The girl nodded and touched the hilt of her sword, and lightning magic enveloped her. The girl took her sword out of its sheath and prepared to attack. With a crazy expression on his face, Joo-hyuk was also preparing to strike at his opponent. The chairman of the committee froze in anticipation of the outcome of this match. The instructors of the Valhalla Academy and the Heroes were shocked by what they saw, and Jack Rover grabbed his head. Yoo Seo-young and Oh Sen-yuk were also tense because of what happened in the ring. The unconscious Choi Arin was lying right in front of Kim Joo-hyuk's feet. The final round is over, and Kim Joo-hyuk was declared the winner of all the competitions between the academies this year. Barsha said that the attack was ruthless, although the guy should have taken into account the girl's injury, to which he replied that he really restrained himself because he did not hit her in the stomach. He added that his attack was improvised. The trajectory of the girl's blade was heading for his stomach, so he hit the sword with his fist, and the boy became stronger because he could now hold some mana and increased his reserves. He also added that Cho Arin had also become stronger. The space around Valhalla is shrouded in night. The instructor walked into the room where the students were sitting and asked if everyone was okay, although they were not injured thanks to the protection system. He recommended that they go to the infirmary and get checked out. Ju Hyuk thought it was a waste of time, that he would have to wait another day before he could see the eye of the great forest. As usual, he listened to everything, and Lee Sangchul had already finished his story and told the students to rest. After that, the senior instructor left the room with the students. However, he was stopped when one of the students called him. Kim Ju-hyuk turned to the senior instructor. The instructor asked him if he needed anything. The boy asked his teacher about the team competition tomorrow. He asked if he could finish it early. Would he be able to move on to the next one right away? As this had never happened before, the teacher had to look at the rule book. Lee Sangchul told the student that there are 2 rules. Only 1 test is allowed each day, but there are exceptions. If the test is over quickly, the student can move on to the next one at the discretion of his or her teacher. If the test venue is not ready or the student is in an unsuitable condition, they are given time to prepare. The guy asked the instructor what he thought about it. Then he asked if he could move on to the next test. The instructor replied that if the boy finished early and came to the teacher's room, he would allow him to move on to the next test. He was satisfied with this answer and said goodbye to the instructor. The senior instructor said goodnight in return, and when Ju-hyuk left, he had a look on his face like a madman. Barch asked the boy if he planned to complete the Eye of the Great Forest test tomorrow, and Ju-hyuk nodded and said it was good that he knew about it in advance. Barch assumed that in this way, he wanted to attract students from other academies. However, Ju-hyuk called him a fool, and the boy didn't even think so. The god of destruction apologized and said it was a misunderstanding. Kim Ju-hyuk decided that he had to finish this test as soon as possible. The morning rays of the sun bathed the majestic building of the academy. The chairman of the committee greeted everyone and began to explain the rules of the second test. In this competition, 5 representatives of each team will fight together. It will take place in a mountainous area, so the audience will watch through holographic screens. The flying drone was tasked with broadcasting the entire test. All members of the Valhalla team warmed up before the competition. Yoo Seo-young asked when Kim Ju-hyuk would arrive, as the competition was about to begin. But a moment later, the guy appeared in front of them and apologized for being late. Yoo Seo-young reproached him for coming so late, but he replied that he had overslept. She emphasized that the teacher said he should have come 30 minutes earlier, but the boy said he was thinking about something else at the time. Seo-young continued to curse at him, but Ju-hyuk asked him to stop all the noise. Instead, he said he would take care of the rest. She emphasized that it was a team effort. Soyeon reproached him that because he won the other academy, they would target them, and he wanted to go alone. She asked the others if they agreed with her, but they did not say a word. Only Arin raised her hand, and Soyeon hoped that at least she agreed with her. Arin asked the boy if she could go with him, but he told her to just stay here. Soyeon was annoyed by her reaction. Ju-hyuk told Seo-young to stop chirping and save her energy. He added that he would face another test in the afternoon. Yoo Seo-young did not understand what he was talking about. The guy was about to leave, but the girl tried to talk to him. He replied that he had to prepare for the Eye of the Great Forest. And after his words, the start of the test was announced. The White Lotus Academy team began to move forward. But before they could even speak, Kim Ju-hyuk appeared next to them. The girl with pink hair ordered her team to get ready. The guy told her that she reacted faster than he thought. A translucent screen appeared in front of the student of the Heroes Academy with a message that the White Lotus had been destroyed. He was excited about it because it took only 10 minutes at the beginning of the battle. Logan realized that Kim Ju-hyuk had already headed to the White Lotus. The student of the Heroes intended to be the first to find them, but his partner said he could feel the magic around them. Logan asked if these were Valhalla's students, but was told that it was just one person. He ordered Luke and Dan to keep the magic shield in front of them. He instructed his partner Melissa to prepare a magic circle. Lee Bella was already preparing another magic shield. The guy stood in the middle of the magic circle and prepared to attack. Melissa asked why they needed such protection if it was just one person. Logan replied that if it was Ju-hyuk, then such protection was necessary. Lee Bella added that Melissa doesn't realize how strong this guy was because she didn't fight him. Melissa said that Logan is also strong, but he asked not to compare him to Ju-hyuk. One of the team members said that the magic had disappeared. They assumed that the guy had returned after defeating the White Lotus Academy. They all froze in anticipation of further events. Right above them, Kim Ju-hyuk watched from a tree. Suddenly, Logan Jr. heard a rustling coming from the trees. He barely had time to react to Kim Joo-hyuk's unexpected attack. But the next moment, the tip of the opponent's sword was right in front of his nose. Kim Joo-hyuk jumped out of the tree and attacked Logan Jr. Melissa and Lee Bella were nervous about the unexpected attack. Lee Bella wanted to react, but the guy's next attack was aimed directly at her. He reproached her for being too slow. At that time, Melissa synthesized a manaclot for the attack. She pointed it at the boy, but he dodged the attack. The guy attacked Melissa, asking if she really thought about hitting him with a blob of magic. At that moment, two guys were going to attack Joo-hyuk. However, the young man noticed this and immediately recognized their intentions. His next attack knocked down two opponents. Kim Joo-hyuk defeated all the members of the team of heroes. A translucent screen appeared in front of him with a message that the heroes had been destroyed, and now the boy was going to go to the eye of the great forest. At the time, the chairman of the committee was watching the competition from the observation room. He asked the instructors how it happened that Kim Joo-hyuk completed the team fight in 23 minutes, and clarified that he spent 20 minutes on the road and 3 minutes on the fight. He said that this was a problem because it would ruin their competition schedule. Instructor Lee Chang-sul said that according to the rules, if the competition ends before noon, they can start the next competition. He then added that he would like to discuss the next competition with other academies. The chairman of the committee allowed it and told him to let him know the result when they finished discussing it. The instructor recalled that the boy had asked him yesterday if he would let him go to the next competition if he could do it faster. Instructors Lee Chancel and Jack Rover were walking down the hallway of the Valhalla Academy. Jack Rover said that the heroes are not against starting the next competition, so we need to talk to White Lotus. He also added that after watching the team battle, he didn't think the results would change, so there was no point in postponing the next competition. Now he understood why instructor Lee Chang-sul called Kim Joo-hyuk a monster. The senior instructor reacted with a smile and said he understood Rovera. So they went on to discuss it with White Lotus. In the break room, the students of the Valhalla Academy were waiting for the instructor's decision. Yoo So-young reflected on the fact that she did not expect Kim Joo-hyuk to finish the battle alone. She was going to take the initiative, as their teacher told her to be the team leader, but she couldn't do anything. In addition, she lost to Cho Arin in individual matches. She had heard that Kim Joo-hyuk had taught her, and perhaps that was the reason. She realized that at this rate, she would simply continue to fall behind them. She wondered if she had asked Kim Joo-hyuk to teach her, whether he would have agreed. A moment later, the announcement of the competition began. The students were told that the test, Eye of the Great Forest, which was supposed to be held tomorrow, would take place today at 1300. Everything happened exactly as Kim Joo-hyuk expected. Joo-hyuk said he had something to say before the next competition started. He announced that in the Eye of the Great Forest, he would act independently, each person surviving on his own. After adding that if they had any problems, they could call him, Soyeon was annoyed that he had decided to act alone again. They have already won the two previous challenges, so if they don't get the lowest score, they won't lose. Soyeon assumed that even if it was a survival maze, there shouldn't be many monsters. Joo-hyuk noticed Seo-young's thoughtful face. He asked if she wanted to say something, calling her a bird. She was annoyed that he kept coming up with nicknames for her, but Aaron thought that Birdie was a cute name. At 1300, all the students gathered at the gate of the Eye of the Great Forest Labyrinth. The chairman of the committee announced that the last test of survival in the maze was about to begin. As in the previous test, the audience will watch through holographic screens. Before starting, the chairman began to talk about a more specific task and evaluation criteria for the maze test. He began by saying that the Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth whose shape resembles a forest, as the name suggests. The maze was a unique environment where the rain never stopped, and the monsters were low level, so there were few threatening factors. The real threat to survival was the rain and thick bushes. The test tested the students' ability to survive. Before students enter the maze, they are measured for their body condition and checked again 5 hours later. The closer the student is to the initial state, the higher his or her score, and fights between teams are prohibited. The huge gates of the forest opened to the students. At the time, Lisa and Al from the Samsel Alliance were in an abandoned warehouse. The head of the alliance, Il Shin Ja, under the pseudonym Alia, approached them and said that the students had already entered the Eye of the Great Forest, so they should go there. The magic that supported the two people was blocking the entrance to the maze, so the three decided to deal with them first. After that, they teleported to the maze. Suddenly, something caused surprise on the face of the instructor, Lee Sang-chol. All surveillance cameras stopped broadcasting the competition. The simultaneous failure of all the cameras seemed suspicious to the chairman of the committee. He asked one of the guards if he had contacted the guards at the gate, but the guard said that no one was answering. The senior instructor said that the students might face unexpected problems, so it was decided to enter the maze. All the instructors went to the labyrinth, and what they saw there shocked them. The bodies of the guards were covered with huge debris from the gate. At the time, the students did not even realize that they were in danger. Melissa turned to Logan Jr. and said that Bella was not feeling well. However, Bella objected, saying that the rain was too unexpected and cold. Logan told the girl that if she got hypothermia, she would be eliminated. Even if they couldn't win, he wanted to score high. He decided that they needed to build a hut and hide from the rain. He told Melissa to gather large leaves, Dan and Luke to gather branches. Logan himself was going to level the ground and dig a hole. But suddenly, a large dark ball appeared in front of him. The three from the Samsel Alliance came out of it. Lisa was unhappy that it was raining, and Al said to ignore it. They had to finish the mission. In a creepy voice, Al said that he was going to find Kim Joo-hyuk and kill him. But the guy in front of him was not the intended target. Olya said that she teleported them to the source of strong magic, the only way she could find the boy. Logan did not understand who these people were, but he heard a man say that he wanted to kill Kim Joo-hyuk. He also felt a sinister magic from these people, and realized that the people in front of him were criminals. Lisa said they couldn't leave any witnesses, so they had to deal with Logan. Logan Jr. was preparing to fight them. With all his rage, the guy aimed a bolt of magic at them. However, the next moment, Al's knife pierced the boy's body. He suddenly attacked Logan from behind and stabbed him. Logan Jr. asked the thief how he got behind him. The man was surprised by this question and told the boy to look ahead of him. In front of Logan stood the same man who had struck him from behind. He was shocked that there were two identical people in both places. The double in front of him swung a knife at the boy and stabbed him again, right in the stomach. She left Logan unconscious and soaking in the rain. His partner asked Al if he had killed the guy, but he said no, that he had just left him to bleed out slowly. Before they could move away, they heard a scream behind them. This cry came from Bella, who found the boy's bloody body. Lisa ordered Al to get rid of the witnesses, and he said he would deal with the girl. He asked if he could do whatever he wanted, and Lisa agreed, but on the condition that her husband finish as soon as possible. With a horrified expression on his face, the thief attacked Lee Bella. At that time, Kim Joo-hyuk was moving through the labyrinthine territory of the forest. From the message on the translucent screen, he remembered that he needed to get to Madagai Rona's house. He doubted that there were any houses in this place at all, because there were only bushes and trees around. As he ran past Melissa, he was surprised to see the girl frozen in place. He stopped and decided to find out what had happened. The girl screamed because she saw the wounded bodies of her classmates and a sinister man with a knife in his palms. The thieves became irritated by the fact that there were so many witnesses. However, something behind the girl caught Al's attention. He saw Kim Joo-hyuk standing right behind the frightened Melissa. Lisa said that the target had come to them. Al said that the guy must have run to the girl's screams, and he saw this as an advantage, that he had not killed all the witnesses at once. Joo-hyuk was alerted by the fact that the thief said something about the word target. At that moment, something else caught Kim Joo-hyuk's attention. He saw wounded students from the Heroes Academy lying on the ground. He told Melissa that while he was dealing with the thieves, she should help the wounded. The girl didn't understand at first, but the guy said that her classmates were still alive. He immediately noticed that they had been deliberately stabbed so that they would not die immediately, but he did not understand why they would leave them bleeding to death. He called the thieves wild dogs who ruined his mood. After that, he added, since they had broken in, the guy would get rid of them. Al told the guy that he didn't realize what kind of situation he was in, because now he was stuck in this maze. He told the guy that they had broken in through the only entrance to the maze and disabled the surveillance drones. This means that teachers should have noticed it by now, but they won't be able to get here quickly. Because the thieves completely destroyed the entrance, it will take at least an hour for the teachers to get there. Joo-hyuk was clearly not satisfied that he had only 1 hour. He asked the man if he had really said that the boy had only 1 hour to find the place. Al didn't understand anything the guy said. Both of the thief's doppelgangers rushed at Kim Joo-hyuk. However, Al stuck the knife into the ground instead of into the guy's body. He did not understand where the boy had suddenly disappeared to. But the next moment, Joo-hyuk attacked the thief, threatening to kill him. The tip of Joo-hyuk's sword slashed right into Al's face. This blow sent the thief's body flying back several meters. With a loud crash, his body fell straight to the ground. The man's partners just looked after him. After that, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately rushed to attack them next. He stunned the women by hitting their heads. All three thieves were lying unconscious on the damp ground of the forest. Joo-hyuk told Melissa to use her magic to heal the wounded. If she felt that she was not coping, he told her to run to the west, where Valhalla's students were. The girl began to make every effort to cure her comrades. The next moment, Al came to his senses and got up from the ground. He was surprised to see his partners lying unconscious right next to him. Joo-hyuk told the thief that his comrades were quite weak, but he immediately prepared to attack with a knife. Joo-hyuk turned to Al and reminded him that he had called him a target before he attacked, and that he wanted to know who the customer was. However, the thief said that he was not a beginner to give away the client so easily. The guy said it was strange, because usually people immediately say who sent them. For a second, his opponent was confused, but then he decided to suddenly attack the guy with his double. However, Ju Hyuk again skillfully dodged his attack. This shocked the thief because he attacked with a double, whose presence could not be detected. Ju Hyuk reproached Al for acting like a rat by attacking from behind. He pointed his sword at the thief's face to strike. This happened just as Al was about to make a surprise attack. Ju Hyuk's blade slashed into the thief's face again. The blow caused the bald man's nose to bleed. Kim Ju Hyuk asked the thief again who ordered his murder, but he refused to say. Then, with a crazy expression on his face, the boy threatened the bald man that he would beat him to death. After that, he sent an incredibly strong blow directly at the thief's body. The teachers were in a hurry to help their students. When they got there, they saw that all of them were alive. The students treated the wounded with their magic. The instructor, Jack Rover, asked Logan if he was okay, and the student replied that he had a little difficulty moving, but it was a minor problem. The senior instructor examined the area and tried to understand what had happened. He asked the students what had happened to them. Logan explained that they were suddenly attacked by some thieves, 1 man and 2 women. Hearing that there were 3 people, the instructor suggested that they might have been from the Samsel Alliance, and then he asked where the thieves were now. Logan pointed to the spot where the unconscious criminals were. Lisa's body was lying on the damp ground. The body of her unconscious partner was leaning against a tree. The student said that Kim Ju Hyuk defeated them all. The instructor noticed that the forest landscape around the thieves was destroyed. He was shocked that Kim Ju Hyuk was so strong. Logan confirmed that he had seen the boy fight them until he passed out. Ju Hyuk's strength was truly amazing. They couldn't even touch him. The guy completely destroyed them. Logan realized that when he fought the guy, he didn't even see half of his true strength. He thought he was going to be the strongest of the participants, but it seems that it hurt his pride. Jack Rover told Logan not to be upset, because Kim Ju Hyuk is truly an anomaly. Instructor Lee Sang-chul asked where the 3rd attacker was, and Logan replied that Kim Ju Hyuk was still dealing with her. He and instructor Lilia looked back and saw the girl's head. Kim Ju Hyuk stood in front of the attacker's body and said that he was trying to find out who was behind it and what their goal was. The senior instructor was happy that the guy was okay. The teacher said that they should discuss everything in more detail when they returned to the academy. He added that the teachers would help the injured students and take them to the hospital, and ordered Valhalla students to find the White Lotus and report the situation. That was the end of their competition. Nighttime enveloped the territory of the Valhalla Academy. Kim Ju Hyuk took a shower and was about to go to bed to rest. He is very tired after all the events that happened today. Barcha noticed that the boy had used too much mana to deal with the thieves. But Ju Hyuk was in a good mood because everything went as he wanted. He managed to take the item from Madagai Rona's house, as required by the task. He reached into his pocket to pull out the sphere. Although it was difficult, the guy was happy to get it. He began to recall the events of the day. Il-shin woke up and felt a pain in her head. She heard a voice ordering her to get up. She saw the figure of Kim Ju Hyuk in front of her. He asked the woman what her abilities were. Ju Hyuk guessed that the 3 were from the Samsal Alliance. He recalled that 2 of the participants were fighters, and the 3rd person supported them. The guy guessed that the girl was the person who served as their support. He repeated his question about her abilities and ordered her to answer. Il-shin surrounded herself with a ball of dark magic and said that she would not tell him anything. However, this bullet did not stop the boy from approaching Il-shin. The girl was shocked that Ju Hyuk was able to stop her. After seeing everything, the boy realized what kind of ability Il-shin had. He asked the girl if she had the ability to create a magical space around herself and teleport with it. Her face showed that he was right. After that, he approached her and said that she should help him. With an ominous smile, Ju Hyuk said that if she helped him, he would not do anything to her. So, thanks to the girl's abilities, he managed to get this field. Barch reproached the boy for not keeping his promise, as he knocked the girl out, although he promised that if she helped him, he would not do anything to her. He argued that when he asked her who ordered his murder, she did not confess. Now that Ju Hyuk knew they were from the Samsal Alliance, he could guess who their client was. Of course, it was Rodkill, who had already made 2 attempts to attack the boy with other people's hands. To proceed further, he needed more information. He doubted whether it was worth destroying the Rodkill family if they interfered with him. But whatever the case, he had already found the sphere and completed the previous task. The next task appeared on the translucent screen to meet his lost memories in a dream. The boy was surprised that he would just have to sleep. Barsh assumed that if the boy succeeded in finding his memories, he would also get his back, as he had received a notification with the same task. So Kim Ju Hyuk decided that it was worth a try. He turned off the light and prepared to fall asleep. Ju Hyuk still didn't understand what lost memories she was referring to because he didn't think he had lost any part of his memory. But he still fell asleep, hoping to see something. The dream began with events that happened 300 years ago. The wounded Kim Hyuno leaned against the wall, waiting for his own death. Just like 300 years ago, the stone block was coming at the boy, portending death. And now the fateful second for our hero was about to come. But at that moment, time suddenly stopped. It was not only the stone blocks that stopped. It seemed that the whole world froze at that moment. An unknown being appeared in front of the powerless figure of Kim Hyuno. This being said that it would take care of his name, and that it would take care of the names he was protecting in this world. After that, the unknown figure began to disappear into thin air. After that, the course of time went back to normal, and the same thing happened as 300 years ago. At the fateful moment, the guy woke up from a nightmare. Joo-hyuk was shocked by the events that happened in his dream. He could not believe that these were lost memories. The guy asked Bars if he could remember anything. The god of destruction replied that he was a tiger. Joo-hyuk did not understand this answer. The boy imagined a fluffy, fat tiger, but Barch argued that it wasn't as cute as Joo-hyuk's imagination. The guy asked him if he remembered what it looked like, but Barch said he did not remember any details. The answer of the god of destruction meant that he had not seen the unknown creature, and Joo-hyuk decided that he would find out who it was himself. The guy asked Barch if he could remember his name, or if he had heard his name pronounced, but he was denied. So he assumed that the memories Barch had seen were meaningless, but he was surprised that he did not remember his name. At that moment, a translucent screen appeared in front of him again. The next moment, a message appeared on the screen with the text, "Study of the Great Palace of Ahala Alfredi, Johnny's secret room." The last line contains a request to face the truth. Joo-hyuk didn't understand what kind of palace Ahala was, and what kind of truth he had to face. He decided that after today's training, he would ask Lily about the Great Palace of Akala. The morning rays illuminated the majestic building of the Valhalla Academy. Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi Arin had already been working out in the academy's gym. Along with them, Oh Senyuk was also pumping his muscles in the building. However, something momentarily distracted him from his studies. Yoo So-young approached him and asked why he was here. However, the guy replied that he should have asked why the girl was here. Ashamed, she replied that she thought her reason was similar to his. She had a great sense of pride. But she was a little jealous of Kim Joo-hyuk. However, Oh Senyuk replied that this was not why he was here. He had been involved in weightlifting for a long time, so his stay had nothing to do with Kim Joo-hyuk. He suggested that the reason Seo-young is jealous of Kim Joo is because she lost to Choi Arin. At first, the girl was concerned about this question from her classmate. However, Soyeon admitted that his words were true. The girl began to remember the duel between her and Choi Arin. She was about to pull her sword out of its sheath and strike her opponent. However, Choi Arin steadfastly blocked all of Soyeon's attacks. Then Soyeon was going to strike with her mana. She sent a magical strike directly at her opponent. Arin raised her sword above her head and was about to cut off the oncoming attack. The girl managed to destroy the magic with her blade. Yoo So-young was surprised that Arin was able to do it. Following the previous one, she sent 3 more magical attacks at her opponent. Huge circles of magic were already approaching Choi Arin. She was about to draw her sword again and repel the attack. Arin stopped all 3 of Soyeon's attacks with one cut. This greatly confused her opponent. Before she could recover, Arin was approaching her, preparing to attack. As Arin approached, she launched an attack directly at her opponent's body. This attack knocked Yoo So-young to the ground, and Choi Arin was declared the winner. She told her classmate that thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk's help, Arin had become much stronger since the graduation ceremony. Soyeon constantly trained only her magical power and sword skills, but Arin did strength training, even though no one in her family had ever taught her how to do it. She suggested that this is why Arin was able to develop so quickly. In response to the girl's words, Oh Senyuk said that she should approach Kim Joo-hyuk, not him. Soyeon realized that she needed to get an answer from Joo-hyuk, because she couldn't wait any longer and needed to achieve real results and improve her abilities. So the next moment, she approached Kim Joo-hyuk directly. He asked what the bird needed from him, and the girl was annoyed that he called her a bird again. The girl began her appeal by saying that the guy was already training Arin, so she wanted to read if he could train her too. However, a senior instructor appeared behind her and prevented her from finishing. He asked him if he was busy, and Joo-hyuk replied that he hadn't finished his training yet. The instructor told the boy that when he was done, he should come to his office. There was a person who wanted to see him. Also, that this person said that this was the only chance she would have to see the guy for a long time. Joo-hyuk replied that he understood and would come. Soyeon felt ashamed that she was interrupted again and could not say anything. However, Joo-hyuk addressed the girl, calling her a bird. He told her that if she wanted to train with them, she should ask Choi Arin for a daily routine and follow it. If the girl does well, he might start teaching her. Arin was there and said he would explain everything to her. The guy had already finished training, and at that time the daytime was giving way to evening. He followed the senior instructor to his office. Ju Hyuk asked who wanted to see him and whether this person was going to meet him right now. Lee Sangchul replied that maybe the guy was guessing who it could be. The instructor opened the door to the small hall to let us in. In the hall stood exhausted Rodkill and his maid Yuria. He immediately knelt down in front of the boy and begged to save him. Rodkill repeated his request to save him. Ju Hyuk asked the instructor what the guy was doing here, and Lee Chang-sul replied that he should have realized by now. Then he told him that it was Rodkill who hired the Samsel Alliance. He added that, in addition to being suspected of ordering the previous assassination attempt, this is the second attempt to kill someone, and both times the target was Ju Hyuk. The media put pressure on the man to give up all the information, and now all the headlines are about the Samsel Alliance and the guy who organized the attack on Valhalla. It was Ju Hyuk who leaked the information to the press, asking why he should forgive Rodkill if his family starts cleaning up his mess again. Lee Chang-sul said that the Ventricle family has just issued an official statement. They stated that they had expelled Rodkill from the Ventric family. The instructor added that not only Rodkill, but his father was also expelled. And unlike the previous time, the Ventric family does nothing about the loud headlines from the media. Rodkill now had no defense, and the boy asked him how he imagined that he would save him. Rodkill asked me to give him one chance. Ju Hyuk asked the boy if Rodkill's words would be the only evidence of his intentions. With a wan face, he begged Ju Hyuk to tell everyone that Rodkill was innocent. However, the boy cringed at these screams and said he did not want to do it. Rodkill asked if it was because he hadn't apologized for everything yet. The next moment, he begged Ju Hyuk for forgiveness and said that he would never inconvenience him again. But the guy said he didn't need an apology. Rodkill asked if maybe the guy wanted money, but Ju Hyuk replied that he didn't need the money either. After these words, Rodkill looked back frantically. He grabbed Yuri's wrist and pulled him toward him. The guy offered to give Ju Hyuk the girl instead of apologizing. He emphasized that she was a direct descendant of a noble family in England, and owning her could raise the boy's status. This made Ju Hyuk angry, and he asked Rodkill if he thought that a person could be disposed of as an object. But the guy said that Yuria was his property. He pulled her hair and told them to look at her neck. The spell around her neck was proof that she belonged to him. So he said that if the guy wanted to, he would give Ju Hyuk to Yuri. With a furious expression on his face, the instructor realized that the girl had a taboo spell around her neck. Yuria was sealed by magic, which did not allow her to act against the will of her master. He realized that an ordinary person could not cast such a spell. This meant that someone helped Rodkill do it. Ju Hyuk began his speech by saying that people like Rodkill have existed since ancient times. They imposed taboos on other people's bodies and sold them. At that moment, Kim Ju Hyuk touched the seal on Yuri's neck with his magic. But with all his strength, the boy stretched and broke the spell. For some time, the girl was in a shallow trance. The seal on Yuri's neck began to disappear. Rodkill was shocked that Kim Ju Hyuk broke the seal and removed the spell from Yuri. With moderate anger in his voice, Ju Hyuk turned to the instructor. He asked if he could hit Rodkill. The instructor replied that a teacher from Valhalla would not tolerate violence between students. But this was a completely different situation because Rodkill was suspected of committing several crimes. Since Valhalla had cut ties with the Ventric family, the instructor said that the boy could do what he wanted. He would have his back. Ju Hyuk put his hand on Rodkill's shoulder. He pointed his fist at Ventric and told him to clench his teeth. The next blow knocked Rodkill back a meter. With this punch, Ju Hyuk knocked out several of Ventric's teeth. Kim Ju Hyuk came out of the building and walked forward. Barch said he thought that this time, the guy would really kill Rodkill. It was the first time he had shown his anger so much. The guy replied that if it had been 300 years ago, he would have really taken his head off. One of his students was a guy who had been trafficked using taboo, and it was a similar situation, so he got angry. He then added that he had also been through this. The god of destruction revealed that Ju Hyuk had been a slave in the past. Jo Hyuk caught up with Yuri Felix and asked him to stop. She said she didn't have time to thank him. The next moment, she bowed and thanked him profusely. The guy replied that there was no need to thank him. He told the girl to forget about him and live as she pleased. The next moment, tears welled up in Yulia Felix's eyes. She said she would listen to what he had to say, so he walked on. The next day, Kim Ju Hyuk headed to the Valhalla Academy Cafe. There he met his instructor, Lilia. She said something about China, and the guy asked what she meant. The woman said that the Great Palace of Achilles is in China. She clarified that this palace is a labyrinth belonging to the White Lotus Association. The guy asked if by White Lotus, she meant the academy that participated in the competition, and the woman nodded. Ju Hyuk reflected on the fact that, unlike the previous maze, he could not simply enter another one. He didn't understand why the labyrinths belonged to anyone at all. It used to be a mystery how dogs and cows could safely enter them. The guy could destroy the maze if he wanted to, but it's quite difficult because it belongs to the academy. Then he asked the instructor if there was any way to get into the maze. Lilia replied that she knew that the Great Palace of Achilles was open to White Lotus students. The woman wanted to say that the boy shouldn't hurry because something was about to happen, but she closed her mouth at this point. Ju Hyuk asked why Lilia was silent. The woman replied that she did so to avoid saying too much. After that, she reproached the guy for sitting and listening without giving her any information in return. The woman held up 3 fingers in her hand, where she was holding a spoon. She set a condition that the boy tell her 3 interesting facts, and she would tell him more information about the palace. But the guy said that he had to go. But the woman stopped him, saying that she would tell him more. So Ju Hyuk sat back down and continued to listen. Lilia told us in secret that the Great Palace of Akala would be one of the stages of the world competition in the second semester. But the teachers had not yet received this information. The guy asked how Lilia knew this, and the woman replied that she had her own sources of information. The young man suggested that the world competition would be similar to a competition between academies. The woman said that while the competition in Korea is only a three-way battle between Korea, China, and the United States, the global competition will involve academies from all over the world. Ju Hyuk was annoyed by the fact that it was basically just a bigger competition than the last time. He thought it was too long to wait to participate in the second semester. So he asked the instructor if there was any way to get there earlier. The woman remembered if she knew of any other ways. She remembered that there was one way, but she didn't know if it was possible to take that chance. Before telling me about this method, the woman said that the boyfriend should help her. She asked him to go with her to the World Monster Research Community, which was just one event, so there was nothing to worry about. Instructor Lilia and Kim Ju Hyuk stood in front of the gates of the Tottenham World Monster Research Community in North London. The guy was annoyed because the woman said it was a one-day event, but they had come all the way to London. She brought him for the weekend, but got permission to extend their trip until Monday. The boyfriend said she was abusing her teaching power. Ju Hyuk asked Lilia what they were going to do here. The next moment, the guy was standing with a sword in a closed room with a boar-like monster. 2 men and a woman watched him from a side window. Lilia, the instructor, asked the boy to help them with their experiments, and in exchange for the information, he had to kill several monsters. The next moment, the boy stabbed the monster's forehead with his sword. After that, the boar's silhouette began to disappear. He was informed that the boar had been successfully killed and that he should prepare to meet the stone goblin. An hour later, the guy lay down on the couch exhausted. Ju Hyuk reproached Lilia for asking him to kill only 3 monsters, but he had already killed a dozen. The instructor pretended that he was making it up. Afterward, he asked why the atmosphere was so tense. As soon as they entered the room, all the people stared at the woman with an angry look, and the guy asked if she had been in a quarrel with these people. The instructor Lilia was calmly drinking coffee. She replied that these people had been steadfast in their monster hunting theories for decades, and suddenly, out of nowhere, data appeared that contradicted what they were saying. However, the boy criticized that the way he fought monsters there was too old-fashioned, and the woman replied that it was the most reliable way. That is the tradition of the association. Ju Hyuk asked why they didn't do the experiments themselves if they wanted to check. In a tense tone, the woman replied that they just didn't want to do it. These people were old men who couldn't stand to see their theories destroyed. Their theory of monster hunting was a good tool to strengthen the current status quo of the government, which is nepotism and a deadweight in the form of the upper circles of society. The guy felt disgusted with these people and asked why they needed to constantly update their documents. Lily answered that this is because documents without public recognition are nothing. Their focus is on the ideal hunting strategy. She added that these people were willing to do anything to find new data. Ju Hyuk told the woman that since he had helped her, she should help him. The woman said that the decision to come here was a good one, because a special woman came here, namely, the chairman of the committee of the White Lotus Association. Lily had heard that this woman was in the association of the World Monster Research Community, so she assumed that this lady might have been watching the boy during the trial. He was sure that the instructor knew what the lady looked like, so he offered to go and talk to her. But suddenly there was a knock at their door. The voice behind the door asked if Kim Ju Hyuk was in the room, and added that he needed to talk to the boy. Ju Hyuk assumed it could be this girl because he heard a woman's voice outside the door, so he told her to come in. A beautiful woman with a fan in her hands came into the room and greeted the boy. The woman said she was the head of the White Lotus Association, and her name was Solian. The guy said his name was Kim Ju Hyuk, and asked how he could help her. Solian replied that she was actually looking for him to ask him to do something for her. She asked if he could take care of one person. The instructor assumed that the two were going to have a serious conversation, so she used this chance to walk away. After these words, the instructor Lilia immediately left the room. Ju Hyuk asked the lady to tell him more about her request. The woman began by saying that she is the head of the committee of the White Lotus Association, but she is originally a member of the Seol family. This family was the first in China to be founded after the Chaos era, and thanks to this, they were able to build an academy called the White Lotus and hire strong contractors. However, their family had a genius, or rather a person who could be called a natural disaster. At the age of 13, she was defeating ordinary contract soldiers. She even trampled on her sisters and members of their family guild, and even the head of the family was defeated. As a result, this girl decided that she had nothing more to learn from the outside world. So she locked herself in the Saul family's training room in the White Lotus Palace. The guy asked if the lady wanted him to deal with this girl, and she replied in the affirmative. Joo-hyuk assumed it would be easy, but he had a few questions. First, he asked if it wouldn't be easier to hire other strong men if Solian just wanted him to beat the girl. Also, looking at her magical power, the boy assumed that the lady was not weak herself. Solian replied that the boy had good eyesight because she had used magic to hide it. She had two reasons for hiring him. The first reason was that the girl fought only with physical strength. The second reason was that the girl was only 17 years old, just like Joo-hyuk. Watching the boy's fights, the woman realized that he was physically very strong. So if she lost to her peer, her pride would be hurt. The lady said that her request was the reason why she came here. If the guy hadn't been here, she would have written him a letter. The guy understood everything, so he asked if there would be any reward for this. The lady replied that as the head of the White Lotus Committee, she could pay any amount. But the guy denied it. He didn't need the money. Joo-hyuk said that there was one place he wanted to visit. So could the lady organize it for him? Kim Joo-hyuk and Ms. Solyeon stood in front of the White Lotus Academy. The guy did not expect the woman to bring him here on the same day he agreed, let alone on a private flight. She replied that the guy said he was free until Monday, so it was an opportunity to get the case over with much faster. The lady asked Joo-hyuk if he still wanted to get the right to enter the Great Palace of Ahala as a reward. Kim Joo-hyuk nodded affirmatively, confirming her words. She replied that since it was a maze that they managed, it would be easy to organize. As Kim Joo-hyuk and Ms. Solyeon walked through the academy, all the students were surprised to see the boy here. Together, they entered the open entrance to the academy. The guy said that there was still something he was interested in. He asked why the lady wanted him to deal with this girl. The woman said that there were many people who foolishly tried to fight this child, only to realize the limit of their abilities. This was done by both students and teachers. Ms. Solyeon's main goal now was to get rid of this arrogant child. She believed that after that, she would lead the White Lotus to the top. He said he understood everything and expressed hope that the fate of the academy was in good hands. They approached the seal that was in the room. The woman said that when he stampeded, he would be transported to the seal family's secret training room. Joo-hyuk walked over and stepped right into the center of the seal. Before teleporting, he asked the girl's name. Mrs. Solyeon replied that the child's name was Yenlin. When the boy moved, the girl immediately greeted him with a question about whether the seal family had sent him to make her leave. She added that she was not going anywhere, so she told him to get out of there. Joo-hyuk reproached Yoon Lang for being so impolite to a person she met for the first time. After that, he attacked her, asking if she was really as crazy as they said she was. However, the girl stopped the guy's punch with displeasure. Joo-hyuk did not understand what had just happened. The next moment, she tensed her arm and prepared to strike. She suddenly attacked Joo-hyuk right in the chest. Yenlin said to the guy that he really underestimated his opponent. She couldn't believe that he started with such a stupid punch. Joo-hyuk asked if the girl really couldn't believe it. The boy's previous words puzzled Yenlin. He suddenly grabbed her hand that was on his chest. After that, he was preparing to attack the girl. However, Yonglang managed to dodge Joo-hyuk's punch. But then the guy punched her in the arm. In pain, Yenlin immediately took a step back. After that, the girl asked the guy who he was. He introduced himself as a 17-year-old student who underestimated his opponent. Yenlan realized that she should retreat and try to counterattack. But before she could fulfill her intentions, the guy approached her in a moment. Joo-hyuk immediately sent a strong fist at her. But to reduce the force of this blow, Yenlan stepped back. He admitted that the girl was moving quite fast, because even his students of 300 years ago could not demonstrate such mobility. Yunlan was straining all the attacks and abilities demonstrated by Joo-hyuk. She could not believe that this 17-year-old student was on the same level as her. But she was satisfied that Joo-hyuk was much stronger than all the old men who had come before her, and she decided that she would not lose to him. The guy was satisfied that he could tell from the girl's appearance that she was not going to give up. At the time, Lady Solyeon was watching the fight between the boy and the girl from the room. A secretary came up to her and interrupted her observations for a minute. He wondered if Kim Joo-hyuk would be okay. He believed that a student from another academy could not harm anyone from their White Lotus Academy. He could tell from the boy's expression that he was desperate, and he asked Lady Solyeon if the boy would be able to defeat Yenlan. After all, Lady Solyeon also once lost to Miss Yenlan. The Odazu secretary added that it was without the use of magical power. The lady fought her using only physical methods. The lady agreed with the secretary that she had indeed lost to the girl. She added that even if she had used her magic, there was no guarantee that she would have won. The secretary replied that this only made the situation more risky, as he believed that this student, Kim Joo-hyuk, could never have defeated his lady. However, Mrs. Solian replied that she could not be sure, because the boy had defeated several thieves and won first place in a competition between the academies. In any case, she realized that Kim Joo-hyuk would not give up easily. All they could do was watch the battle. Yenlan tensed her claws and was about to attack the boy. However, he again continued to dodge her attacks. The next moment, he realized that the girl's knee was pointed directly at his face. Yenlan slammed her knee into the student's forehead with all her might. She was pleased that this time she managed to hit the guy. But before she could rejoice, she was puzzled by something the next moment. After the attack, she felt severe pain in her leg. She was unhappy that the boy's head was as hard as a stone. The guy replied that the blow was unexpected, so he just ran into it with his forehead. He mocked that his forehead was harder than her kneecap. Yenlan realized that if she used all her attacks, the guy would just block them. She didn't know how to beat him. It was hard for her to admit it, but the guy's physical strength was greater than hers. She asked the boy if he fought without magic, and Joo-hyuk said yes, because he knew that the girl preferred physical attacks. Yenlan replied that the rules are now changing. She announced that she was going to use everything she had. The boy realized that the girl had begun to accumulate magic. In a supercilious tone, he told Yenlan that the time had come to shatter her pride. The girl was shocked by the amount of magical power coming from the guy. She thought it was crazy that a student had such powerful magical powers. Yenlan decided that she no longer needed any tricks. With lightning speed, she charged at the boy and decided to finish him off with a single blow. She pointed her magic-enhanced fist directly at Joo-hyuk's face. Yenlan hoped that she had managed to hit the boy with a punch. However, he was able to dodge the attack with lightning speed, and he told the girl that he had had enough fun and it was time to end the fight. The next moment, a fist pierced the girl's body. Before he passed out, Yenlan shouted that the guy was a real monster. A second later, the unconscious girl was lying defeated in front of Kim Joo-hyuk. Lady Solian and her secretary were shocked by what they saw. The boy returned to the room, announcing that he had defeated the girl and dragged her out. The unconscious girl was hanging from Kim Joo-hyuk's hand. Ms. Solian said that she really could not believe that the boy had managed to defeat Yenlan, and asked the boy if he was injured, but he said that he was fine. The lady asked how hard it was for him to win the girl. He said that Yenlan was quite strong, but he was disappointed with the ending because of the difference in their skills. After Joo-hyuk lowered the girl to the ground, she instantly regained consciousness. She immediately noticed Ms. Solian and her secretary in front of her. Yenlan was clearly not happy to see the woman in front of her. Celine told her that she hadn't seen her in the outside world for a long time. The woman began to talk to the boy about his reward for completing the assignment. She asked him again if he wanted access to Ahala's great palace, and Joo-hyuk nodded in the affirmative. Solian replied that she could let him in right now and asked him how he felt about it. The guy replied that he did not mind going there immediately. Lady Sion took Joo-hyuk's hand and they left the room together. The secretary told Yenlan that if she was injured somewhere, they had to provide her with medical care. However, the girl only asked what the guy's name was, and the secretary replied that his name was Kim Joo-hyuk. Then Yenlan said that she was sure he was one of the strongest people in the world. She had a desire to fight him again. At that time, a mysterious man in armor heard the girl say that the boy was one of the strongest. When Kim Joo-hyuk entered the place, he thought it didn't look like a maze. He stood right at the entrance to the great palace of Ahala, which was surrounded by guards in knightly armor. He recalled Lady Solian's words that Achala's great palace was a unique labyrinth, like a castle. If the boy does not disturb the monsters, which are called living armor, there will be no difficulties. He asked Mrs. Solian how long he could stay there, and she said about 5 hours, and if he wanted to stay longer, he could come back tomorrow. So the guy had only 5 hours to search in peace. He looked ahead to see what awaited him. He was facing a large number of knights in armor, so he had to deal with them first. One of the knights swung his sword at the boy. However, Kim Joo-hyuk was already preparing to repel his attack. With one swing of his sword, he cut the steel armor in two. The figure of the monster in living armor was scattered to pieces. After that, he dealt with all the other knights. He was surprised that he was able to deal with them so quickly. Although he had already searched more than 20 rooms, he still could not find the office. He still couldn't find it and was beginning to wonder if the office was even there. However, Barch told the boy to look at the law. He added that this door was a little different from all the others. Joo-hyuk opened the door and entered the room. A portrait of a man immediately caught his eye. This room definitely looked like someone's office. However, he doubted whether it really belonged to Alfreda and not to someone else. Barcha said that it could be his office, and added that he should look at the signature under the painting. The golden frame under the painting read, Alfredi. Joo-hyuk asked Barch how he was able to read it, and the god of destruction replied that he didn't know, but he suggested that it might be information he remembered from the past. The guy decided to search the place thoroughly because there must be a secret room somewhere. He would have needed a lot of time to look at each item individually. So he decided that even if something destroyed everything here, he could definitely find the secret room. The guy smashed to pieces all the furniture in the room. Then he saw something that looked like an iron door under the carpet. He took a closer look and realized that this was the entrance to the secret room. He grabbed the handle and was about to open the entrance, which went directly underground. The guy started to walk down the steps, annoyed that there was no lighting. Then a message appeared on the translucent screen saying that the conditions were met. What he saw in the secret room surprised him. In the old room, a girl dressed as a witch sat at a wooden table. Joo-hyuk asked what kind of place it was and who the girl was. The girl replied that she was glad to meet the guy and would answer his questions, but first asked him to sit down. The guy fulfilled her request and sat down at the table next to her. A girl with red hair introduced herself as a guide. The guy was surprised by this answer, but the woman immediately replied that it was not her real name, but a pseudonym. A girl in a witch's outfit added that her name was taken away from her. Joo-hyuk recalled a moment from his dream about an unknown being, saying that it would take care of his name. He asked the girl if her name had really been selected. The guy added that it sounded like nonsense and asked me to tell him what it meant. He didn't understand how a name could be used, and the girl replied that names have power. All beings build their lives on the name given to them. All efforts, achievements, and undertakings contribute to the greatest work of their lives, to their name. A name adorned with great achievements gives a person great power. But there is a person who steals such names, who absorbs the power they have. Joo-hyuk asked what happens to a person when their name is stolen. The woman replied that these people become constellations. She assumed that Joo-hyuk was an exception because he had come back in reincarnation. He found it suspicious that this girl knew about his reincarnation as well as Barchi. The guide asked if the boy now thinks about who allowed him to be reborn and sent him messages. However, the girl added that it wasn't her. The guy just got a lot of facts about the guy through the message windows. After that, the guy asked who the loot was that took his name. The guide replied that this man is called the King of the Labyrinth. His goal is to create towers of destruction in the labyrinths and grow great names to steal their power. The girl asked if Kim Joo-hyuk understood everything now. The guy replied that it was rather strange that this man could create towers of destruction on Earth. He remembered that this lord could only create them in a labyrinth, and he immediately realized. By the look on his face, Gid assumed that the guy had guessed everything. The girl said that the world they live in, the place they call home, is a labyrinth. Joo-hyuk didn't believe it, but Gid replied that it was up to him to decide whether to believe it or not, and she had no reason to lie. He asked again if the reason this man was creating towers of destruction was because he wanted to grow big names. The girl replied that it's easy to accumulate karma when there is chaos in the world, killing monsters, saving people, and he used this chaos to commit evil deeds. Only if a person had a lot of karma could he or she become a constellation. Joo-hyuk suggested that his students could also become constellations because they were trying to save the world. With a disgruntled face, the guy asked what was the point of their actions if they were still playing the Lord of the Maze game. However, Gid told him not to jump to conclusions. The boy's rebirth was an unexpected event for the king. She added that Joo-hyuk might be the one to beat the Maze Lord at his own game. But the guy assumed that this king knew he was reborn and could also be the one who made them meet through the message box. But the guide said he was wrong about that. She said that the person who reincarnated the boy and sent the message windows was not the Lord of the Labyrinth. The guy asked who was behind it all, but the guide replied that she didn't really know. She assumed that since this was the person who reincarnated him, she might be related to the boy. The guide got up from her seat and started creating something with her magic, saying that they couldn't miss this opportunity. A moment later, a small ring appeared in place of the glow. She handed it to Kim Joo-hyuk and told him to take it. The girl explained that this was their key to victory, but she could not tell us everything in detail because they had little time. But the guy asked her to tell him right now about you, and the guide replied that while she was talking to him, she was being chased by the Lord of the Labyrinth. The girl added that since the guy had fulfilled all the conditions, it would be easier for them to meet next time. The guide informed him that they would meet again in a few days and told him not to lose this ring. With a flick of her finger, she created a small blob of magic. A moment later, Kim Joo-hyuk found himself in front of the palace entrance. He mentioned the Lord of Destruction who had stolen his name. He was annoyed that this person prevented him from living a comfortable life. He did not know what the ring was and assumed that it would not make him stronger, so he decided to absorb all the magical power of the remaining guardian stones. Although he has not fully regained his powers, the amount of magic he possesses should increase to the level when he was in his prime. The events are transferred to an island in the North Pacific. The leader of the devotees, the Dragon King Khan Nibal, was sitting on the couch. He read the news that 3 hired killers had been defeated by a student, Kim Joo-hyuk. The tablet's screen cracked from a strong finger pressure. In the impulse to arrest him, the leader of the devotees threw him to the floor. He closely watched Kim Joo-hyuk and, through a thorough investigation, discovered that it was the boy who defeated Jinyeon, who had entered into an advance contract with the constellation. So, when the son of the Ventric family ordered the work, the leader called in 3 assassins anyway to make sure the job was done properly. He doubted whether he should call all the participants to deal with this guy. Someone in the room said to the man that he looked worried. The leader of the first kind, George, sat in front of Khan Nebel. The leader ordered the man to knock before entering, to which he replied that he had just arrived. Georg noticed that the head seemed worried and asked if it was because of Kim Joo-hyuk, and the man confirmed his guess. Georg added that they also lost a precious pawn because of Kim Joo-hyuk. The leader realized that the man was talking about Desera Ventrica. Dicer didn't tell them about it because it was his personal work, but he couldn't even beat an ordinary student. The man wanted to keep him as an informant in the Ventric family, but he had to deal with him so that the boy would not leak information about them. The leader of the Loyalists asked if Georg could help him eliminate the killers he had sent, and the man agreed to his request. Georg also added that even though Kim Joo-hyuk is now a hot mess, he should not be contacted yet. This is because the guy was targeted by the first cult. Khan Nebel was surprised that the first cult decided to act because they were crazy. Georg agreed that all the members of the first cult are crazy. No one knew what motivated them or what goal they were trying to achieve. They were the people who killed Logan's squad. The leader replied that he had heard about it, and that it was indeed a relief for them that these people had targeted Kim Joo-hyuk. Moreover, if they spoil the goal that these people are seeking, there's a good chance that they themselves will become their target, in which case, they will only have to wait. At that time, Kim Joo-hyuk was already surrounded by a crowd of people in robes. Joo-hyuk turned to these people and asked who they were. He also added that they were on the territory of the academy and asked if they were fearless or just stupid. Under one of the robes was one of Adelia Ventric's servants. The events are transferred back to the conversation between him and the head of the Ventricle clan. Then he told her that all the preparations were already complete. Adelia said that this preparation took a lot of time. However, the servant replied that careful preparation was necessary to fulfill their mission in Valhalla, where Kim Joo-hyuk was located. The chairman asked whether he had managed to find contractors with the ability to distort space. The servant replied that it was, and since everyone they hire goes through the Ventric family, the chance of the information getting out is 0. After that, Adelia asked if they had prepared everything she had asked for. The servant replied that everything was already ready. They prepared stones that contained a large amount of magical power. The head of Ventrica said it was time to act. She told the servant that he should stay in the main group and keep in touch with her. He then asked if she needed magic stones to summon the constellations. Adelia confirmed his words. The servant also asked if the lady was really planning to contact the constellation. However, this question clearly did not satisfy Adelia. She asked him if he thought it should cancel everything because of a miserable student. But the servant immediately denied that he did not think so. After that, the Ventric chairman ordered us to forget about it and proceed as planned. She was also worried that the constellation, which had not said anything before, had recently suddenly reacted. Adelia wanted to ask why. That was the reason why she wanted to summon the constellation. The servant also wondered why the constellation suddenly reacted. He ordered the main group to prepare for space warping. People in robes began to create a magical sphere around the boy. Joo-hyuk realized that they had created a space around him to fit him. He emphasized that it was a rather clever tactic, because attacking a student within the walls of the academy is a terrible idea. He asked the servant if this idea was created by the Ventricle family. The man was immediately alarmed to hear his question. He asked the boy how he found out about it. Joo-hyuk replied that it was quite easy, because there were only 2 groups hunting him, one of which used black magic and the other did not. So it was logical that the second group was the Ventric family. There was no point in disguise anymore, because they were discovered, and the servant ordered a cleanup team to be called. After he said this, all the servants immediately took off their hoods. A huge number of people surrounded him on both sides. The guy mocked the fact that so many people were called to deal with one student. The servant replied that it didn't matter because they were just following orders. Joo-hyuk was annoyed that Adelia decided to play dirty. In a loud tone, the servant ordered everyone to kill the boy. As a chorus, they immediately rushed at Kim Joo-hyuk. However, he was ready to attack back. With a single movement of his hand, he threw all his opponents back. They all fell to the floor from the boy's magic. Adelia's servant swung his sword and prepared to attack the boy. Joo-hyuk managed to dodge it, but he still didn't expect this attack. In a defiant tone, he asked the man why he was waving his sword. Before he could do anything, 2 enemies were flying straight at him from behind. However, their weapons clashed. Joo-hyuk managed to jump up, so the 2 of them hit the floor. After that, The guy immediately knocked them down with a single kick. He was unhappy that they didn't even give him a break. At that moment, Adelia's servant was about to attack the boy again. He was flying at him with an attack right from the back, but he again failed to hit Kim Joo-hyuk with his sword. The servant was shocked that an ordinary student had such fighting skills. He attacked him again, but Joo-hyuk dodged again. He was annoyed by these constant attacks from behind. The boy's next sword was aimed directly at the body of Adelia's servant. With a crazed expression on his face, the guy was preparing to strike. With a single thrust of his sword, he pierced the man's body and threw him back. The servant made a big mistake, thinking that if their opponent was a student, they had overdone their training. He admitted that they had all been defeated against Kim Joo-hyuk. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind the unconscious servant. The head of the Ventrics, Adelia Ventric, was on her way to the boy. She looked at the unconscious bodies of the cleanup team. Although they were stronger than many contract soldiers, they still could not defeat the guy. So Adelia decided to deal with Dae-hyuk herself. She told the boy to be proud because he would be able to see their family's holy relics that even ordinary people had never seen. It was he who mocked her. She wanted him to be proud just to see this dagger, while it brought a crowd of people here to deal with it. These words made Adelia angry, and she pointed a dagger at the boy. Suddenly, a magic stone appeared near the servant's body. Magic stones, sparkling with gold, appeared in the hands of the entire cleanup team. Adelia was surprised to see the magic stones appear. Immediately, a stream of magic flowed from the relic in her hands. With a frightened face, she wondered what would happen next. A huge amount of mana scattered to the sides. All the members of the clearing team froze in their places. It was as if the flow of time around him had frozen. Adelia Ventric could not return, but she was still conscious. But her entire group was completely immobilized. However, only Kim Joo-hyuk was able to move. A golden translucent screen appeared in front of him. There was only one message on it with the word teacher. Joo-hyuk did not understand what this could mean. A figure appeared in front of Adelia, radiating golden magic. The Ventric family's guardian constellation, the mask with a beak, has appeared. The next moment, the constellation took off its mask. The girl with blue eyes addressed the boy, calling him a teacher. The guy was shocked to see this girl. She was surprisingly happy to meet him. The events are transferred to Kim Hyuno's memories in her past life. The guy looked into the eyes of the girl sitting on the chain. He told her that he saw hatred for the whole world in her eyes. However, the girl told him not to pretend to understand her because he knew nothing about her. Although the guy didn't know much, they had something in common. Kim Hyuno told the girl that he too had once been a slave. When he was young, he was kidnapped by a slave trader. After that, he spent his life in slavery because of the chains and taboos that were imposed on him. He asked the girl if she wanted to be free. She reminded him that he had just said that he was also a slave. She shouted that then he should know the answer, but because of the taboo, she could not even dream of freedom. She told him to stop provoking her. She didn't know how the guy got here, but the slave trader would be here soon. The rules of the taboo were that it could be removed only when the person to whom it belonged either removed it or died. However, there were cases in which it could not disappear even if its owner died, and this situation was one of them. The girl asked if the slave trader was really dead. She assumed that now she had no other choice, but Kim Hyuno said there was another way. He grabbed the taboo spell around the girl's neck. Using the magical components of the taboo, he could remove it. Although this was not his specialty, he expected that there would be no problems. He added that this was the only way he could end his unbearable slave life. Our girl's taboo ring began to crack from the boy's magic, and the next moment, the spell was shattered. The girl cried because the taboo that constantly tormented her was finally broken. Kim Hyuno said that since he got rid of the spell, everything else now depends on the girl. He asked her what she would do next, having gained her freedom, and suggested that she might return to her family. However, the girl said that the slave trader had killed her entire family and burned down her house when he kidnapped her, so she had nowhere to go. Kim Hyuno said he was going on a trip. His goal was to kill every slave trader because they did not deserve to live. So he asked the girl to go with him. She thought about it for a while and then accepted his offer. The guy was extremely happy to hear the words. He told her to consider him her teacher from now on, and since he is now her teacher, she should show respect when communicating and not speak informally. The guy said they were leaving, but before that, the girl wanted to ask him something else. She asked how she could address the teacher, and the boy replied that his name was Kim Hyuno. Then the girl wanted to tell her name, but her memories were interrupted at this point. And now she was standing in front of her teacher again with a smile. He remembered her, and as expected, the girl became a constellation. Joo-hyuk could say that he knew her better than anyone else. But there was one thing. He couldn't remember her name, and thought it was because the Lord of the Labyrinth had told him that he would take care of his name. In the end, nothing can be done about it. The main thing is that he still remembers her. He called her a fool and said that a lot of time had passed. Adelia was shocked that the boy dared to call the constellation a fool. She said that before they celebrated their meeting, she had to do something. She approached Adelia and took the relic from her hands. Then she swung her blade. At that moment, Ventric's head began to lose consciousness. She and all the members of her group fell to the floor at the same time. The girl asked Ju-hyuk if she should kill all these fools. However, the guy replied that he had another idea. The next sunny day came and illuminated the Valhalla Academy. The instructor Kim Legan's face showed great surprise. The teacher was surprised to learn that the Ventricle family had become Kim Ju-hyuk's personal sponsor and deposited 5 billion won into his account. He couldn't imagine the Ventric family personally sponsoring Kim Ju-hyuk. The senior instructor approached Kim Legan and noticed that the teacher had already seen it. Lee Sang-chul said that it was really surprising that the donation came now. Kim Lung suggested that it might be because of Rodkill, who sent 3 assassins last time. But the instructor said that was stupid if they wanted to cover it up with money. He added that when Dicer attacked the boy, they sent him sponsorship to keep him quiet, so they wanted to preserve the image of the Ventrico family. But they had already given up on Rodkill. If they hadn't, they would have made a fuss to exonerate Rodkill, but nothing of the sort happened. So the question of why the Ventric family sent sponsorship to Kim Ji-hyuk remained unanswered. Moreover, they assumed that the boy might refuse this sponsorship. The senior instructor said that they could find out the answers to these questions if they asked him personally. They gathered in a room for negotiations, and the guy immediately said he would accept the sponsorship. Kim Legan was extremely surprised by the boy's answer, but he said that he meant that there was no point in giving up 5 billion won. He also asked if he could go now, because he had answered the question, but the instructor told him to wait. Because the academy also received sponsorship, he was allowed to move to a premium dormitory, so the teacher asked him what he thought about it. Ju-hyuk replied that he was satisfied with everything now, but that he might contact him later. After that, the guy left the interrogation room and the instructor was left alone with his thoughts. He didn't understand the guy's answer, because he had already refused to sponsor him when Adelia came in person. But I decided that if the academy was not losing anything, it was not worth paying attention to. Kim Ju-hyuk walked around the academy's grounds with satisfaction. He recalled a conversation he had with a student yesterday. The girl asked if she should just kill these fools, but the guy had a different idea of how to use them. Adelia was sitting on her knees right in front of the guy. At that moment, the boy turned to the frightened head of the Ventric family. He said that her constellation wouldn't care if the guy did something to her, so he asked her opinion on what he should do to her. His student confirmed that she had created the Ventricle family in the first place to serve him, so he could do whatever he wanted with Adelia. Adelia asked the constellation about the phrase, "all for one," that has been passed down from generation to generation in their family. In an aggressive tone, the girl replied that this phrase was meant for her teacher, and reproached that the woman was so stupid that she had only now realized it. Adelia asked the constellation if the student was really her teacher, and she replied that his appearance had changed, but she was able to recognize the magical power of her teacher. The boyfriend told Adele to stop asking questions about him, because she had to worry about herself first. Ju-hyuk was very annoyed by all these people, but he also realized that they had power and authority. He decided that he would use them to the fullest for his comfortable life. He asked Adelia if she was managing the Ventric family well. The woman replied that even though she was only the vice president, it had been 4 years since she had taken over as head of the family. They managed to restore the strength of the family and become one of the strongest families in 4 years. After these words, Kim Ju-hyuk told the girl to continue managing the family, adding that they should support him and telling her not to ask why. He threatened that if something went wrong, she knew what could happen and pointed to a constellation. The girl replied that she would personally make sure that this would never happen. The figure of the constellation began to dissolve in the air. The girl told the teacher that she had to go, and the boy asked where. She explained that the space in which a constellation can be located requires a large amount of magical power. This required a dozen stones filled with magical power. Since the magic power is fading and the girl has also used her powers, she needs to rest. The guy was surprised that even though she was a constellation, she faced such restrictions. But the girl said that everything was fine. It was enough for her to be able to see the reincarnation of her teacher in person. Kim Ju-hyuk was embarrassed by these words and told the girl to go rest. Before she left, she had one more thing to say to the teacher. She assumed that the other student had also become a constellation and that Ju-hyuk would meet him soon. After these words, the constellation of the ventricles left this space. He expected another student to become a constellation, but he didn't understand how it happened. He assumed that all his students had become constellations and that he would soon meet them. After all, he had already met 2 constellations, the god of destruction Barch and his disciple. The meeting with Barch was inevitable because of the message window, but the meeting with the student was an accident. In addition, there are a lot of constellations, and it makes no sense for a guy to meet each of them. Ju-hyuk also noticed that Barch had been silent since the moment he met the guide. Barch immediately responded to this thought, asking why he had been silent all this time. The god of destruction replied that he was sorting out his thoughts. His consciousness blacked out when the guy entered the secret room. He felt Ju-hyuk leave the room as soon as he entered it. Barsh also added that for a short time his memories came back. Mockingly, the guy asked if he remembered what a weakling he was, and Barsh didn't like the joke. During this time, he learned the concept of a name that the boy should have already known about. The god of destruction said that it was the lord of the labyrinth who gave him the name Barch. After these words, Kim Ju-hyuk entered his classroom. He sat down in his seat and began to think further. He asked Barch that the one who stole his real name and gave him the name Barch was the lord of the labyrinth. The god of destruction replied that the lord of the labyrinth had given him his name and power at the same time so that he could become the owner of the tower of destruction. Ju-hyuk asked whether this power affects a person's personality, and Barch replied that when he was the owner of the tower, the influence of the name he received made him cruel. Now that he was closer to his original personality, Ju-hyuk asked how the labyrinth gives and takes names. The boy suggested that perhaps because this world is a labyrinth, the Lord can give and take away a name whenever he wants. Barch asked what the guy meant by saying that this world is a maze. Classes were over and the sun began to set behind the clouds. Ju-hyuk left the academy, at which time he told Barch that although it was sad, it was true that the world was a maze. He recalled that Gid had mentioned that there was a possibility of a counterattack, and they just had to wait. The next day, he found himself in a secret room. At first, he didn't even realize what had just happened to him. Ju-hyuk stood with a tray of food right in front of the guide. She asked the boy what that shiny silver thing was in his hands. He shouted that it was just a tray for food. He was very angry because it prevented him from having lunch. The guide apologized to him for not paying attention to the fact that it was lunchtime, but the guy sat down and told me to forget about it. The girl asked if Ju-hyuk still had the ring. He said yes and pulled it out in front of him. The guide said they could use it now. The guy noticed that it had no effect on his characteristics. So how could it help them against that lord? The woman said it was really simple. The boy had to put it on and enter the maze. The guy asked if he just needed to enter the maze. He also added that there are no natural labyrinths anymore, and that the ones that do exist are managed by someone, and the girl confirmed his words. But she also said that the Lord of the Maze would soon create natural mazes. After that, a dungeon breakout and a disaster will appear. The boy recalled that as soon as the mazes appeared, monsters came out of them and wreaked havoc in the area. In his previous life, dungeon breakthroughs appeared everywhere, and there was not a single safe zone in the world. After reincarnation, everything calmed down, making life much more pleasant. Ju-hyuk asked where and when the breakthrough would be and how big it would be. The guide replied that it would happen in 3 months. She knew for sure that he would appear in a country called Korea, and the guy said that they could prevent it because he lived there. However, the guide replied that she only knew the country, that she was hiding from the Maze Lord, and that information could be limited. Ju-hyuk asked if their planet is a labyrinth. What kind of labyrinths are there? And the guide answered that it is a lord who creates them. The boy suggested that the lord was preparing to give and take names again, and the girl replied that he probably thought the time had come. By the time the Tower of Destruction appears, the Lord is preparing for a kind of human adaptation. The guy asked if he just needed to put on the ring and destroy the maze that would appear, and the guide answered yes. She also asked the boy how they used to destroy mazes. Ju-hyuk replied that since it was quite difficult to deal with the bosses, he ignored them and destroyed the maze stones. And then the maze disappeared. The girl replied that this was indeed the fastest way, but this time she needed to act differently. I had to kill the maze boss with the ring on. The guy asked if there was a specific reason why he should kill him. The woman replied that even though this world is a labyrinth created by the Lord of the Labyrinth, things like breaking through a dungeon or towers of destruction are not easy to create. She added that labyrinths are created by the power of names, and among the components of the mazes created in this way, the main point is the boss of the maze. After killing the boss with this ring, the guy will be able to absorb the name given to the maze. She added that this would be the starting point of their counterattack. Ju-hyuk suggested that the number of names that this person took was clearly not a few. He asked how one could expect a counterattack with just one name. The guide replied that the Lord of the Labyrinth would not even notice that he had lost one name. But his current goals were to adapt people to the Tower of Destruction. She explained that the point of this plan was not just to steal one name, but to quickly clear the maze. To adapt, it will start sending out a large number of names to the world, so that various incidents occur. This will be the best moment for massive name acquisitions, which will be an additional strength for them. But after the last statement, the guy had a question. He asked how they would be different from the Lord of the Maze if they took away the names. She was surprised that he was interested in such things, but he replied that he needed a good reason to act freely. The guide began by saying that they would not harm innocent people by absorbing names. The Lord of the Labyrinth takes a person's name, which can become a constellation or become attached to a name without the possibility of rebirth, so no matter what happens, the body is trapped. Moreover, if they use the power of the absorbed names, they will be free of the restrictions imposed on the people whose names were taken. The guide told the guy that if he was concerned, he could do it his way, because in any case, he would be the only one to know who owned the name at the time of the takeover. Ju Hyuk agreed and asked if they just needed to wait for the dungeon to break through. The girl replied that she would tell him the exact place and date when the time came. And the guy also asked if it would be enough to destroy the boss and the maze. And she said that when the maze is destroyed, the monsters inside it die, but the ones that came out stay alive, so the guy might need a team to keep an eye on everything. That was the end of their conversation, and the girl snapped her finger just like the last time. At that moment, Ju Hyo turned back, and the people around him looked at him in surprise. At that time, the sun was about to set again. The guy, relieved, went home, thinking that the girl could have warned him before bringing him back. He recalled that Gid had also said something about a team. Before his reincarnation, he always went with his students, because doing the work on his own takes a lot of time. Ju Hyuk was thinking about having to train his students again, when he suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. Yenlan stood right in front of him, arms crossed. Ju Hyuk asked the girl why she had come here. Yenlan replied that when she lost to the guy, she thought a lot about the reason for her defeat. The girl realized that he was stronger than her, and that's why she lost, while the guy was not impressed that it took her so long to realize this. After that, she added that she thought she looked a lot like the guy, and he grimaced at these words. She said that a person who has impressed everyone with his or her talents without being defeated is rare among adults. Ju Hyuk replied that if she thought he was like her in this aspect, which was not true at all, he considered himself a person who made an effort. Prat Yen Lan replied that she used to think she was right, but now she is not. His movements were not just attacks. They were the movements of a man who had come through a lot of training. She was furious when she lost. But when she calmed down, she realized that she had lost because of her lack of experience. Yanlan then concluded that she had become stronger because of her experience with the boy. After these words, she said that she wanted to continue fighting Ju Hyuk. She believed that one day she would be able to defeat him. The girl offered him a fight, but he told her not to bore him with her strange logic. He had to go. But Yanlan followed him, saying that she had come all the way from China to compete with him, and he was just leaving. Ju Hyuk said that he was not interested and suggested that the girl spend time learning the family martial art instead of hitting on him. However, the girl said that she had only studied proper training until she was 6 years old, after which she became self-taught, and at the age of 1 month, the boy defeated her. Ju Hyuk asked if the lunar year meant the period before she took control of the contractors. She confirmed what he said and added that at first, her family did not like it because she acted in her own way. She was forbidden to train with her family, so she asked to bring partners to train to hone her skills, and eventually was sent adult contractors. She was lucky that there were not many of them, so she defeated them all. The guy realized that what the head of the family and the girl told him were completely different versions. Ju Hyuk recognized that the girl had talent and loved to fight, but the head of the family thought that Eunlan was just competing with everyone she saw. Then he asked her if it was necessary for the girl to be in the White Lotus Palace, and Yenlan said that it was not. The girl was stuck there because she was the main one for her family, but it didn't matter, because she was stronger than anyone who went there. However, now she believed that everything would be different, because she had found someone much stronger than her. Competing with the boy, she could have become stronger without the help of her family. But he did not care. Yun Lang continued to beg Ju Hyuk to fight her. The whole thing seemed rather strange to him. If the girl was an outcast and was kept in the White Lotus Palace, why was the boy tasked with getting her out of there? Although he didn't know her story, he assumed that it would be better if Yanlan was in the palace. He said to let him go, and the girl asked him again if he would fight her. Ju Hyuk said it was not wise to fight here, so he ordered the girl to follow him. They came to the training room, and Arin and Soyeon were surprised that the guy was not alone. Oh Sung-kyung was also tense at the appearance of Yun Lang with Ju Hyuk. The guy told Yanlan to wait for him here. He needed to change his clothes. Arin turned to the guy, but he confused her with Yanlan and ordered her to wait in an angry tone. Arin asked who the girl was, and Ju Hyuk said that she was a crazy girl he met in the White Lotus, and she came here to fight him. Arin was surprised by the reason why this girl came here. She was irritated by the words that Yanlan had traveled such a long way just to fight with a guy. Yanlan noticed the girl's irritated look and asked her why she was looking at her like that if she wanted to fight with her, but Arin said no. Soyoung guessed from the color of the girl's hair whose relative she might be, and the girl was surprised that Yunlan had come all the way from China to compete with Ju Hyuk. The guy changed his clothes and they stood opposite each other. He reproached himself for saying that it was a competition between them alone. He was annoyed that everyone else was watching them. Arin said she was watching to make sure that Unlan didn't do anything strange. Soyoung came to get Arin, and Senyuk asked them not to pay attention to him. Yenlan said she was looking forward to starting because she was much stronger than last time. To these words, the guy replied that he could now fight at full strength. He recalled Gid's words that he would need a team. Ju Hyuk asked her if she had said she wanted to become stronger, and Unlang said yes. So he set a condition that if he won, the girl would become his student. But she denied that the reason she wanted to become stronger was to defeat him. The guy replied that she could achieve this after becoming his student and offered to start. Yenlan said she hated having teachers, so she had to win. At the start, she immediately elbowed her opponent. He held back her punch with his hand and agreed that she had indeed become stronger. Yenlan was only more enthusiastic after hearing these words. She was sure that the boy had blocked her attack, but this time he would not stop her. Soyum and Aaron were shocked by the magical power emanating from Yenlan. Senyuk admitted that the girl's mana concentration was higher than Ju Hyuk's when they were competing. Unlan rushed straight at Ju Hyuk with lightning speed. She realized that even if she threw only one punch, she had to use maximum force. Even if the guy blocked it, she would be injured. However, she was surprised by the actions of the guy in front of her. Ju Hyuk took the same fighting stance as Yonglan. The guy said that he likes to stand up to me face to face. And now the girl has already approached Ju Hyuk. The next moment they clashed fists. Yenlan was worried that she had made the maximum amount of effort. But the guy was still pushing her away, as if he didn't have much magical power. She realized that the boy had become stronger than when they fought. Yenlan did not understand whether she was facing the same guy as before. After the girl's attack, Ju Hyuk said that he defended himself only once, and he added that after that, he starts attacking. With a single swing of his leg, he struck the girl's body with a strong blow. The girl was so sick that she was unable to strike again. The next moment, Yonglan was lying exhausted in front of Ju Hyuk's figure. He was happy because he had a new student. Unconscious Yenlan was lying on the floor. But a moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes. The girl got up and immediately recovered. Yenlan was upset that she had lost again. However, the guy said that she was quite strong. He thought she would be unconscious until tomorrow morning. Yenlan did not understand whether it was a compliment or he was laughing at her. However, Ju Hyuk replied that it didn't matter because she was now his student. The girl wanted to offer to compete only with physical strength without using magic, but she realized that this would not change the result. She solemnly stood up and said she would become his student. Yunlan asked Ju Hyuk if she was now officially his first student. The boyfriend replied that she was wrong. She was unhappy that she was not the first and asked if he had recruited students when he was at school. But this was also not true. Choi Arin joined their conversation. She said that the boy started teaching her before Yenlan, so Arin was Ju Hyuk's first student and named Yenlan Nyam. However, Arin was not Ju Hyuk's first student either, but he did not say so. Yenlan got angry because Arin gave her a nickname. She asked if you were annoying her on purpose. However, Arin asked why the girl was angry and called her Meow again. Yenlan was told not to give her weird nicknames, but Arin said it was a pretty cute nickname. Yenlan was even more annoyed that Arin called it cute, but Arin said that it was time to go home now. The girls continued to argue, and Ju Hyuk looked at them thoughtfully. This view reminded him of something from his past life. Looking at them made him feel nostalgic. Even before his reincarnation, he had already felt this way when he saw his disciples. He also called Yenlan a cat and told her to stop fighting. Ju Hyuk added that Choi Arin had started learning earlier, so she senpai'd her and told her not to be rude to her Sajo. He also told Arin to show respect for her own self. The girl was delighted that he recognized her as his first disciple, Sajo. She agreed and said she was now Sajo Yenlan. After that, he said that given that they had sparred, they should go home and rest. But Yenlan asked where she was going to spend the night, because she had come from China. The guy was surprised that she hadn't found a place to live and had come just to fight with him. She asked Soyeon what she should do to compete with the boy again, and she was told that she should go to the Valhalla Academy in Korea. Ju Hyuk was disappointed that the girl immediately came here after hearing this, without thinking about anything else. He said that the academy had given him a room in the dormitory, so the girl could stay there. Arin asked Kashechka if she was sure she would like it, and Yenlan was again annoyed that she had called her that. After training, he returned to the dormitory. He was annoyed because he couldn't finish his training properly because of Yenlan and Choi Arin. He now had two students, Yu So-young focusing on physical training and still far from learning fencing, and Oh Senyuk training alone. So at that time, he had only two people who could help prevent the disaster. While he was thinking about this, Adelia Ventric called him on his phone. He picked up the phone and asked what she needed. She called to report on the funds the guy had requested, and Adelia decided to inform him that they had credited the funds. Ju Hyuk said he checked the donation this morning and everything is fine. He also told the girl to contact the contractors. After that, he added that in 3 months a catastrophe would happen, and Adelia was shocked by these words. She asked him how he knew about it, and he said not to ask about the source. He knew for sure that something would happen. The woman asked if the disaster would happen in Korea, and Ju Hyuk confirmed her guess. Then Adelia said that she would contact all the useful contractors from the Ventric family and guilds in Korea, and the guy asked to keep everything a secret. After these words, Adelia addressed the boy with a request. She asked if he would be able to respond positively to her efforts. When the constellation woke up, Ju Hyuk asked if the constellation was still asleep, and Adelia replied that she had tried to contact her, but she did not answer. Ju Hyuk suggested that one day of rest was not enough to restore the constellation's strength, so he said he would pass on Adelia's efforts and said goodbye. The next day, Ju Hyuk went to the gym after school. He started his training with a run. Choi Arin was also at the gym and trained with him. Yenlan also came to the training, but it was clear that even running was not easy for her. During the training, the guy frowned at the exhausted Yenlan. After the run, she fell to the floor tired. The girl asked to rest. She felt like she was going to die. But the boyfriend emphasized that the girl was fine, but she screamed that she had almost died. However, he noticed that the girl was doing better than he expected, and Yenlan said that she was very serious about training. Ju Hyuk realized that the girl's endurance was fine, but he thought about slowing down a bit. However, he heard a woman's voice greet him. A woman came into the training room and asked if Yenlan had come here. Ju Hyuk didn't know who the woman was, but she looked very similar to Eun Lang and Seol Yeon. After she spoke, the woman saw Yenlan and addressed her. She reproached the girl for coming here without telling her mother. Yenlan aggressively spoke Seol Yeonhwa's name. The guy asked the woman if she was her mother. He thought that Solyeon was Yenlan's mother. After his question, she asked permission to introduce herself. She said her name was Seol Yeonhwa. She was the head of the family, and now she was the new mother of Yunlan. She added that Solyeon, the head of the White Lotus, is her younger sister. Seol Yeonhwa thought this situation was strange. After all, Solyeon had promised her to contact her when Yenlan left the White Lotus, but she didn't tell her anything and sent her here. After these words, the woman told Yenlan that it was time to return to the White Lotus Palace. However, the girl was angry that after everything that had happened to her, this woman was just offering her to come back. The girl told Seol Yeonhui to get out of here and stop treating her like a daughter. It was annoying her. However, the woman denied that everything that happened to Yenlan was an order from the constellation. But Yenlan was angry with her because she had learned about it from the maid only recently, and not from the head of the family. The woman replied that if she already knew, it didn't matter that the constellation had instructed her to return the girl. She added that this could be a chance for the constellation to recognize Yenlan and ask her not to frame her, her mother. Yenlan asked her if she wanted the girl to come back now just because Constellation said so. Seol Yeonhwa confirmed the girl's guess. Yenlan told her again to get out of here. She added that students were studying here, so let the woman go away and not disturb them. Yenlan warned him that this was not the White Lotus, so he shouldn't even think about causing trouble here. However, the woman asked Yenlan if she knew why she had entered without security. This is because Seol Yeonhwa intended to take the girl away without any noise. After these words, the woman attacked Yenlan with her magic. After her attack, Yenlan bounced back. She asked Seol Yeonhwa what she was going to do. The woman replied that it was obvious that she was not going to hold back. Yenlan said it wouldn't work, and she wasn't going to hold back either. After these words, she moved with lightning speed toward the woman. She asked her if she had forgotten that she had never been able to beat the girl. Immediately afterwards, she attacked Seol Yeonhwa with a punch. The woman stopped her attack and told her that Yenlan had indeed become stronger, and that she was not just having fun at the White Lotus. Yenlan replied that she had been practicing really hard all this time. However, Seol Yeonhwa said that she should go back and train normally. Holding the girl's hand, the woman threw her aside. Yenlan was surprised. She didn't remember Seol Yeonhwa's skills being this good. The girl slammed her feet on the floor, and she immediately launched a kick attack on Seol Yeonhui. She leaned back and said it was a thoughtless attack. Yenlan told her to shut up and added that all she needed was to win. Choi Arin asked Ju Hyuk if they should call the instructors to stop the fight. However, the guy asked Arin what she thought would happen if they told the instructors that the head of the family had caused a commotion to take her daughter away. Arin replied that it would be an even bigger mess, and Ju Hyuk added that he didn't like the woman. Arin agreed with him because Seol Yeonhwa had abandoned her daughter and was now going to take her away out of necessity. Arin thought that this must have been very disappointing for Kisheka. Seol Yeonhwa kept telling the girl to stop resisting and just follow her. However, Yenlan told the woman to forget about her intentions. Seol Yeonhwa was knocked back by the girl's attack. Yenlan put a lot of force into this kick, so she expected that even if the woman blocked it, she would still be injured. However, the next moment she felt that something was wrong with her. She looked down and saw that her foot was covered in ice. Seol Yeonhwa suggested that Yenlan was seeing this for the first time. She said that this was the power of their constellation, the king of the snowy depths. The woman also added that after Yanlan returns to the family, she will have the opportunity to obtain this ability through a constellation contract. Yanlan suggested that the woman seemed stronger than the last time because she had thoughtlessly used the power of the constellation. However, the head of the family replied that there is nothing thoughtless here. If you are a member of a family with a constellation, you can do whatever you want with the power you have received. She then asked whether Yanlan thought that the woman would fight her only with physical force. The last time she asked Yanlan if she was going to return, she angrily shouted that she was not going to return. Then Xiao Yanhua told the girl not to even think about a happy return. Yanlan could not react to the woman coming so close because of her frozen leg. The head of the family said that she would freeze and crush her hand so that she would not resist any further. However, at that moment, Kim Joo-hyuk repelled the woman's attack, and he hoped that the constellation families would no longer interfere with him. Yanlan was surprised that the boy decided to defend her. He asked the woman what she was doing, if she was serious about cutting off her daughter's arm. She replied that it was not his place to interfere in their family affairs. He recalled that Jinian had told him the same thing when they fought over Choi Arin. Seol Yunhua didn't understand how the boy was able to block the attack without being frozen. She also felt that the impact of the attack was serious. Then it turned out that he had deflected her blow with magic that was stronger than the magic of her constellation. The guy told Choi Arin to take Yanlan away from here. However, the girl denied that she could fight as well, especially since it was her family. But Joo-hyuk realized that she would not be able to continue fighting because she could not feel her leg. He told her that even though he hadn't taught her anything yet, as her master he couldn't stand by and watch his student get hurt. The girl was happy that he called himself her master and listened to his words. She asked the boy if he had decided to pretend to be her teacher because the woman had decided to take Yanlan with her. However, he said he didn't care, and they just had the same interests. The woman did not consider this a reason for a master-apprentice relationship. Then she said that she would check how good he was as a master. The boy thought that although his mother looked cold, she was just as aggressive as Yanlan. He managed to block her attack, but it will be difficult to deal with her without serious mana costs. At first, he decided to dodge and target the joints. He managed to escape from the woman's attack. All the equipment in the gym began to be covered with ice. Even though it didn't hit him, it still caused a lot of damage, and it could also just be releasing ice. He told Seal He to reimburse the academy for all the sports equipment before she left. The woman said she would think about it if she lost. She directed her next magic attack at the boy. He realized that if he dodged, it would lead to more damage in the gym, but he would need to use up his magical power to take the hit. Then he decided that he would break the woman's blow directly. The magical power she gathered in her hand hit the ceiling of the gym. Before Seol Yunhua could recover, the guy had already come at her with a punch. With all his fury, he pierced the body of the head of the family with this attack. Such a force sent it flying back several miles. After that, she lay defeated at his feet. Yanlan was shocked that the boy had defeated the one who had taken power from the constellation. Seol Yunhua said that she now understands how the boy attracted Yanlan here and why he calls himself her master. However, she added that although she recognizes him, Yanlan will go home anyway. Even if the woman failed, 1,000 people would still come for Yanlan after receiving this order. Yanlan was desperate that no one took her opinion into account. The woman replied that the whole constellations are more important, and that is the meaning of their existence. The girl asked if she would have to fight with one of her family members again, even if she didn't want to. After these words, she screamed that she had had enough and would not stand for it. Joo-hyuk was very angry that Eunlan's opinion was not taken into account, and she was desperate. He asked Sol Yunhua what he needed to do to meet the constellation. The boy asked if he defeated their constellations, would everything resolve itself? The woman was shocked when the guy said that he was going to defeat the constellations. She thought he didn't understand what he was saying. Ordinary people can only meet the constellation directly if it appears in a shrine, but this requires a lot of energy, so it doesn't happen often. Therefore, their family did not do anything that could harm them. But the guy said there was another way. You need to touch the sacred relic directly and be transported to the realm of the mind. Seol Yunhua noticed that even though he was still studying at the academy, he seemed to have more knowledge about contracts and sacred relics than she had thought. She confirmed that if he came into contact with their family's sacred relic, he would be transported to the king of the depths of snow. However, the woman added that, although the power of the constellation is limited in their world, the realm of the mind is the territory of the constellation. Ordinary people could have been instantly crushed by the pressure of the constellation upon entering it. But after all that, the guy still wanted to go against the grain. Seol Yunhua said that she cannot allow an outsider to come into contact with the sacred relic herself. They'll schedule a meeting with the constellation in a week, and no one will attack Yanlan or the boy until then. Then the woman asked Ju Hyuk that if he lost in the realm of reason and came back here, what he planned to do. After all, it was not profitable for them to organize a meeting with constellations. The guy replied that whether he lost or won, they could set him any conditions. But if he wins, they have to leave Yanlan alone forever, and he will take care of her himself. Seo Yeonhwa agreed and said that she would go alone today. After that, she got up and walked to the entrance of the training room. He gave the woman a very irritated look. A week later, he met the constellation. Right in front of him, the king of the deep snow was sitting on his ice troll, looking disgruntled. However, the events go back a few days to Valhalla's dormitory. Ju Hyuk and Yunlang opened the door to one of the rooms. After that, he came over and turned on the light. The guy told Yanlan that she could stay here for the time being. She was amazed that the dormitory was on par with the house of a wealthy family. She asked the guy if she could really live here. Ju Hyuk said he could, although he had to move into this room first. But he asked to keep the old one, and the management allowed him to. Yanlan asked the boy why he cared about her so much. She said it was her family's business, so even if he hadn't interfered, everything would have been fine. Then the girl assumed that he was taking care of her because she had become his student. Ju Hyuk replied that he did too, but he also didn't like the family's attitude toward the girl. He was annoyed by arrogant people who believe that their status allows them to disregard the opinions of others. The guy asked if Yanlan might be uncomfortable with this. She replied that everything was fine. It was just the first time she had received so much attention, and she just wanted to thank him for it. Ju Hyuk was delighted to hear Yunlang say that. He said that if she came because of his hard training, something told him that her gratitude would quickly dissipate. He also added that he wanted to ask the girl something else. He asked if her family's constellation was the King of the Deep Mountain, and Yanlan said no, that it was the King of the Deep Snow. But the boy was interested in what this constellation was. The girl said that he uses ice when he attacks, but she hasn't talked to her family for a long time, so she doesn't know for sure. But she had also heard that the constellation was not very interested in family affairs, and that there were those in the family who knew nothing about him. The guy thought it was strange that the constellation told him to bring the girl to him. Yanlan agreed with the boy, because she had nothing special in common with the King of the Deep Snow. She did not receive the protection of the constellation like other family members, so she had to know. Then the guy replied that he would take care of everything else himself. He advised Yanlan to recover before her family came over, because she would have to see her boyfriend off that day. Then Ju Hyuk came to the door and was about to leave the girl's room. She was overwhelmed by all the events that had happened. He arrived at his room and immediately began to call Adelia Ventric. The woman picked up the phone and asked what was going on, and Ju Hyuk said he had something to ask her. He said that today he fought with the head of the SEO family. Adelia asked how it happened, and the guy replied that Seo Yeonhwa had come to pick up her daughter and it ended in a battle. The head of the family asked if the daughter of the head of the family, So, was in Valhalla, and he confirmed it. Ju Hyuk said that their school supplies were broken during the incident, and asked the woman to take care of it. She said she would look into it and asked if he needed anything else. Ju Hyuk asked Adelia if she knew anything about the Seo family's constellation, the King of the Deep Snow. The woman said that she had heard that he did not personally care about the family's affairs, and that their family did almost nothing outside of it, so it was difficult to judge. Then Ju Hyuk asked if the Ventric family constellation had awakened. The head replied that she had not yet received a response from her. He suggested that the constellation had not personally met with the SEO family. Adelia asked if the guy was asking about the constellations because he wanted to talk about how hard the woman works. But he replied that Ventric's head had relaxed and started to talk heresy, so he hung up. Ju Hyuk was disappointed that no one knew anything about this constellation. Barsha told the guy that this was not like him at all. He emphasized that the guy was used to rushing into battle without paying attention to who his opponent was. Ju Hyuk replied that although he was getting stronger, his body was still weak, so it would be stupid to engage in confrontation without knowing the strength of the opponent. Moreover, the realm of the mind is its territory, which allows the constellation to fully control its power. But he immediately thought that if this was true, then why was Barch so weak in its dimension? Given its strength, it should be no weaker than other constellations. The god of destruction said he could give him some advice if he was going to fight in the kingdom of reason. He said that strength in the kingdom of the mind has nothing to do with the strength of one's own body. The boy asked what it was, and Berverse replied that he could use the power based on the strength of the body he knew. He added that an ordinary person will not feel the difference once they enter the kingdom of mind. But this had nothing to do with Kim Ju Hyuk. The boy replied that he might have realized that God meant destruction. All he had to do was go to the temple and cross the constellations. A week later, he arrived in China to visit the So family. All the family members lined up in front of the chairman and Kim Ju Hyuk and Yonglan. Seo Yeonhwa said she thought the boy would run away, but he came anyway. Ju Hyuk said he was not that kind of person and asked if he could now touch the sacred relic. The head of the family told him to follow her. Ju Hyuk said goodbye to Eunlang, saying that he would return soon. She watched him tensely with her eyes. Seol Yeonhwa opened the entrance to the room for them. In this room, there were huge mountains of cold snow. Ju Hyuk didn't understand why the room looked like that. The head of the family who pulled a small box out from under a pile of snow. She said that after she returned from Seoul, she thought for a long time about what to do with the guy if he lost. The woman said that while thinking about it, she came up with the idea of making him a slave in their home. The guy said let him do what he wanted and give him a mitten. She held out the mittens from which the magic was emanating. The boy took them from the hands of the family head. After that, he found himself in the realm of the mind of the king of the depths of snow. The constellation asked the boy who he was. Ju Hyuk replied that he would name himself when the constellation introduced itself. Ju Hyuk stared at the boy and tried to remember if he had seen him before. He realized that this guy was definitely not his student, but he looked familiar enough. The constellation of the Seo family asked Ju Hyuk who he was. He suggested that Ju Hyuk was a person who posed a threat to the Seo family. The guy replied that the constellation seemed to know him, but he did not, and suggested exchanging names. Constellation said only if the guy survives his next attack. The guy realized that it would be a long-range attack. A huge number of sharp pieces of ice flew directly at the guy. The king of the depths of the snow was waiting to see what would happen next. He was alarmed by what he saw in front of him. Kim Ju Hyuk dodged his long-range attack. Suzeria was surprised that the guy managed to dodge. He knew that this attack could not have been dodged with a simple jump, and most likely the boy was using magic to increase the range of his jump. Suzeria said he would have told him his real name, but he forgot it after being locked up here, so he would tell the guy his pseudonym. He continued that he was known as the King of the Deep Snow. As he approached the boy, a snowstorm began. The followers called the king the God of Chaos, and those who were afraid of him called him the Snow Demon. Combining the two titles, he was called the Snow God of Chaos. The guy replied that his name was Kim Ju Hyuk. After the guy introduced himself, the Snow Demon said he would remember the name. After these words, the guy was surrounded by a barrier of ice. He assumed that a snow demon had cut off his retreat with ice. The next moment, he was about to attack Ju Hyuk. The snow demon sent a stream of ice at the boy's feet. Ju Hyuk realized that it would be unpleasant to deal with this with his bare hands. Then the guy reached down to his side to get his sword. The snow demon saw this and recognized the sword. Ju Hyuk hollowed out a wall of ice in front of him to protect himself from the next attack. For a moment, the snow demon was alarmed by the boy's actions. He thought it was ridiculous to use his own lid against his attack. Then the snow demon told the boy that all the ice in this place was under his control. However, after these words, Ju Hyuk immediately moved closer to strike. He took a swing at the king of the depths of snow, but the latter stopped him with his sword. He said that using the ice to repel the attack and get closer was a good idea, but the guy was not strong enough. However, with confidence in his voice, Ju Hyuk told him not to jump to conclusions. He asked the snow demon if he really said that he did not have enough strength. He offered to hit the demon once and see if the guy had the strength to do it or not. The guy approached the constellation to launch an attack. After this blow, the king of the deep was knocked back a few meters. Ju Hyuk asked him if he had been hit with a fist for a long time. The snow demon remembered who this magic-soaked attack and this sword could belong to. He asked Kim Ju Hyuk if he was a martial arts god. The boy replied that his students had given him this name, but the snow demon was not mistaken. The king of the depths of the snow recalled that although he did not know the martial arts god very well, he was able to personally see his power 300 years ago. He began to recall the events that happened 300 years ago. Once he was attacked by a huge group of monsters. At first, he managed to defeat them quite well. However, it was a huge army that he could not face alone. Then, the snow demon decided that he would take as many monsters with him as he could. However, something saved him from such a fate. It was then that the god of martial arts appeared to him. The god of chaos wanted to ask him why he had come, and why he had come between him and the monsters. But then the guy swung his ink-colored sword. And after that, all the questions of the snow demon disappeared. Only fear remained. He remembered the magical power he felt from it. The guy may look different, but he was definitely the god of martial arts in person. Ju Hyuk said that if the snake demon doesn't attack, it will attack. He replied that he had always wanted to fight the god of martial arts. The god of chaos said he accepted the boy's challenge. He was going to show everything he was capable of. At the time, Yanlan was waiting in the reception hall. The girl noticed that someone was watching her. A huge number of human shadows could be seen from the windows of the door. They all looked directly at the girl with an eerie gaze. That is why Yanlan did not want to return to the Seo family. She recalled Ju Hyuk's request that she recover before her family arrived. If not for Kim Ju Hyuk's request, she would not have come here. Yanlan asked what they wanted, if they wanted to fight her. However, the girls replied that they had heard that the girl had returned from the castle and just wanted to see her. Yanlan replied that if they just wanted to look at her, they could stand with the people behind the wall. So Irene said that there must have been some misunderstanding and wanted to apologize. The girl was extremely surprised by the words of apology. Seo Pei said that after the girl got to the Bakrio castle, they had a duel, so they didn't have time to talk. She said that although it was a little late, she apologized for leaving Yanlan behind. Yanlan was surprised that after all these years, they came just to talk about it. She said they were only saying that because they were scared that the girl had returned. Seo Irene said that although it looked like a forced apology, they had no choice at the time. She added that their mother did not allow them to meet the girl. Then Seo Irene admitted that it was their mother who did not allow Yunlan to train. She said that she always thought that her sisters left Yanlan because they were jealous of her. So Pei said that they were a little jealous of her, but they were more proud of her. She justified this by saying that it was nice to have such a strong representative of the So family. Although they held this opinion, their mother called them, and then Xiao Yunhua forbade Yunlan to train. The reason for this was that the girl could have become a threat to them in the battle for the place of the next head of the family because all the elders would have chosen her. So they had no choice but to accept Yanlan's exclusion from the family. However, Iron added that their mother was wrong about one thing. Neither she nor Pei wanted to become the head of the family. She then added that it was not that they didn't want to, but rather that they shouldn't want to. And Yanlan asked what that meant. Then Lady Solian interrupted their conversation. She offered to tell me the reason why none of the girls should have become the head of the family. At that time, Snow Demon and Kim Ju-hyuk continued their battle. The god of chaos continued to attack the boy with ice fragments. However, the next moment, Ju-hyuk was right in front of him. But the Snow Demon synthesized the next fragments of ice. They flew straight at the god of martial arts again. He was already annoyed by these constant ice attacks. He asked Snow Demon if he was going to continue to annoy him with such petty attacks. Constellation took this as the guy's request for a big attack. Then a stream of icy air rushed out of the magical snowflake. Jo-hyuk was surprised that his opponent had such attacks in his arsenal. The Snow Demon said that he was going to freeze the guy completely, but he was able to dodge it, which is something he did not expect from the god of martial arts. The guy said he was embarrassed by this praise. He realized that this guy was different. If he had been this strong in his past life, Ju-hyuk would have remembered him. Ju-hyuk assumed that this guy had crossed his limit in the realm of reason, and because of this, he became much stronger than in his previous life. Ju-hyuk said that he regretted not having met the boy before. The Snow Demon asked what he meant by these words. The god of martial arts replied that this was his way of praising him. The Snow Demon was satisfied with his opponent's answer. However, he said that only one compliment would be enough for him. Then a magical fist of ice gripped his hand. The god of chaos said he intended to defeat the boy. Then he launched an attack on Kim Ju-hyuk with all his might. The guy was also preparing to strike back. The attack reached the opponents with lightning speed. After that, the Snow Demon told me to forget about his words. After all, his attack was not even close to a victorious one. A moment later, Ju-hyuk stood in front of the sacred relic of the Seo family. Seo Yunhua thought it would go faster, but the boy was using strange magic, and the constellation might just be playing with him. However, when she looked at the guy, she was extremely surprised. She expected that only his mind was damaged, but somehow the guy looked too normal. Ju-hyuk turned to the head of the family and said that he had defeated their constellation. At first, the woman thought he was joking with her. However, a screen appeared in front of her with a message that the king of the depths of snow sends his sincere respect to Kim Ju-hyuk. She couldn't believe that this guy had really defeated the constellations. She thought it was impossible that a student could defeat the guardian constellation. Ju-hyuk said that if she didn't believe, she could ask her constellation again. He approached her and reminded her that they would stop touching Yanlan if he defeated their constellation. With an ominous expression, he added that they would have to change this condition. He came into the room and told Yanlan that they could go. Ju-hyuk saw the girls next to her and asked why they were all there. Solian said that she did not expect the guy to come here. Ju-hyuk replied that he hadn't expected to meet her here either. Yanlan asked him if everything went well, and he said he would tell her on the way. He was very stressed by all these stares behind him. It was already getting dark outside, and Ju-hyuk and Eunlan were walking from her family's palace. The girl said that given how quickly he came back, the guy probably lost. She added that it must have been difficult because he had no divine protection and had to compete with the constellation personally. Eunlan asked what conditions Seol Hee-hwa had set if he lost, and he replied that she said he would become a slave to the Seo family. The girl asked him if he was going to serve the Seo family now. Ju-hyuk wondered about her reaction, and he didn't even know if he should tell her. The girl said she should have stopped him. Her sister and aunt told her that Seol Hee-hwa had put her life on the line for the position of head of the family. Since childhood, Jinu had wanted to become the head of the family, but her sister encouraged her to take control of her greed. But even after she became the head of the family, her greed did not subside. She wanted to remain in this position for the rest of her life. She even considered her own children a threat to her position. In Yenlan's case, the head was afraid of the girl's talent, so she isolated her, using her family and sisters to do so. She added that their family's guardian constellation had the same thoughts, even though she didn't even want to become the head of the family. After these words, the boy replied that he wanted to hear what the girl's thoughts would come to. But he still decided to say that he had defeated their constellation. Yunlan asked if he was joking, but Ju Hyuk replied that he doesn't joke about such things. He asked if it all started because their constellation ordered the girl to return to the Blue Lotus. The guy added that, according to her, the constellation did not want to control the family, so he personally asked the snowy demon about it. Ju Hyuk slapped him to bring him back to consciousness. He said that he was concerned about one issue. The guy said that he had heard that the constellation had summoned Yenlan and asked why he did it. The snow demon replied that the current head of the Seo family asked him to do so, and that her younger daughter should receive his protection but continues to refuse. So the woman thought that perhaps her daughter would listen to the words of the constellation, and that's why it gave this order. Ju Hyuk said that he thought that last time the constellation ordered him to abandon Yunlang. However, the god of chaos said that this was the first time he had heard about it, and he did not even know that the chairman's youngest daughter was named Yen Lan. The boys were surprised by the constellation's answers to these questions. With an angry look, he told Snow Demon that the head of the family was just using him. Through lies and deception, the head of the family used everyone in the name of her interests. The girl was furious that Xiao Lianhua was using both the family and the constellation for her own benefit. This woman destroyed her entire life just to become the head of the family. Ju Hyuk added that he told Constellation to terminate the contract. Yenlan didn't understand what kind of contract it was, but the guy explained that it was a contract that the Constellation had signed with the head of the family. Her contract with the King of the Depths of Snow was canceled. A woman will not just lose her position as head of the family, she will basically become a nobody. Yenlan replied that the guy shouldn't have gone so far for her. The next moment, she thanked the guy for everything he had done for her. Ju Hyuk replied that since the problems with the SEO family had been resolved, they could concentrate on training. At that time, an unknown figure was watching the boy from around the corner. She turned to her lord and asked him whether to continue following Kim Ju Hyuk. But he told her to find the enemy of that man instead. A group of people in robes gathered in a secret hideout. A girl with purple hair asked why they were all here. The guy next to her suggested that it was because of a summons from the Constellation Lord. The girl asked if the Constellation had ordered them to kill Kim Ju Hyuk, why it had suddenly decided to look for his enemies. The man across the street said it had changed its mind. Then she asked who was the first to receive the order and begin to execute it. The man with the skeleton mask replied that he was. She did not understand what kind of person this Kim Ju Hyuk was and who their target was now. The man with the skeleton mask replied that he was Ju Hyuk, a very strange guy. He had been following him and gradually learning him. However, he did not manage to get any useful information. The only thing he managed to find out was that the boy grew up in an orphanage and did not know who his parents were. The man was unable to find anything else about the boy. This information was provided to him by a search firm he trusted, so it was definitely reliable. The man added that after that, he continued to watch and waited for the Constellation's orders, and Ju Hyuk defeated the strongest member of the SAO family and the head of the family. After Kim Ju Hyuk overcame the guardian constellation of the Seo family, the order was changed to search for his enemies. Then a semi-blurry purple screen appeared in front of the man. It asked whether the sacred stone was ready. The man replied that he was ready. Then the members of the organization picked up a bright purple stone. On their table was a handful of such stones. Constellation asked whether they had managed to find the enemy of Kim Ju Hyuk. The man wearing the skeleton mask said that there are 3 organizations that have some form of animosity towards Kim Ju Hyuk, namely the Ventrics, the Samsal Alliance, and the Loyalists organization. The Samsal Alliance and the Devotees are sinister organizations, and the Ventricles are a prestigious English family, and in their case, they suddenly settled their relationship with the boy. It seems that after the Ventric attack, some kind of agreement was made between them, so it's impossible to say whether they are enemies now. She added that although no steps have been taken yet, there is news that the Baek Jang gang has also targeted Ju Hyuk. Constellation said it would give them a new order. It ordered all enemies of Kim Ju Hyuk to be killed. A new day came and the guy immediately went to the gym. Arin texted her boyfriend that she had to go home to pick up something, so she would miss today's practice. Ju Hyuk thought that if it was important, it would be nice if the girl brought some kind of sacred relic, because it was possible that the constellation Chojin could be his disciple. After he defeated the constellations in the SEO family, he checked what relics they had, but found nothing special. Given that the Tower of Destruction would soon appear, every student was important, and the delay was serious. recalling that the White Lotus community also had sacred relics. He thought that perhaps he should go there as well. However, at that moment, someone's voice addressed him. Black Cat stood at the entrance to the gym and addressed the boy. The boy guessed who it could be, but asked the man who he was anyway. Black Cat asked if they could talk in private. He agreed to the offer and approached him. He told the girls to spar with each other until he returned, but they were clearly unhappy with this request. They started arguing with each other, but the guy just loved it. He went out into the corridor and stood in front of the Black Cat. The man told Ju Hyuk that he had come from the market. The guy replied that it was quite obvious, but isn't anonymity guaranteed in the market? He added that if he starts coming to the academy so freely, won't it damage the market's reputation? However, the man replied that he had only come to deliver a message to the boy. After that, the Black Cat handed Ju Hyuk an envelope. He asked if the letter was for him. The Black Cat confirmed it. The man then added that the letter was sent by the real owner of the market. Ju Hyuk asked if the backstage ruler constellation was the real market ruler, and the man said yes. Black Cat asked the boy to read the letter and come to the market if he could answer it. He also said that in addition to the boy, the letter was delivered to several other people, and the constellation needed someone who could read the letter. He didn't know the content and meaning of the letter. So, if Ju Hyuk understood what was written in the letter and wanted to respond, he should come to the market. The man said that the constellation was waiting and said goodbye. Barsha asked the boy if it was really a letter from the constellation, and the boy began to unfold it. The god of destruction asked what it said. He didn't know such signs. And Kim Ju Hyuk replied that he needed to get to the market. The signs used to write this letter were invented by him.